We have Ms. Nenita Vitalion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Comsec. Good morning to everyone once again. Good morning to Secretary Lutilia and to Chairperson Andres and to Administrator Almeda. We'll proceed with the presentations. We'll start off with the Department of Energy, and then after that, ERC, and then NEA. And we'll do all the presentations first. Let's go straight into the budget topic, and then you can discuss about your achievements or your notable achievements, and then we can discuss about the future plans this coming 2025, and I'll open the floor for Q&A. All right. So with that, we'll start off with with DOE.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, do I understand right that you would like to dispense with the presentation on the accomplishments?
We can talk about the accomplishments, and then we'll talk about three things: the budget proper, the accomplishments,
yes,
and also the plans for 2025, which is linked to the budget proper.
Yes.
So it's good to talk about the accomplishments and also the issues that we have discussed last year or in 2023 about issues related to the budget and how it was corrected this year, and then we can transition to the budget itself.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we will have the presentation first by Director Mike Sino Cruz, which should be brief, and then I will request Director Navarro to present also the highlights on the budget and the performance based on the budget that you approved last year for this year. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Director Sino Cruz.
Okay, thank you, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, members of our colleagues from the Energy family. Good morning. On behalf of the Secretary, we are pleased to present to the committee the physical accomplishments.
Before you continue, Director, let me acknowledge the presence of Senator Rizon Tiveros. Good morning.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning, Senator Tiveros. So on behalf of the Secretary, we are pleased to present to the committee the physical accomplishments as well as the proposed budgetary requirements of the Department of Energy. Next, please. The country's total primary energy supply, or the energy mix, in 2023 reached around 65 million tons of oil equivalent. 46% came from indigenous or domestic sources, and the remaining 54% was from imported fuel. As illustrated, the country continues to utilize a significant amount of fossil fuel, coal, oil, and gas, as this accounted for about nearly 70% of the total primary energy supply. Coal still made up the largest portion of the energy supply with a share of almost 35%, closely followed by oil with 30%. Natural gas, which is mostly used for electricity generation, accounted for almost 4%. So on the other hand, the aggregate share of renewable energy comprised about 32% of the primary energy supply mix. Contributions are mainly from geothermal, biomass, hydro, and other RE. So a unified grid aspiration of the country has already been accomplished with the completion of the Mindanao-Visayas Interconnection Project last January of 2024. The 450 megawatt transfer capacity of this interconnection project is important to facilitate the seamless sharing of energy resources and to enable the utilization of stranded power from various parts of the country. On the other hand, the conclusion of the Cebu-Negros-Panay Backbone Project also allows a 400 megawatt energy exchange between Panay and Negros, and the potential energy imports from other regions in the Visayas and Mindanao. There are other interconnection or transmission projects that were also completed. The Hermosa San Jose transmission, the Dimanjuga-Corella Line 1 of the Cebu to Bohol Interconnection Project also energized this year. Next slide, please. As of first quarter of 2024, household electrification levels stood at 93%, implying that 26 million households are now enjoying the benefits of electricity services. Next slide, please. With the implementation of the RA Act of 2008, interest in renewables has grown, which resulted in the awarding of more than 1,000 RE service contracts with potential capacity of around 6 gigawatts already installed, while the potential capacity is estimated of around 152 gigawatts. And the whole of government approach in implementing energy policies and programs also position the country as the fourth most attractive emerging market for investment in power sector by the Bloomberg Climate 2023 report. Next slide, please. Last February of this year, the first conventional energy bid round for BARM was also conducted, covering 4 areas, 3 for petroleum and 1 for coal. So this is a result of the signed Intergovernmental Energy Board circular on the joint award of petroleum service contracts and coal operating contracts between the DOE and the Ministry of Environment, Natural Resources and Energy, or what we call MENRE. Likewise, the DOE recently issued a national policy framework and roadmap for the hydrogen development, production, and utilization. And following this, the DOE also conducted the native hydrogen bid round, the first in the world, offering 2 blocks for native hydrogen exploration. Next slide, please. In pursuit of decarbonizing the transport sector would entail veering away from oil dependence, thus reducing resilience on imported fuel. So the passage of Electric Vehicle Industry Development Act last 2022 sent a clear signal of the government's regulation and development of electric vehicle in the country. A comprehensive roadmap was also formulated, and this embodies the target of a minimum of 10% EV share in total road transport by 2040 under the business as usual, while there's also an aggressive target of reaching 50% EV share in the total road transport in the same year under the clean energy scenario. Next slide, please. As part of the energy agenda, the country recommends the exploration of nuclear power to augment existing supply and enhance energy security. The 123 agreement signed last November of 2023 will enable the transfer of information, nuclear material, equipment, and components directly between the Philippines and the US or through authorized individuals designated by the respective authorities to facilitate transfer activities. This will also support potential nuclear power projects with US providers. Next slide, please. The energy facilities are critical for the recovery of affected communities for the immediate restoration of power. And last April of this year, the DOE launched the Energy Sector and Emergency Operations Center and the Mobile Energy System as part of the USAID's Energy Secure Philippines program. So the Emergency Operations Center will allow real-time monitoring of energy assets and offer a quick response in times of disasters. While the Mobile Energy System is a solar-powered emergency response unit, which will serve as a backup energy source during power outages, disaster relief operation, and sustained operations of critical infrastructure and services. On the other hand, the Energy Resiliency Scorecard is also a tool developed to help facilities identify strengths, pinpoint gaps, and prioritize improvements to achieve greater resilience. At this point, Mr. Chair, I would like to turn over the floor to Director Cesar Navarro of the Financial Services for the second part of the presentation of the Department of Energy.
Go ahead, Director.
Thank you, Director Mike Sino Cruz. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Senator Win Gatchalian, Senator Risa Ontiveros. With your kind indulgence, allow me to proceed. Next slide, please. The budget utilization from the Department of Energy as compared to years 2019 to 2024 August, the 2023 has the highest utilization rate of 99%, where 2.296 billion pesos was obligated out of the 2.32 billion pesos total current allocation. Next slide, please. As mentioned in the earlier slide, as of December 31, 2023, DOE obligated 99% out of the 2.36 billion total allotment, and of which 1.583 billion pesos was disbursed, or 68% of the obligated amount was paid. Considering the disbursement of the first half of 2024, of the total 749 million pesos unpaid obligation last year, 646.6 million was disbursed in the first semester of 2024. Where DOE achieved an adjusted disbursement rate of about 95.6%. Next slide, please. On the screen is a year-on-year comparison of the DOE's actual obligation and disbursements as of August 31, 2023 and 2024, respectively. As of today, the TEP, or the Total Electrification Program, the MOA for this was signed already by NEA and the Department of Energy. This amounts to an adjusted actual obligation for 2024 of 1.88 billion, or 69.6% from the 51.6% obligation as presented in the slide. Moving on the proposed 2025 budget, the following slide shows for fiscal year 2025 a proposed budget of 3.1 billion. And in terms of fund sources, Fund 101 of 71% is for Fund 101 of 2.2 billion, and 29%, or 896 million, for Fund 151. Next slide, please. The increase in the Department of Energy's budget under Fund 101 includes the implementation of EVIDA, or the Electric Vehicle Industry Development Act, under Republic Act 11696, the participation to ASEAN Energy Cooperation activities as Vice Chair in preparation for the country's 2026 ASEAN hosting, which includes the ASEAN Power Grid Consultative Committee meeting, the increase in the budget for the Information System Strategic Plan and Capital Outlay requirements of the Department of Energy, and additional requirements strengthening its capability and manpower complement, particularly for the testing of upstream and downstream petroleum, coal, and renewable energy resources. Next slide, please. Next slide shows the allocation from Fund 101 of 896 million, which is for the proposed additional allocation for the implementation of the Nuclear Energy Development Program and the promotion of energy efficiency and conservation, as well as other ISSP and capital outlay requirements. By allocation class, the proposed 2025 budget is composed of 53% maintenance and other operating expenses, 25% personnel services, and which includes retirement and life insurance premiums, and 22% for capital outlay. As compared to previous years, the historical Department of Energy budget from 2019 to 2024 is 16.7% higher than the 2023 budget. While our proposed budget for 2025 is 19%, or 492 million pesos higher compared to 2024. Out of the 19% increase in 2025 budget, 3% is attributed to capital outlay, 14% for maintenance and other operating expenses, and 2% for personal services. My last slide shows our legislative agenda as part of our presentation. We have 4 priority legislative agenda. The key priorities are central for energy security and environmental protection. We propose amendments to the Electric Power Industry Reform Act, specifically the extension of the corporate life of PISAM, or the Power Sector Assets and Liabilities Management Corporation, strengthening and expansion of the Energy Regulatory Commission, and other reforms. We propose also the Philippine Downstream Natural Gas Industry Bill in support of the transition of the natural gas industry from emerging into mature industry status within a competitive natural gas market. We also propose establishment of an independent nuclear regulatory body. And the last is our Waste to Energy Bill, which aims to integrate waste to energy in the solid waste management plan of local government units. As an update, the IPIRA amendments is pending at the House of Representatives, while the other bills have already been approved in Congress and currently pending at the Senate. This ends my presentation and the presentation of the Department of Energy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Later. Yeah, thank you, Director Navarro. With the indulgence of Senator Risa, we'll proceed with the other presentations before we open the floor for Q&A. So next to present is ERC.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Chairperson Senator Win Gatchalian, Senator Risa Ontiveros, our colleagues in government. With me today are the commissioners of the Energy Regulatory Commission, Commissioner Maceda, Commissioner Digal, Commissioner Lumbatan, and Commissioner Fuentes, and Executive Director Attorney Nancy Fajardo. We will have the honor and privilege, to present the mandate and major activities of the ERC, as well as the ERC's accomplishments from January 2023 to September 2024, and of course the budget proposal for fiscal year 2025 and the strategic priorities of the ERC for the same year. So to present the accomplishments and the budget, may I refer the matter to our Executive Director, Nancy Fajardo, to make the presentation for this budget meeting.
Good morning, Honorable Chair Senator Gatchalian and Senator Ontiveros, and our colleagues from the Energy family. On behalf of the Energy Regulatory Commission, I am honored to present to you our proposed budget for fiscal year 2025. Guided by the Electric Power Industry Reform Act, or the EPIRA, the ERC's primary mandates are to promote market competition, ensure consumer choice, protect consumer interests, enforce least-cost electricity pricing, and penalize market power abuse. As the country's sole energy regulator, the major outputs of ERC include the approval of rates, permits, and applications crucial to maintaining the reliability, security, and affordability of electricity. These are some of our accomplishments for the period January 2023 to September 2024. During this period, the ERC issued almost 3,000 decisions and orders on approval of PSAs and CAPEX, rate cases, consumer complaints, dispute resolution, and rules. For the new Lifeline Rate Program, the ERC has been actively participating in the information and dissemination and education campaign spearheaded by the DOE and the DSWD to reach as many qualified beneficiaries as possible and have them register in the program. The other thing that we would like to highlight is the 120% increase in net metering customers. Our net metering customers, through their solar home systems, have helped tide us over amidst the high heat index during the summer months of 2024. Next is the success of our retail electricity market. The RCOA, the retail competition and open access, is what we call the holy grail of EPIRA. It allows retail consumers to negotiate for the price that they can afford. With the average retail rate of 5.49 pesos per kilowatt hour, total savings for consumers reached 49.1 billion pesos. To further strengthen our COA, the Commission adopted the Omnibus Rules for Customer Choice Programs in the retail electricity market, which includes a Magna Carta for retail customers. The Commission, in an effort to expedite the processing of PSA applications, will be adopting no later than November of this year a combination of the risk-based approach, one plant, one rate policy, and the benchmarking of rates. This will significantly facilitate the review process of PSAs. And on NGCP CapEx applications, the resolution of these is in tandem with the ongoing reset process. A total of 56 project applications worth 53 resolved answers. To fulfill the ERC's mandate more effectively and address the challenges that we face, the ERC will focus on 5 strategic priorities for fiscal year 2025. First is urgent structural reforms. This was also mentioned during the DOE presentation. The President has included the amendment of the EPIRA in his list of priority legislative measures, focusing on the structural reforms in ERC, including provisions for quick response to contingencies, a more responsive structure, among others. We urge the Senate to support this measure so we can be more effective in our regulatory functions. We also continue to pursue least cost pricing so that we achieve the goal of affordability of power rates. We will adopt better mechanisms for compliance monitoring and continue with the fuel cost audit so that we can ensure that consumers only pay what is the right and just cost for their electricity supply. We continue with our ongoing efforts to complete the regulatory rate resets, and we support the DOE in the creation of new markets. We also continue to promote the Lifeline Rate Program and the discount for senior citizens, as well as the continuing discussion with the BIR on the non-imposition of VAT on systems loss and other subsidies. The other priorities are to support the DOE in the pursuit of energy security and sustainability. The ERC will continue to provide regulatory support for the efforts of the government in energy transition and to meet the renewable energy targets of the country. Lastly, we will continue to empower our consumers to enable them to negotiate for and access affordable electricity. With those strategic priorities in mind, for fiscal year 2025, the ERC has proposed a budget of 1,517,350,000 pesos. But only 926,379,000 pesos was granted under the National Expenditure Program, or NEP. Next slide, please. And the next, please. On this slide, we compare the ERC budget approved in 2023, 2024, and the proposed for 2025, as well as the NEP. We are proposing a higher budget for personal services in view of the increase in the salary scale of ERC personnel as approved by the President in August 2023. On MOOE, a lower amount was granted under the NEP. We requested for higher MOOE in view of the regulatory reset priorities we have set for 2025. And we would like to highlight that as of September 2024, our budget utilization rate is at 57.15%, higher than the 47.61% BUR as of September last year. We are also pleased to report that as of September 30, 2024, the ERC's total collection from fees, fines, and penalties is already at 1.153 billion pesos. The entire amount is remitted to the Treasury. Finally, Your Honors, we seek partial reconsideration of the budget for MOOE. The NEP only provided 926 million out of the proposed 1.5 billion pesos, or a variance of 590 million pesos. While the total unfunded MOOE is 427.45 million, the ERC is requesting consideration for funding its professional services, particularly for consultancy services amounting to 259.071 million pesos only. These are to fund consultants that assist us in the regulatory rate resets. Securing this funding is crucial to support the Commission's operations and service delivery. If granted, the ERC will utilize the budget with utmost diligence and responsibility, as it has consistently done in the past years. We will ensure that every single peso contributes to delivering affordable, reliable, and sustainable electricity to all Filipinos. As the regulator of an industry that is essential to the lives of Filipinos, we commit to uphold the highest standards of independence, credibility, and fairness while consistently adopting best practices in public service. That is all for ERC, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. We now proceed to NEA, National Electrification Administration.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Senator Win and Ma'am, Senator Risa. The National Electrification Administration hereby presents its fiscal year 2025 corporate operating budget as included in the National Expenditure Program of the government in the amount of 5,218,468,000. Presented here is the strategy map, vision, and mission of NEA under PD 269 as amended by Republic Act 10531. NEA is primarily responsible for pursuing and implementing the state's rural electrification program to bring electricity even in missionary or economically unviable areas in the countryside through the electric cooperatives as its implementing arm. Major programs and projects of NEA are complete the National Rural Electrification Program. Number 2, encourage rural development through Rural Electrification Program. Number 3, intensify implementation of household electrification. And number 4, mitigate calamity-related damage to distribution system and facilities and to facilitate rehabilitation, restoration of identified assets. For fiscal year 2025 budget, the NEA proposed 23.77 billion, 19.66 billion of which is for projects to be sourced as subsidy from the national government. The requested subsidy funds will supposedly cover the target energization of 3,135 sitios, reliability improvement projects, line enhancement of 54 barangays, installation of 246,157 photovoltaic mainstreaming / solar home system, and for the rehabilitation, reconstruction of calamity-stricken distribution facilities of the electric cooperatives. In the course of DBM's evaluation and NEA's proposal, the level of subsidies were reduced to 1.86 billion, or equivalent to only 9% of the proposed subsidies, which can only cover the energization of 594 sitios, 4 barangays, and 3,700 solar home systems. The proposed subsidies were intended to cover the funding requirements for which the year 2025 and also to catch up for the electrification projects which would have been covered by the deficit in funding under fiscal years 2023 and 2024, which were not considered included in the GAA. This aims to support the implementation of the NEA's 5-year development plan in order to attain 100% electrification per the President's announcement. The current level of subsidies may hinder complying with this directive. As presented in this slide, the NEA budget as contained in the NEP and as categorized by fund source are as follows. 2.56 billion or 49% will be sourced from the NEA's corporate or internally generated fund. 1.87 billion or 36% from national government subsidy, which includes 1.67 billion for connection of approximately 22,000 households through the implementation of the strategic rural electrification and operational reliability of ECs, and 200 billion for ESSERF. And 795 million or 15% will be sourced from equity from national government. As to expense class, the NEA's 2025 COB consists of 43% for capital outlay, which covers loans for EC's CAPEX and other financial requirements of 2.09 billion, and procurement of office equipment, connection of EC supervisory control and data acquisition SCADA systems. Stage 3, technical equipment and motor vehicles needed for its operation of 163 million. 41% for maintenance and other operating expenses, which includes subsidy from the national government for rural electrification of 1.86 billion, and administrative and financial expenses of 286 million. And the 16% is for personal services cost of 472 billion for 340 plantilla positions, and 337 million for the separation benefits of the employees who were legally separated in 2003 by virtue of RA 9136 or the IPIRA law, provided the claimants comply with the pertinent rules and laws relative to money claims against the government.
Me just acknowledge the presence of our Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Jingo Estrada. Go ahead, sir.
This slide is the comparison of 2024 and 2025 NEA COB, and it shows that the 2025 NEP is lower than 2024 approved budget in the GA, mainly due to the Congress introduced increases in fiscal year 2024. As to our accomplishments, the NEA currently on its phase 2 in SEP has already energized 9,189 sitios out of the 19,087 target, based on the local total electrification roadmap submitted by the ECs. For fiscal year 2024, projects are either in the procurement or construction phase. However, we were able to energize 1,153 sitios sourced from prior year's subsidy appropriation as of August 31, 2024. The biggest challenge in the attainment of 100% rural electrification is the inadequate government subsidy to finance the energization of the remaining unenergized area. To illustrate, the fiscal year 2025 NEA requested 7.8 billion from DBM to energize about 3,135 sitios under the SEP. However, the approved budget for fiscal year 2025 is only 1.66 billion for the strategized rural electrification and operational reliability for ECs, and 200 million for the ESSERP. Out of the 1.66 billion, 1.49 billion was allocated for SEP, which can only energize about 594 sitios. With the national government's continued support, the NEA through the ECs was able to accomplish and complete the following programs, activities, projects for 2023. Energization of 1,148 sitios, line enhancement in 14 barangays, restoration of electricity in 44 calamity-stricken ECs, and connection of 501 1,777 households out of the 500,000 target connection. For NEA's performance during the same period, the NEA provided loans to ECs in the amount of 1.09 billion, collected 99.08% of EC's loan amortization, and realized surplus of 98.32 million for the period, wherein NEA remitted to the national government 45.33 million for dividend and paid to BIR the amount of 27 million for corporate income tax. In terms of financial performance, we are now at 98% utilization rate on our 2023 projects. The remaining balance will be declared as savings, which we plan to use for other electrification projects. For fiscal year 2024, as previously discussed, the projects are either ongoing procurement or construction. Therefore, the 1,153 CCHOs and 19 barangay line enhancement projects reflected therein are spillover accomplishments as of August 31, 2024. Moreover, as early as June 30, 2024, NEA was able to connect 209,278 electricity consumer, equivalent to 42% of the 500,000 connection target. Likewise, the agency processed 1.261 billion loans to ECs as of August 31, 2024, attained 99.46 collection efficiency, and maintained a positive margin. For year 2024, the approved subsidy appropriation per GA is 2.55 billion. In only the first 8 months of the year, NEA's utilization rate is at 81% and will most likely to reach 97% utilization rate by end of 2024. For in-house expenditures sourced from corporate funds, utilization rate is 75% for fiscal year 2023. We would like to emphasize that we have exceeded our target for loans released to ECs by 9%. This contributed to the revenue of NEA, which financed the agency's operating expenses. NEA, as a GOCC, primarily sources its revenue from the interest income earned in its lending function. While for fiscal year 2024, charges to budget already reached 60% for in-house expenditures, processed loans to ECs already reached 90% of its budget for capital projects, working capital, and short-term loans. Out of the 470 million equity from national government, the NEA was able to disburse the amount of 379.5 million as loans to ECs as of August 31, 2024. Meanwhile, the amount of 337.17 million representing separation benefits of NEA employees who were legally separated in 2003 remain undisbursed, pending legal basis like the court decision and settlement of money claim from the Commission on Audit. The NEA plans to maximize the remaining balance by the end of fiscal year. As to way forward to reach total electrification by 2028 as announced by the President, NEA has prepared an action plan that will pursue a three-pronged strategy comprising of SEP, Sitio Electrification, number 2, BLEP, Barangay Line Enhancement for grid extension, and third is the PV mainstreaming as an off-grid solution or for those areas that are not reached by the grid. In the last year's budget hearing, NEA submitted the 5-year plan which target 91% electrification by 2024, 94% for 2025, 97% for 2026, and reaching 100% by 2027. with an overall required budget of 69.79 billion, of which 12.59 billion is needed for 2024 and 16.57 billion is needed for 2025. Based on the available budget for fiscal year 2024, we will not be able to achieve 91% electrification, but we will only attain 89.36 household electrification rate. Assuming funded is not increased, the NEA will be hard-pressed to attain 100% electrification by 2028. Next slide, please. The NEA also requests for the retention of these special provisions as already contained in fiscal year 2024 GAA. The proposed retention would enable the NEA to timely disburse subsidies to ECs with ongoing energization projects to attain 100% electrification by 2028, while ensuring that ECs fully liquidate the funds it received from the government. For its part, the NEA commits to revise any and all existing related memoranda to schedule the subsidy releases intended for the SEP from a 90-10% turnkey basis to progress billings of 50, 20, 20, 10% to ensure timeliness of project implementation and subsidy liquidation. Moreover, the NEA has in fact started the studies of including its revised procurement guidelines and simplified bidding procedures, the blacklisting of erring contractors, which contribute to preventing, if not causing, the failure of ECs to properly liquidate their respective subsidies received. Moreover, NEA believes that it will be more prudent and practical that the ECs in strategically located neighboring areas, as opposed to the DPWH, are more qualified and competent to undertake the implementation of barangay and sitio electrification projects. Moreover, we appeal that the special provision on augmentation beyond the approved COB be likewise retained to provide NEA more flexibility in the use of available funds. The NEA already submitted its request for retention of the aforementioned SPs to both House of Congress for consideration in the 2025 GAA. On the status of the AOMs issued by COA, in its examination of TS operation for current year 2023, the Commission on Audit issued 13 audit observation memoranda, which 30 audit recommendations with 30 audit recommendations. Out of these, 21 have been successfully implemented or adhered to, while the remaining 9 audit recommendations are partially implemented. Shown is the status of management implementation of prior year's audit observations and recommendations. Out of the 34 audit recommendations, 25 are already fully complied with, 6 are partially implemented or with ongoing implementation, and 3 are closed for further assessment by COA. This ends our presentation. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Administrator Almeda. It's a matter of tradition. We start off with our officers. So we okay lang. So we thank Senate President Pro Tempore for allowing the other members to proceed with their questioning. So we'll start off with Senator Risa for her questions.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair, at salamat din po, SP Pro Tempore. So magandang umaga po kay Sec. Lotilla at yung buong DOE family. So, access to affordable energy is the first goal in government's energy agenda. May I get confirmation on this from DOE? Yun pa rin po ba yung first goal sa energy agenda ng gobyerno?
That is the ultimate objective, Madam Senator, yes.
Okay, salamat po, Secretary. So, as of June 2023, an estimated 4,214,018 households were without electricity throughout the Philippines. Government's latest target is to reach total electrification by 2028. National Total Electrification Roadmap has set yearly household electrification targets from 2023 to 2028. Yung mga targets po ba para sa 2023, yung 536,585 households, na-meet po ba yon? At kung hindi, bakit hindi? At ano po yung bagong timeline para sa target na ito?
Thank you, Senator. May I ask Administrator Almeida to respond to the question?
Uh,
Go ahead.
Chair.
Go ahead, Administrator.
Senator Riza, in response to your query, we started electrification by 2023. We achieved 89%, and we are trying to achieve 91% based on our 5-year development plan. However, due to
Excuse me,
sorry.
Administrator, we recognize the presence of Senator Pia Cayetano. Administrator, sorry for that.
ma'am, due to lack of government subsidy, of which 9% was only granted to us last year, the 91% target for 2024, we made our computations. We can only, with available budget, we can only achieve 89.36%.
So, pero yung new timeline nyo para ma-meet yung original target para sa 2023, mahihit nyo by which year po? In the 5-year plan, development plan?
Ma'am, we are progressing on the 5-year plan, 89%, 2023, 91%, 2024, 94%, at 2025, 97% at 2026, and 100% at 2027. With the rate of the budget releases or grant by the national government as a subsidy, we are maybe I would like to believe we are only able to add up 0.3% yearly, in addition to the 89% set benchmark figure of 2023, ma'am.
I appreciate naman po na ina-adjust nyo yung targets year on year para mukhang confident pa rin naman kayo according to the 5-year development plan, mahit yung 100% by 2028. So I'm just trying to figure out by which year from now till 2028, mahihit yung 536,000 plus households na originally targeted for 2023. Will it be by end this year or next year or 2026, 27 or within 2028? Another 2 years, sir.
Yeah.
So mga 2025. Okay, salamat po. Mr. Chair, before I proceed with my questioning, I'm willing to cede the floor first to the Chair of the Committee on Energy, if Chair Sherwin would like to do that. Okay lang. Yes, I
As a
can
matter of
suspend and continue
As a
later.
matter of tradition, we also give priority to the chairman of the standing committee, the chairman of the standing committee on energy, Senator Pia Cayetano. So
Thank you,
thank you
Mr.
very
Chair.
much,
Yeah,
Senator
very
Risa,
well, Mr.
for allowing us to pursue our tradition here. So we recognize Senator Pia Cayetano for her questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Risa. Good morning, everyone. Senate President Pro Tem, good morning. Welcome, Attorney Jessie Andres, to the world of energy. Like me, you're new to this, so we will. Well, I at least will be listening more than talking. I was listening online before arriving here. So I'll go straight to some of my questions. Good morning, Secretary. Good morning, everyone. I'll go straight to some of my questions, many of which are statements that come from the energy sector directly and just confirmatory so that we can show our support, no? But I'll jump into the last versus first because I was just listening to the NEA presentation online and I told the chairman, did I hear it correctly? Because I was mobile na the word you used that we would be hard pressed to reach the targets by 2028. And I recall we did have a short discussion at the event, was it barely a month ago? What were the figures? Is it 16 billion that you're targeting for full electrification? Tama ba?
It's
So sorry.
69.97
okay.
97
I
billion.
remember we said, alam ko na I remember we said if we had been able to allocate 10B a year, then we would have covered it, right? And it's exactly the same proposal the chairman will recall in DepEd. We gave the similar proposal na in the last administration. Over 6 years, we can make this happen, like really being disciplined to set aside this amount. Sadly, when you compress that to 3 years, then to 2 years, it doesn't seem feasible anymore. But if we could have really done that over the span of 6 years. So I will do my best with the support, of course, of the subcommittee vice chair to push for whatever we can in the remaining time. But again, I come from my experience more on the education sector, which both of us do. It's a very similar problem kasi yung naiiwan is yung mga outliers, di ba? So yung naiiwan. And to share a strange experience by analogy, when I went to Spain for a topic, a totally different topic, this was federalism. It was shown to us that they were very aggressive. I think I'm not sure if it was funding from EU on building roads, transportation all over Spain. So it's achieved. But then what happens is you look back and they realize halos walang gumagamit kasi they're all outliers. So how do you balance? No, it's really a question of balancing. If you had all the resources, then even one home in the hinterlands, you have to target them. But yeah, it is a question of balance. Okay, having said that, like I said, I'll run through this quickly so I don't waste everybody's time. Just nod and I'll ask that the record show that you nodded, you shook your head, disagreed. So I think it's clear to us, it's in the PEP that our target is a shift to renewable energy, no? I was going to mention, I am going to mention Senator Risa's name because during her interpellation on the natural gas bill, a big focus of her interpellation was to ensure that any plans we have on transition fuel or anything else does not derail our goal of going towards renewable energy. And let the record show that the secretary is nodding his head. And I mean, feel free to add, but in the interest of time, if it's non-controversial, I'll just say you all agreed. Okay, so that being the case, and then the other principle is we are promoting indigenous energy source, and I have to say this because for the last 5 years I chaired the Senate Committee on Sustainable Development, Innovation and Futures Thinking, and my training requires that I look to the future, and energy security is synonymous with indigenous. There is just no way that we can hope to achieve security when we're importing. And the example I gave on the floor is agriculture. Who will say that the number one priority is to import rice? Who will say that? It happens because of a lack of supply or whatever. But at the end of the day, the goal is to strengthen our indigenous sources, whether it's agriculture, whether it's water, it's energy. So I think that's a given. So, I'm just laying the predicate for my statements moving forward. So, and this is where my questions are about to come in, Secretary. This is the part where I may have missed it. So if I missed it, there's no need to repeat it. In your presentation, did you give an update on the renewable energy projects? Was it given in the presentation? Because if it was, then
Yes.
It was. Okay. So we have 1,000 plus pending renewable energy projects. That is correct. Okay, 1,000 plus. So that's not bad at all, no? And in order to promote the development of renewable energy, the DOE actually conducts green energy auctions, right? Okay. And you've done a couple of rounds. That is correct also. And this is something that I came across, I would say 10 years ago, because I actually had a personal friend who was trying to get into the energy sector, and I think this is a fact, no? Based on the Department Circular 2024-06-0018, the DOE allows RE developers to commence permit processing, conduct surveys and other feasible activities before the 25-year term begins, right? Okay. But a developer can actually secure their service contract and not do anything. That is correct, right? So parang they're parking it, because as I said, this is something that was brought to my attention 10 years ago. No, they park it, they secure it, and then nobody else can develop. So what can we do about that? I mean, that's a problem, no?
Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, there is a cleansing process that is ongoing,
Okay.
and that's why we've had to devote human and financial resource to review
Hindi pa kaya ng AI.
all the existing.
Kailangan human resource.
Not yet, because we don't have budget to employ AI, so we're upgrading right now our
Okay,
platforms
okay,
to be
okay.
able to do that.
So it can be done through AI then.
Yeah.
Okay, because this is
course.
the another thing I wanted to bring into the discussion, because my experience is more in health and education.
Yes.
I actually am more familiar with the technologies available, but obviously we should know. And if you need budget for that, please present it so we can assist.
Thank you.
Okay, so there's a cleansing process, and so that's a clear issue that you're trying to solve.
That's right.
Okay, because it'll bog down our progress. Okay. My next point is again, no, this is something that Senator Risa brought up. But it's something that I also bring up all the time. It's something I learned when I became chairman. We're all pro solar, pro renewable. And then you learn that, well, how do you store these things? No, so I think Senator Risa, I mentioned that during our hearing, that's the biggest issue. And so speaking of storage, I understand, and again, to keep it short, no, one of the solutions is to upgrade the Philippine grid to a smart grid, so that it allows the installation of sensors and technology to manage the increased injection of renewables to the grid. Okay, so that can be done. And how much does that cost roughly? I just like to understand how the magnitude of these expenses.
Yusek Guevara.
Okay, yeah, sure. Just a ballpark figure.
The initial cost, Madam Chair, is
Smart grid.
$10 billion.
$10 billion. Okay. So yun na nga. So when we talk about, because I like the public, I like the younger generation to understand, because renewable, sino ba may ayaw? But then, wow, 10 billion. I was gonna say, 10 billion kaya natin yan. Dollars. Okay. Si Senate President Pro Temp na lang ang maghahanap ng 10 billion US. But we have to find a way, no? And so then the other available option is to strengthen the grid through the energy storage systems. So to me, a layman, just like in the Committee on Health, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a health professional, I'm also not an energy expert, so I'm learning these terms along the way. The energy storage systems, one would be like a traditional battery, no? And I was given a picture, mukha pala siyang 20-footer, no? So yung battery, parang pinalaki mo lang. So that's the storage facility. So that's one, that's a energy storage system. Apparently, in our PEP, it says that the capacity has to increase by more than 150 times in the next 25 years. So that's quite an ambitious goal, no? So is that something that we can actually achieve? Yes, we can.
Yes, po. We can achieve that.
Okay, great. Okay. Now, the other is the pump storage hydro power, or the PSH, right? And that is also doable. And tama ba na I understand that you've conducted a green energy auction to get this done, but we're not done yet? What is the status? Ongoing. Do we have a timeline? Because I understand that there are investors just ready to get it done. And we need it, because this will address Senator Risa and my concern and all the other renewable energy advocates' concern, because we'll have the storage, which we keep on saying that is the problem why we cannot fully embrace renewables as fast as we want to.
Our target for the Green Energy Auction 3 is to finish it before the end of the year,
Okay.
such that the pump storage hydro, about 3,000 megawatts, will be able to come in 5 years from now.
Okay, so yeah, so that's always the thing, no? I mean, this process which takes long as it is, tapos ang tagal pa once it's awarded, once all the permits are cleared, it still takes a number of years. So we have your commitment that we'll fast track this, no? Okay, thank you.
And Madam Chair, just to
Yes.
add that one of the items required there would be the approval of the pricing methodologies and
With ERC.
With ERC.
Yes,
so we're
and that-
coordinating.
That
with
is where I'm about to
Yes.
look at Attorney Jesse Andres and tell him that is one of the priorities I think we need to do, because in everything, the goal is to make that shift to renewables, and this is directly related to that. So I hope we can get that done. I understand that there are things that have to be done on the side of ERC as well. Thank you. Okay. My next line of questioning is on total electrification, which we have discussed, and let's just see how we can move that forward. I reserve my questions for ERC because I'm about to schedule a hearing for EPIRA. I do not take the time now of the budget hearing. Most of my questions will just be posed there. Hopefully next week. So are you in town? Okay, perfect. Are you in town? You have to be there also. Okay, good. Okay. I didn't think I'd have to ask this question, but Senator Risa and I are both advocates. So we understand that sa DOE Secretary, we can still improve our compliance with GAD requirements. So if we can be of any assistance. And I was trying to think, because you have to be very creative in using this fund. You can be very creative in using it. It's not just a matter of providing support for your female employees. I think, but we just have to get clearances, no? Years ago, when I attended annually Women Parliamentarian Conference, and we would have topics like women and technology, women and electrification, and I'm like, may ganon? I mean, they dissect it so specifically, and I'm listening to the experts, and I'm like, wow, these different sectors affect women in different ways. So I'm thinking now, when I saw this, that there might really be ways that we can improve the lives of women who basically run their homes, which need electricity, and use GAD fund somewhere there. So, Senator Risa, we can probably put our heads together and help them come up with creative ways to make best use of this Gender and Development Fund. Nandiyan na rin lang naman yun eh. And then, actually, I do have one question for ERC pala. Apparently, there was a core report that says that ERC was not able to prepare its plans, programs, and projects for senior citizens and persons with disabilities on time due to the delayed reconstitution of the new ad hoc team. Tama ba? Only because, these are the sectors that get left behind. So, it may seem like a minor concern, but
May I refer the question to our Executive Director,
course, of
Attorney
course.
Fajardo?
Good morning, Your Honor. That was in 2023. The committee was reconstituted, and then afterwards, they were able to conduct info dissemination campaigns already. So we've already addressed it,
Okay.
Your Honor.
All right, okay. And just as a standard procedure for me, if I can just get a copy of all your responses, all the agency man has always been prepared to support your budgetary needs. But since I now chair it, kindly give me your wish list, all of you as well, so I can work with the chairman to try to find funding. Okay. I think I'm okay for now, Mr. Chairman. I'll be listening and maybe add something towards the end. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Pia. Senator Risa? Okay. Yeah, you may recognize Senator Risa for her questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, ipagpatuloy ko lang originally sa DOE pero sinasagot na ng NEA. So, kanina pinag-usapan po natin yung uh, bagong timeline sa target originally ng 2023. So, ano naman po yung current status ng 2024 national level electrification target ng 698,232 households? On track po ba yung target na ito na ma-attain? Kung hindi, bakit hindi? At ano din yung revised timeline para sa target na ito?
Mr. Chair, ma'am, for the 2024 timeline, the regular connection was already achieved. No, the target of 384,000, I think. The difference will lie lie on the fact that the 79,000 sitios or household that is targeted through the sitio electrification program, only a meager number is only achieved because 99% out of the total budget was only granted. So the 91% will be translated into 89.36, taking into account all ongoing projects for 2024. So ma'am, magke-carry over ngayon yung difference na yon for 2025. So the most we can achieve for 2024 based on the 91% target is only 89.36.
Salamat po. Sabi nyo yung regular connection was achieved 100%. Pero syempre we're talking not just about connection but actual electrification. Hindi na rin bad yung 89%, pero tulad nung tanong ko po tungkol sa 2023 target, dahil parehong dahilan sa kanina, lack of government subsidy. So, by when yung nakikita yung 698,000 households na target originally ngayong taong 2024 ay marireach. And of course, sir, magkaiba yung sitios sa households, di ba? So, 79,000 sitios, how many households does that account
Ma'am,
for?
the rule of thumb we're using, Mr. Chair, ma'am, 30 household per sitio. 30 household per sitio.
So kung 79,000 sitios, mga 210, tama ba? Tama ba yung aking multiplication? Or 2.1 million
Apo.
households? Okay, way beyond the 2024 target of 698,000 households. So kailan po marireach yung 2024 target of 698,000 households? Is it like the earlier question, in another 2 years from 2024 or mga kailan po?
Ma'am, the regular household connection is done by the electric cooperatives. And ma'am, that's a moving target, no?
Okay po.
Now, if we'll benchmark it on 2023, maybe 2 or 3 years, ma'am, because the deficiency will rest on the inability for NEA and the electric cooperatives to cover for the sitio electrifications that has to come from the government subsidy.
All right, sir. Pero we're talking about the 2024 targets now. So, tulad nung 2023 target na sabi nyo ma-reach within 2 years from then or bandang 2025, ngayon sabi nyo within 2 to 3 years itong 2024 budget.
Yes,
so hopefully by 2026 or at the latest by 2027.
The latest
Tama po ba?
2026, ma'am.
Latest 2026. Okay, better po. Salamat. And lastly, kaugnay nito, ano naman po yung proposed budget para sa 2025 national level electrification target ng 937,915 households? And if I may add, given na ang 2025 election year, yun ba yung paliwanag kung bakit yung 2025 target ay 34% higher than this year's target?
From the figures, ma'am, actually the manner of which we arrived at the targets, ma'am, we are basing it from the Philippine Statistics census of this. I believe this figure was based on the 2020 census. By 2025 census, ma'am, I believe there's a periodic census that will happen by 2025. We can already come up with actual figures based on the census. Because, ma'am, we have been extrapolating figures here just based on the 2020 census and coming up with formula on how to expect the increase in the household connections.
So pinoproject nyo lamang na tataas yung
Yes,
bilang
ma'am.
sa
Yes, ma'am.
2025 census.
Yes, ma'am.
Nagkataon lang na election year din yun.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ano po yung budget para dun sa target of 937,000 households in 2025?
Ma'am, the regular household connection, I think it will consist about 60% of that, and that will be done through the regular member consumer owners, increase in member consumer owners, and 40% of which I would like to think that would be the one to cover the household on the unviable areas, and these were already surveyed by the electric cooperatives. And that should be the subject of the sitio electrification, of which funding will be coming from the national subsidy.
And that funding or those two sources, the 60% from one source and the 40% from the other, ano po yung magiging total budget para dun sa 937,000 households in 2025?
The original proposal was we will be needing what's the budget for 2025? We'll be needing 16.57 billion, ma'am, for 2025.
16.57 B.
Yes, ma'am.
For 2025. Okay, salamat sir. Ngayon po yung, according to the NTER, under the total electrification project for fiscal years 2021 to 2023, the target was to energize, and muli, not just connect, but to energize 39,685 households. But as of September 2023, only 12%, or a mere 3,468 households were energized. The budget estimate for this targeted energization was on average 35,400 pesos per household to be energized. If we use this same estimate for the 4.2 million households targeted to be connected by 2028, so yung sa buong 5-year development plan yun na, it seems the budget requirement for this multi-year endeavor will be roughly 150 billion pesos. So baka modest pa nga yung budget nyo for 2025 na 16.5 billion pesos kung sa buong mula ngayon hanggang 2028, 150 billion pesos. So ano yung budgeted amount to achieve this target, Mr. Chair? Under whose budget is this? Paano po ito finifinance? And plano ba ng gobyerno na umutang ng pera para dito? At kung oo, mula sa aling mga institusyon at anong mga halaga? So, will it still be NEA, Mr. Chair, or do I go back to DOE?
Ma'am, I think the budget of 150 billion covers part of it, the regular connection, no? So that is supposedly to be covered by the member consumer owners. The difference of which, that's how we computed the 69.97 billion. Only pertaining to the cost of the household connections that will be subject of the sitio electrification. And if I may stress, ma'am, if I may articulate, out of the 69.97 billion, I think 30 billion of which was allocated or planned to be allocated for the photovoltaic mainstreaming, which will cover about more or less 300,000 households, or the solar home systems to be installed on those unviable dispersed households, and situated in unviable areas, of which we are now implementing, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Medyo nalilito na po ako kasi we have here, nababanggit nyo, a target of 300,000 households. But I thought we were talking about 39,685
Ma'am,
households.
the 300,000 will cover for the whole 5-year program.
Okay. All right. And ang budgeted amount to cover these 300,000 households ay yung sinasabi nyong 69.97 billion pesos.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then ito po ay sa ilalim ng budget ng department or ng
Ma'am,
NEA?
the NEA is the implementing agency
Yes.
because we're doing this in partnership with the electric cooperatives.
Yes.
So the NEA identifies the programs submitted to us by the electric cooperatives, and we are the ones prioritizing, of which at present, as you speak right now, NEA is prioritizing the areas in the island of Mindanao.
Okay po. So itong ang 69.97B ay nasa ilalim ng NEA.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, salamat sir. And pinifinance ito dun sa binanggit yung dalawang funding sources kanina, 60% from one source and 40% from another source?
Ma'am, 60% of which will be paid by the member consumer owners.
Yes.
And that part of the total of which part that will be subject for the sitio electrification that will translate to the household connections, ma'am, that will be coming from the government subsidy.
From the government subsidy. Yun yung 40%.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, uutang pa ba yung gobyerno para dito? Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary.
Yes, on the as has been articulated by NEA, we are dependent on principally on government subsidy. So the incurring loans is only a way of funding the gap. And while we are looking at on the NPC side for the missionary areas, well, we are looking right now at a $461 million loan for off-grid electrification and backbone. That is still being discussed with DOF and NEDA, and whether it can be accommodated in the medium-term plan of government, the Philippine investment plan for the rest of the administration. So it's there is no certainty yet that we will get those amounts, but we will continue to work with the other agencies of government to be able to do that. Thank you.
Salamat, Mr. Secretary. So, merong dinidiscuss pa ang department sa DOF at sa NEDA na $461 million loan para sa off-grid at saka backbone. And if ever na ikokontrata ito ng gobyerno within the context nga sabi nyo ng MTPDP at saka yung Philippine Investment Plan, from which institutions dinidiscuss posibleng iutang ito?
DOF actually has been considering ADB and World Bank, but among the considerations, of course, is which will be the borrowing agency, because the National Power Corporation, as you know, we have not been able to recapitalize, and therefore its balance sheet is unable to support the additional loans for NPC. So we're looking at various approaches, because if this is going to be a direct borrowing by the national government, it will add to the national government debt. Now, whereas if it's going to be a government-owned and controlled corporation, then it will not have an immediate impact on the total debt. Thank you.
So, Secretary, kung hindi pa nga naka-recapitalize yung NPC, at this stage of the discussions with the other department and with NEDA, aling mga GOCC yung kinoconsider na umutang nito if kung mag-green light itong loan?
We have not yet determined that, Mr. Chair. So we will update the committee once the discussions progress on this. Thank you.
Salamat para doon, Secretary. Please do keep the committee updated through our chair. And lastly sa paksang ito, kumusta po yung plano na i-connecta yung unserved at saka underserved areas kaugnay ng Microgrid Act? Paano yung mga energy poor households ay pwedeng ma-serve ng mga privatized exclusive microgrids? At paano nito gagawing affordable ang energy sa mahihirap?
Mr. Chair, can
Yes, Secretary.
Yusek Guevara?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Chair Yusek Guevara.
Okay, Mr. Chair, Madam, for the microgrid, last year we were able to award 8 lots. One lot has several areas to make it fundable for the microgrid operators. Now this year we will do another auction towards the end of the year. So those that were not taken last year, like 41 of the lots were not taken, and then there are additional items requested by particular LGUs. These are all going to be auctioned. And now we are working with our investment and promotion office kasi we need to promote to potential investors in microgrid. And we have also talked to some of the banks so that they will fund these microgrid system operators when they finally lodge a bid for our auction. Thank you, ma'am.
Salamat po, Yusek. Yes, I wish you the best kung there's 5/6 pa pala of the lots available last year, 41 lots na hindi pa na-award, 8 pa lang last year. And 70% kasi ng unconnected households are in electric cooperative areas, while 30% are in areas served by private DUs. So meaning malaki pa rin ang unconnected sa private DUs. Ganun po ba, Yusek?
Yes, ma'am. Just a clarification for the last year. Kaya lang po, ma'am, hindi na bid yung 41 out of the 49 kasi po maikli yung time namin So we are actually adjusted it for this year such that the potential bidders will have more time kasi they will have to go to the places and scout how hard it's going to be to electrify. So we're giving them more time this year.
Okay. And hopefully the DOE or maybe even more so the ERC will exercise oversight about paano nga gawing affordable yung energy sa mga mahihirap. Lalo nga dahil na-confirm nyo nga na malaki rin yung unconnected at malamang mahihirap na households dun sa mga areas na sineserve ng private DUs. And if these private DUs ay ma-awardan din ng 41 lots or marami sa 41 lots, napaka-importante ng oversight na yon to make sure that they provide affordable energy dun sa mga mahihirap na households, dun sa mga kasalukuyang unserved at saka underserved areas. Sige po, salamat Yusek. So Mr. Chair, dako ako dun sa paksa ng security of electricity supply. So itong security of electricity supply, primarily responsibilidad ng DOE sa ilalim ng EPIRA. So yung unang tanong ko dito, ano po yung supply ng electricity na kailangan sa 2025 para ma-ensure yung napag-usapan natin dati, ma-ensure yung one-day loss of load probability o LOLP sa Luzon, Visayas at Mindanao. Siguro naman by this time, na-calculate na ng DOE at na-project na ito para sa bawat isa sa 3 areas na to. Ina-expect ba ng DOE na may yellow at red alerts pa rin sa 2025, lalo na dun sa dry months ng March at saka April?
Ma'am, for 2025, because we do not expect the same weather conditions as this year, and because we have about 4 gigawatts of 2 gigawatts of coal and 2 gigawatts of solar coming in towards the end of this year and maybe spill over towards the beginning of next year, we imagine that the needed supply will be there during the summer months as well. The only problem we have is that many of our older plants are having forced outages that we cannot predict on that one.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Secretary.
Yeah, on the security of supply, as we have noted in the last year, for example, the extreme temperatures, high temperatures, did affect the performance of the plants, including the thermal plants. So we hope that the temperatures this 2025 will not reach the same levels, but unfortunately, globally, we are seeing extreme events, and it's so difficult to predict when they would come in. The Energy Regulatory Commission, if you you will recall, approved the ancillary services and the reserve market. So this will help address the problem on security of supply, but it has an impact on the cost. So here again, it's a delicate balancing of these objectives, and security of supply becomes actually a more major concern rather than just cost. So, for example, in the case of the microgrids that you mentioned, while it is desirable, this benefits from a subsidy, and the subsidy is paid for by customers on the grid, on the main grid. And so this the balancing of these interests is a continuing challenge for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Magtatanong din po ako tungkol sa cost, pero dito lang muna tayo sa supply, security ng electricity supply. Dahil sabi nyo nga it's a major concern, and tingin ng department it's even more major than cost. Of course, yung mga customers natin would probably disagree. Parehong gusto nila maging secure na may supply sa bahay, at gusto nila maging secure na kaya nilang bayaran, opo, affordable. So, yung 4 gigawatts, sapat na supply na ba ito para one day lang yung LOLP? Or meron bang LOLP analysis, or wala pa ring LOLP analysis? Yeah, Undersecretary, Mr. Chair.
Currently, we have not implemented the LOLP because we are trying to dovetail it with the capacity market, which we expect to happen December of next year pa.
Oh.
The study is being done, and we are also having our people trained on how to compute the LOLP and LOLE.
Okay. Kaya lang, madadovetail pa ito sa capacity market by end of next year yet. So that's 14 months from now. Kung maalala ko, Mr. Chair, napag-usapan naman natin yung LOLP in a previous hearing of the Committee on Energy, and hindi naman ito bagong imbensyon, dating iniimplementa or ginagamit na instrumento ng ng NPC, opo. So, kumbaga, ginagamit na ng Energy Family itong instrumento ng LOLP in previous times. So, medyo hindi ko alam bakit it needs more than a year pa from now, even considering training, para lang ma-review at mabalikan yung yung dati nang ginagawa ng NPC or ng Energy Family. So medyo parang questioning and answering blind tayo dito ngayon, dahil yung isang factor ng LOLP hindi pa pala nakikwenta. So I guess I just want to emphasize, Mr. Chair, na by this time dapat sana na calculate at na project na ito ng DOE. And it's good to hear kanina na we don't expect yellow and red alerts next year kahit sa summer months ng April and March. Pero sabi nga ni Secretary, ang dami pa rin, dumadami yung extreme weather events all around the world. Hindi pa talaga natin na-hit yung global warming target, di ba, na to keep within 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial level. So, parang wish na lang natin na walang extreme weather events, but we can't be sure na we don't expect the same weather conditions next year. At lalo na dahil sabi nyo nga, yung mga older plants natin, magkaka-forced outages which we cannot predict 100%. So, lalong mas maganda may buffer tayo, and why not use more instruments like the LOLP rather than less? Kung dati naman alam natin at ginagamit natin, so that we can help ensure both supply and even the factor of cost na itatanong ko nga. Kaugnay pa rin po dito, paano po yung estimated required supply ma-obtain? Siguro i-relate natin dun sa 4 gigawatts. Through fossil fuel ba? Kasama ang liquefied natural or methane gas, which is a fossil fuel. Through renewable energy ba? At sa estimated required supply na to, 4 gigawatts or otherwise, gano'ng karami nito ay committed na?
Ma'am, yung pong 4 gigawatts, committed po yan. And they are supposed to be coming in this year and towards the beginning of the year. Tapos po, ma'am, yung mga committed projects natin, magkakaiba po kasi yung sitwasyon for Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. For example, if any of the committed projects do not come on time for Luzon, by 2030, we will have a problem. Kukulangin na po yung ating supply plus reserve. For Visayas, it is going to come early. 2028 pa lang magkakaproblema sila if the committed projects do not come in. And then for Mindanao, 2030 din po yung kanilang parang time pagka hindi pumasok lahat ng committed. Our strategy is yung mga indicative po. Yun kasi yung madami talaga po tayong indicative projects. If they can just come in and be committed projects, we will have more than enough supply for the next, until 2030, 6 years. The problem is, for example, renewables, they would like to come in early, but it is difficult to get permits, for example, at the LGU level. So, yung mga nade-delay nating mga renewables, lagi pong ganun yung mga problems nila. So, to some extent po, si Yusek Sharon also goes to the LGU para kausapin yung mayor, pati barangay captain, pati governor, just to pave the way for the needs of these RE developers. And then there's the grid. So, for example, meron po tayong TRO sa isang place na may 2 towers ang NGCP. So, kunyari, yung Tuy Dasmariñas line, hindi nila may tapos. So, yung pong renewables na nandoon po sa area, hindi po makapasok sa linya. So, these are some of the problems that we contend with. But, if these problems are solved, wala po tayong problema sa supply.
The department needs to send more USEC Sharons. Si Sec Lotilla mismo, hindi talaga kasi, and you've been, salamat po Secretary, kasi pag nakita talaga kahit na mga counterparts ninyo sa local government level, counterparts namin sa executive at the LGU level, yung presensya, yung active na encouragement ng mga energy officials, that will also, I suppose, encourage them to problem solve with you, troubleshoot with you, kung interesado naman sila o bukas sa renewable energy at talagang committed ang DOE sa renewable energy. So, you're telling us, Yusek, na sa estimated required supply, 100% na ay committed? Tama po ba? Or anong percentage ang committed na?
Yung pong committed is less than 50% po.
Less than
siya.
50%.
Apo.
Okay.
Pero yung nga pong pagka may isang ma-delay doon,
Mm-mm.
the problems that I mentioned for the grids, yun po yung mangyayari.
So baka hindi lang by 2030 for Luzon and Mindanao at 2028 for Visayas magkakaproblema. Ngayon pa lang may problema na tayo kung we still need to go 50% plus to find the required supply o na committed talaga. So we shouldn't be complacent, not about extreme weather events and not about sufficient supply. Even now, 2024. Related, bago ako lumipat ng paksa, related topic dahil kanina nabanggit yung RE nga. So, kung yung target ay RE, bakit yung proposed budget sa nuclear energy ay 896 million, samantalang ang budget for renewable energy ay 155.7 million lang? Parang we're not putting our money where our mouth is.
Mr. Chairman, the budgets are as we know, the energy sector is largely in private hands, and therefore the funding and implementation of the specific projects themselves are not sourced from the DOE budget. But for example, in the case of nuclear, there are a number of things that need to be done because and we need to prepare for from the policy side and the studies that have to be done, and that's why the corresponding budget from the policy from these activities that relate to examining the policy and undertaking studies will be higher, including the conduct of the public perception and acceptability, the surveys, which in the past our chair of the committee on finance subcommittee here has helped fund. So we have been able to conduct some of those. So there are still a lot that we need to do in order to really provide sufficient studies that we have promised to our people when we consider nuclear power.
Thank you, Secretary. Still, just as more top-level human resources like USEC Sharons and Sec Lotilia making the case for renewable energy until the LGU level, I think it would still be better to have more financial resources also backing RE. And alam din naman po ng good secretary at pati ng mga colleagues ko na I will interpolate against the nuclear energy bill when it goes to the floor. Salamat po. Dako na ako para sa akin pinaka-exciting topic sa hearing questions ko po. Mr. Chair, the UK government has taken back the system operation function of their national grid. UK, the state-owned National Energy System Operator, or NESO, will support the UK's energy security, help to keep bills down in the long term, and accelerate the government's clean power emissions. So parang swak din dun sa targets natin about stability of energy supply, affordability, lalo na para sa mahihirap o para sa lahat, at saka yung ating ecological target. So allow me, Mr. Chair, to quote Energy Secretary Ed Miliband on this landmark move. Sabi niya, today marks a milestone for Britain's energy system as we bring the system operator into public ownership to provide impartial, whole system expertise on building a network that is fit for the future. So, Mr. Chair, he pointed out that currently, walang single body responsible sa UK for overseeing the strategic planning and design ng electricity at gas networks ng bansa. So, ang unang tanong ko po dito, Mr. Chair, Hindi ba ganito rin ang problema natin ngayon dito? O mas malala pa nga, Mr. Chair, base sa resulta ng napakarami na nating pagdinig tungkol sa problema sa NGCP. May plano ba kaya ang DOE o ang buong pamahalaan na gawin ang ganitong hakbang ng UK sa proposed amendments ng EPIRA, Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As if we revisit IPIRA, as Senator Antiveros will recall, this was actually patterned after the British experience as well. And there, both the systems operator and the one that maintains the transmission lines were both privatized. So in our case, the idea of having the systems operator being retained or returned to national government is one that has been discussed several times, even here in some of the Senate hearings. Because for one, the system operation needs to be objective. And therefore, there is recognition that it needs to remain in government hands. But since we and then of course second, the concessionaire NGCP does not derive its income from systems operation functions, but mainly from the construction and maintenance of the transmission lines. So there is there are arguments for putting it back in government hands. But since we are governed by the concession contract, under which these were all transferred to NGCP to perform, the UK approach was to buy back that part of the system's operation and bring it back to government. The draft executive orders that the president has ordered us to prepare on advanced construction of transmission lines by generation companies, where NGCP's lines and substations are not present, even though they are indicated in the transmission development plan, allows the generation companies to do the advanced construction of those facilities, subject to reimbursement by NGCP. And then the second executive order is one that would allow third-party construction. That means that government and not NGCP will be able to build the necessary transmission lines, and this can be turned over after construction to NGCP. So the latest the written response that we have had from NGCP is that they are rejecting these draft executive orders, and therefore we are reporting as instructed by the executive secretary to the president on the response of NGCP, and consider other alternatives that we might have on this. So that one does not affect the system's operation, but both are important: the construction of and maintenance of the lines and the system operation function, which is the responsibility to make sure that the grid is functioning well, and the constraints, supply constraints are addressed throughout the system. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Secretary. At this point, Mr. Chair, one thing I can say is, wow, I never heard of a private company rejecting two, not one, but two draft EOs of government. Pwede ba yon? Of course, there's a concession agreement, but higher than the concession agreement, there's the law. There's the EPIRA. And even in the concession agreement, binanggit na nga, Mr. Chair, ng Good Secretary, there's a transmission development plan na ang dami-dami ng pagkukulang ng NGCP dyan. We surfaced that in many hearings. I think, okay, I'll go, dadaanan ko yung mga importanteng sinagot ni Secretary tungkol dito, but I just want to make of record my incredulity that any corporation, no matter how powerful, how rich, can actually reject two draft executive orders of government. Unbelievable. Sabi nga po, Mr. Chair, ni Secretary, the UK approach was to buy back. I don't favor this approach in the Philippines, pero kinonsider po ba yon ng DOE? Specifically regarding the possibility of returning the SO function to government mula sa NGCP and in the context ng pag-amend sa EPIRA?
Insofar as the actions that will require amendments to either the franchise of NGCP or to the EPIRA, these are the ones that we probably have to consider in the next Congress because there is lack of time on this. But as far as the buyback options are concerned, the valuation is actually the one that has been looked into by other financial institutions of the government, because we have to compute for what is the total value of the enterprise should government decide to take this back. And I would like to underline that this really depends on Congress, because the power to amend, cancel, or revise the franchise of NGCP is a congressional prerogative. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Attorney Andres.
Just to clarify, Madam Chairperson, the ERC is presently conducting a performance audit on the entire NGCP matter based on the concession agreement. And there will be an opportunity for us to have, based on the contract, a mediation and arbitration. It is not correct to say that the EO was actually rejected by the NGCP, because this is just a proposal that we are trying to bring forward based on our options under the concession agreement to have mediation or arbitration. So the two options given by Secretary Lutilla are matters that could possibly be discussed during mediation or arbitration. But we will be able to complete our performance audit within the year, and we will take the appropriate action accordingly.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
With the permission of Senator Risa, I support the decoupling of the system operator and also the network transmission owner, no, or operator for this matter. And I would assume that the system operator is a lesser investment compared to the total network transmission operator. And we're actually finalizing a bill to decouple it. And then the reason for that is national security. I truly believe that the operations, the system operations of the transmission line, which is a monopoly, no, from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, should be in the hands of government. But we admit that we want private capital to go into the expansion. So that's why we will leave the network transmission owner/operator in the private hands, so that they can put in the investment, earn from that investment. But the system operator wherein it dispatches electricity, as well as it's like ano para siyang traffic enforcer that traffics the dispatch of electricity and power plants, that is imbued with national security, and that should remain in the hands of government. And I think that is a good middle ground as to how to still proceed with the concession agreement, but we maintain the aspect of national security and protect our citizenry from potential incursions in our transmission lines. No? So we're actually finalizing a bill that will be filed, and the chairman of the Energy Committee is here, and it's something that the committee can look at and see whether that aspect warrants that decoupling is that decoupling warrants the attention, so especially in the spirit of national security.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This representation also supports that bill being finalized by the good chairman because also of the important issue of national security that he mentioned, because of the inordinate presence and stake of another country in our grid, in the grid corporation, a country na sa ngayon meron tayong not very friendly relations on various other fronts. Hindi lang sa grid, pati nga sa telecommunications, sa West Philippine Sea, pati sa maganit na problema ng mga POGO. So maraming salamat sa good chair for leading the Senate in this bill to indeed decouple the system's operation from the other aspects of grid operation. Kanina, Mr. Chair, sinabi din ng good secretary that the concessionaire doesn't derive income from the system operation, but it has derived a lot of income from other operations under the concession agreement. At yung iba sa mga ito, finlag din natin sa mga Senate committee hearing. So kahit the executive will see its way to taking the system's operation back into government hands, as several of us here in the Senate agree is the proper arrangement, hindi naman masasend away mahirap yung concessionaire, not by a long shot. So lastly, on the UK approach of buying back, napag-usapan kasi, Mr. Chair, good secretary, recently na, in fact, that was actually considered recently, and nung narinig namin yung parang ganong chismis, it was received well here. Parang, okay, di ba? At least, iniisip ng gobyerno yung iba't ibang mga paraan na posibleng mahawakan ulit ninyo yung system operation. As to the second draft EO allowing third-party construction and government construction, government building in particular, hindi ba pwede namang gawin yon ng gobyerno under DOE? Even if pumapalag yung NGCP, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, this is the point that NGCP is contesting, because they claim and in writing that this is the exclusive right under the concession agreement. So if, for example, government uses Transco, then they have indicated to us that they will take government to arbitration, and there is already a pending arbitral case between PISAM and Transco on the one hand, and NGCP on the other. So what we're looking for is really first an amicable way, and this is get NGCP's consent to express consent that we can proceed with the alternatives that are indicated in the draft executive order. But unfortunately, they have rejected the same in writing. So,
just a naughty thought, maybe you should let them take you to court. So you can defeat them in court and set an important precedent para sa proper na papel ng gobyerno in ensuring secure and affordable public services to the citizenry, utilities na in public hands, not for profit, which has its own role in the market, in the economy, but for the public good. So just a thought there. But anyway, sabi nyo nga, this can be considered in the next Congress. Again, salamat sa chair na it's already a bill being finalized even in the current Congress. So at the very least, pwede na namin talakayin dito. Marinig na po ito ng publiko, ng mga consumers. And they can also weigh in. Interesante rin po yung sinabi nyong valuation na isa pang paraan na pinopursue nyo towards the possibility of taking the system operation back into government's own hands. And salamat po sa ERC for the update that you will complete your performance audit within the year. And you could have, that could lead the way to mediation and arbitration. Though I wish the ERC better luck with that process than Transco and PISAM, as the Secretary mentioned, are currently having with the NGCP. So, and lastly on this topic, Mr. Chair, I'd just like to restate my position that the SO function in the NGCP indeed be reverted back to the state to address national security issues, as the Chair has said, and the current low degree of planning and coordination within our grid. So, Mr. Chair, if I may, dako naman po ako dun sa paksa ng affordability of electricity prices na sinimulang talakayin ni Good Secretary kanina. Can the DOE, Mr. Chair, provide the specific measures and steps lampas pa po sa usual words ng increasing competition in order to bring down electricity rates, measures and steps para gawin talagang mas affordable ang kuryente, lalo na sa mga poor households?
Mr. Chairman, Yusek.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Yusek.
Go ahead, Yusek.
Madam, for the, you know that we have the lifeline rates. However, ERC and DOE, we see that some of the difficulties lie in the fact that the distribution utilities require proof of rental agreement or proof of land ownership where the house stands. And that is giving us a hard time getting the DUs to give them the lifeline rates. So that's one. Second, for the lowering of the rates, we make sure that, for example, the SPUG areas, they still enjoy the approved rates, the SAGR for them. Now, for the rest of the grid, we expect that when we introduce new technologies, they will be expensive in the beginning. Like the FIT rates for solar in the beginning were 8 to 11 pesos, but now it's like 3 pesos 50 centavos to 4.50. We expect the same to happen for offshore wind. Offshore wind might start between 10 pesos to 16 pesos, but eventually it will go down. Same thing with pump storage hydro. In the beginning, it will be higher, but later on, it will also go down. So we are going to information campaign to the public that there is a cost to the energy transition. But to that end, ma'am, we are also in talks with other governments such that yung tinatawag na transition credits, once we have our own policy on carbon, then we would be able to enjoy the benefits of transition credits and use that to lower the rates for our people. But then we have to wait for the carbon policy in the country. Thank you, ma'am.
Salamat po, Yusek. So, yung lifeline rates, actually, importante po yung sagot nyo, Yusek, because yung sagot nyo tungkol sa lifeline rates at yung mga nagiging problema sa pag-extend nun ay talagang pinapakita yung intersection between yung energy efforts natin saka yung housing efforts, lalo na socialized or public housing. Kaya nga't may mga panukala kami, halimbawa dun sa mga socialized housing areas ng DSUD na talagang i-promote nila na may solar panels sa mga bubong or sa mga LGUs na sa mga bubong ng lahat ng mga facilities nila, covered courts man yan, barangay hall man yan, iba pa, may solar panels din para ma-facilitate yung greater energization ng kanilang komunidad. And habang painfully, slowly umaandar yung socialized housing programs natin sa gobyerno, sana natutugunan yung mga problema na, oo nga, ano yung bona fides na pwedeng ipakita ng heads of household na sila'y nagre-renta doon or silang may-ari doon. Kailangan, parang naghahabulan yung housing programs natin and yung electrification programs natin as far as affordability is also concerned. Tungkol dun sa lowering of rates sa SPAG areas and then yung introduction of initially expensive new technology. Sabi nyo nga, there's a cost to energy transition. Siyempre, gusto natin umabot dun sa RE future or predominantly RE future na yon. Ironically and painfully, kung magiging hadlang yung cost ng transition doon, ang pinakamahadlangan, ang pinakamaiiwan sa labas ng gate o sa labas ng pader ay yung mga taong pinakanangangailangan. Yung mga underserved at unserved ngayon, yung mga mahihirap. So, in terms of specific measures and steps, sana further thinking pa on the part of the DOE, ano yung pwedeng gawin para inclusive itong energy transition na ito. Salamat dun sa update, sa talks with other governments on transition credits, yung carbon policy. Sana di lang masustain ito pero ma-accelerate din dahil sigurado ko naman dun sa ibang mga bansa, meron din silang mga mahihirap na at saka underserved na I don't know if regionally there can be some kind of scaling up nung mga efforts ng bawat national government. Hindi ko pa alam, I'm just thinking aloud here, no, para gawing mas abot kaya talaga yung kuryente sa mga mahihirap sa iba't ibang mga bansa, lalo na yung nasa region natin na ka-level natin ng development or developing. Just for the record, Mr. Chair, official data on the electricity price index para sa bottom 30% ng households sa Pilipinas shows an increasing trend. May table po ako dito na yung electricity prices ay tumataas ng mas mabilis pa sa mga area sa labas ng Metro Manila. At doon yung kung saan karamihan ng mga unserved ay nakatira. And ironic din ito kahit sa usapin ng return on investments kasi yung mga households, lalo na yung mga mahihirap na households, ay main market pa rin naman para sa kuryente sa Pilipinas ngayon. Pero again, ang daming multiple ironies dahil sa high electricity rates natin, yung industrial sector ay lalong nag-shrink. And ang residential consumers now account for over a third of the demand for electricity. At yun na nga, karamihan ng residential na yun ay mga mahihirap. So, paano po pinaplano ng DOE and the rest of the energy family, pinaplano na i-reverse ang trend na ito? I-reverse yung trend na sa labas ng Metro Manila, mas mabilis na tumataas ang electricity rates. I-reverse yung trend ng shrinking ng industrial sector sa demand for electricity at lumalaki yung residential na mas malaki namang percentage ng residential na yon ay mga mahihirap na hindi maka-afford. So, ano yung plano para i-reverse yung trend? Paano ito iba sa mga past measures natin? Year 23 na po ng EPIRA, competition pa rin ba ang problema talaga? Or may better explanation ba tayo? May mas truthful explanation po ba tayo tungkol dito? Ang DOE, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, before I ask Yusek Geb to explain further on that, so definitely in the case of, as correctly pointed out by Senator Ontiveros, the cost, especially in the missionary areas, the total cost, including the subsidy, is high because of our over dependence on petroleum-based fuel, and that's why the thrust of all the agencies concerned is to go for more renewable energy. There is still space, or there is still a need for fossil fuels to balance the variability of renewable energy, but that at the end of the day, that is the direction that we all have to take. For industrial uses, the own use, renewable energy for own use is also encouraged, and even other technologies, so that they can be for RE, the embedded capacity that is allowed is now at 10 megawatts for each distribution utility, without having to go through competitive selection process. So there are all of these are the thrust towards RE, and all the others are designed to meet towards that point. It's good that you pointed out, Madam Senator, the efforts by the housing agencies, because as we have discussed with Secretary Acusar, that's why they want to provide for solar in the housing units that they are building. Then that's why they are also opting, in the case of water, they are also opting for use and recycling of the water, and which can also use renewable energy for that purpose. So yes, it has to be approached in this manner, so that the total cost, the impact on the households that deserve a lower or more affordable levels of power can be met. Yeah.
Salamat, Sec. Before we go to you, sige po, Yusek. Mr. Chair, Yusek Ventebella.
Sec Fentevella,
Hi.
recognized.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Chair, Madam Senators, Senator Jinggoy. So, first about inclusivity. So, everybody is encouraged by the Department of Energy to participate in the transition. And the first step that we really encourage everyone to do is to exercise energy efficiency and conservation. So we have a lot of strategies, given that the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Law is a comprehensive one that was passed by Congress. So that the choice of purchasing the proper appliances and the labeling of the appliances from the 1-star to the 5-star most energy efficient and the minimum energy performance is being implemented. Another strategy under energy efficiency is on the behavior of setting the air conditioners, the electric fans, na number 1 lang para sa mga mahirap at nakatutok sa atin, hindi kung saan-saan pumapalo. So, kasama rin po yung disenyo ng building at kasama rin po yung pag-train. I heard that GAD, sinasabi natin gender and development, yung pag-train ng energy conservation officers, auditors, and the like, and even the accreditation of energy service companies. So, yung strategy ng EEC is later on upgraded into integration of new technologies, which includes renewable energy, which includes the IT. So you have the synergies of EEC and RE. Emphasis on EEC first, because even if we, for example, we have a base or a command center that utilizes a lot of desktop, but the performance of the function can be addressed by using laptops, you save already 50% of electricity. So that's when we elevate the RE and the putting up of the proper mechanical and electrical systems in the building. So yun yung comprehensive approach natin. And the Secretary mentioned own use. Why is it important? Because under IPIRA, it's not just competition but choice. So pwede tayong mamili kasi ang ini-encourage ni IPIRA is true cost, and yung choice na yon, gusto ba natin mamili sa system, at pag namili tayo sa system, i-charge tayo ng universal charges and other taxes, which is estimated to be 15 to 20%. So the Secretary mentioned that industrialization own use is being encouraged because it is a tax avoidance scheme that they can utilize. Now, we also appreciate the passage of Congress that it passed the Create More because it enables locators in economic zones to compete with our neighbors who subsidize their electricity rates by almost 50%. So how we are doing it is I think we increased from 50% additional deductions from power expenses to 100%. So yun yung isa sa mga strategies na pwede nating maging mapababa yung electricity cost natin. And we have net metering that we upgrade further the own use to net metering, which encourages or which gives that option to have an exchange and earn from the savings. And dyan na pumapasok din yung sinasabi ni Yusek Guevara na pwede maging tax credits or emissions credits. So from net metering, we have the green energy option, which is the holy grail ang sinasabi ng ERC ng ARCOA. This is the smaller scale because at 100 kilowatts user, you can already exercise your option to go green and have your own licensing na mas mababa doon sa nakokontrata ng distribution utilities. Now, for the distribution utilities to have contracts, you have the CSP, the competitive selection process, which should be enhanced further so that there will be lesser time for approvals of such power supply agreements entered into between the DUs and the generators. That's where the competition comes in as well. So from there, we also have the directly connected customers. Ito po yung mga customer natin na kailangan nilang magkabit kaagad o mag-put up ng facility na hindi kaya ng saluhin ng distribution utility, kaya dumidiretso sa transmission line. So, lahat po yan ng strategies na yan, pwede siyang maka-affect kung magre-recalibrate tayo ng reformulation ng lifeline rates. Kasi true cost tayo, so we have to identify and pinpoint sino yung dapat makinabang doon sa mga subsidies or isa-subsidize natin. And nakatali po yan doon sa extension ng lifeline rate law na 4Ps or yung mga indigents na mayroong certificate from the barangay can avail of those lifeline rates. So, pag indigent tayo or 4Ps tayo and umabot tayo doon sa threshold na pwedeng i-adjust ng energy ng regulator, so yun po yung pwedeng i-subsidize ng mga consumers doon sa lifeline raters. So doon, paano tayo mag-encourage ng tamang pagpapalista ng ating mga consumer kasi mababa po yung nagrehistro na gustong gumamit ng lifeline rate. So nagkikipagtulungan na po yung DOE at DSWD para masulong yung pagparehistro sa lifeline rate. So the others that we are saying is not only the taxes, sa own use, tax avoidance, but also the usage of technology. So now, ang sample lang po ng teknolohiya, kung dati may komplikado tayong flashlight, ngayon po ang flashlight na ginagamit ay yung flashlight ng telepono, which is very efficient and very handy, and how we can also integrate further the IT. So from the macro side of analyzing indigenous supply and the like, to the choices that are given to the consumers because of it's made possible by IPIRA. And that's where we strengthen it further with ERC and PISAM being extended. So how do we preserve the good points of IPIRA for own use, for choices, for competition, and that of the EEC na pinasa natin? So when we present all these strategies, the Department of Energy does not only look at IPIRA. It also looks at the oil deregulation law before IPIRA. Then after the IPIRA, you have the Biofuels Law Act. Then after the Biofuels Law, you have the RE Act. So it's a combination of fundamental laws that were placed that we have improved further on that march towards clean and indigenous and renewable sources. So steady po tayong umaabante. And meron din tayo sa lahat ng customers na dapat may porsyento doon sa supply nila na dapat bilhin from renewables. And that is the renewable portfolio standards. From 1% to 2.52, we increased. And yun yung ability natin na maabot yung target natin na 35% by 2030 na renewable energy sa ating generation mix. So these are the strategies that have been given to the Department of Energy and the Energy Family and the country because of the fundamental laws na pinasa na. So from EEC up to the more complicated ones, yun po yung advantage ng bansa natin and how we allocate incentives, how we strategize to avoid pay taxes, that's probably where we can see how we can save more. As far as electricity costs are concerned. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, of course, Mr. Chair. I'll gladly suspend and give way to the SP Pro Tempore. Just one quick comment to the very well appreciated inputs of Yusek Fuentebella. I mean, tama po kayo, tinitignan nyo rin and therefore kailangan din namin tignan yung iba't ibang mga batas sa enerhiya. Pero syempre para lang, kumbaga yung Biblia na tinitignan namin ay yung EPIRA, pulling all these or synchronizing all these, lalo na as tatrabahuin namin yung mga pag-amyenda nito, including yung proposed amendments coming from the energy family. And it seems nga na may mga iba sa mga kasalukuyang measures, merong iba na katulad sa dati. And at least hindi na lang kompetisyon yung tinitingnang problema, although it still seems to be seen as one of the prime problems. Kaya actually, Mr. Chair, medyo nalungkot ako kanina marinig na yung ARCOA, yung Holy Grail. Kasi akala ko yung yung affordable energy for all. Para sa akin, yun ang Holy Grail at sana yung ERC ang galahad niyan if kung alam niyo yung mythology na yan, very precious sa marami sa atin. And lastly, at this point, Mr. Chair, before I suspend and give way to the SP Pro Tempore, sabi nga kanina ni Yusek Fuentebella, it's not just competition, but choice. So, gusto ko lang hingiin yung dagdag na pagtingin ng DOE na just as yung mga at underserved, yung mga mahihirap, yung mga unenergized ay pinaka kulang ang capacity sa ngayon makipag-compete, pumasok at lumaro sa larang iyon ng kompetisyon. Sila rin yung pinaka-choice poor sa ngayon. Yung mga households na yon, sila yung pinaka-kaunting usable income para pumili ng appliances, bagamat all of us citizens, kahit yung mga indigent, kahit mga 4Ps, mahalagang impormasyon to sa inyong information campaign. Pero the reality also is, sila yung pinaka-kaunti or minsan walang choice sa appliances at sa behavior sa paggamit dahil insecure sila na pagdating ng summer sasakit na naman ang ulo ng mga anak ko, hindi makapag-aral. Pagdating ng summer made-dehydrate ba kami dahil kulang sa tubig, kulang sa ventilador para hindi magkasakit. Pag hindi kami energized, yun, no? Electricity poor talaga. Kung by some good miracle or good program, konektado kami at energized, pero pag magka red or yellow alert, lalo na sa summer, paano na kami? So, yun lang. Maraming salamat. The input was so important, very illuminating. And hingin ko na lang yung patuloy at dagdag na atensyon ng DOE dun sa mga pinaka hindi kayang mag-compete at pinaka hindi kayang or walang or konting-konting choices na naghuhumingi pa rin ng pangunahing atensyon ng DOE. Salamat, Mr. Chair. And at this point, I will suspend to give way to the SP pro tempore.
I think you said Sharon has some
Yes, Mr.
interjection.
Chair, I just wanted to correct the budget of NEPIO, of nuclear in the Department of Energy is 45 million. The 1 billion or 880 is probably under PNRI, which is under DOST, ma'am. So, dun yung malaking budget, but for the energy use, that's only 45 million under DOE. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. You said
Salamat, Mr. Chair. One last, so in that case, baka DOE can champion RE more than PNRI necessarily champions nuclear energy. Just a suggestion. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Chair, the budget for RE is 171 million as against the 45 million only for nuclear, even from the policy side.
we recognize our Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Jinggoy Estrada.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Risa. And good morning to everyone. Of course, to my colleague here, Senator Pia Cayetano. Let it be said that I am in favor of approving the budget of the Department of Energy. But I would just like to ask some clarificatory questions. May I know, with regard to the renewable energy, how many projects are there in Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao?
Mr. Chair, may I ask you something?
Yes, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
The total number of renewable energy projects with service contracts is more than 1,300.
1,000 all over the country.
Apo.
All right. What are the current contributions of renewable energy sources to the national grid, and how does it how does this compare to fossil fuels?
As shown kanina po, nasa more than, pagka in terms of capacity, we are 32% sa megawatts. Sa megawatt hours po, 22% po.
22%.
Apo.
All right. May I know how are the public-private partnerships being leveraged to finance and develop renewable energy projects?
In terms of renewable energy, all our project developers are private.
Okay. What is the current status of the solar energy here in our country?
In terms of capacity po?
Yes.
I will have to ask the exact number from our renewable energy team, sir.
Solar account.
10% on solar. Around 5% po, sir.
Right. What criteria does the department use to assess the feasibility and economic viability of solar service contracts during the pre-development stage? Because I am quite bothered because I have a report here that based on the list of awarded solar power projects published by your department as of March 2024, there are 473 service contracts issued to different developers. Yes, am I correct? And these solar service contracts represents around 32,359 megawatts of solar projects, which were committed to be undertaken by different developers, including Solar Philippines and its affiliates. Okay, out of the 473 solar service contracts issued, 36 contracts were awarded to Solar Philippines and its affiliates. Am I correct?
Actually, sir, 42 po.
42, not 36, not 36. All right, I stand corrected. And it must be noted, however, that these 42 solar service contracts represent how many percent of the awarded solar service contracts?
About 10% po.
More than?
10%.
Since you're,
Ay, number po is 10%.
Yes.
Pero
No,
in terms of
capacity,
capacity,
more than 30%?
I would say, sir.
More than 30%?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thus, out of the 32,259 megawatts, Solar Philippines has committed to develop and deliver at least 10,000 megawatts of solar power projects. Am I correct?
Correct po.
All right. The 10,000 megawatt commitment does not include yet the capacity from the 6 other service contracts, which Solar Philippines has not declared. Number 1, the Cardona Floating Solar Power Project, the Kabatang Tiaong Solar Power Project, the Tayaba Solar Power Project, the Maragondon Naik 1 Solar Power Project, El Nido Solar Power Project, and the Puerto Princesa Solar Power Project. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And out of the 10,000 megawatts committed by Solar Philippines and its affiliates, only 174.41 megawatts or 2% has been completed and in commercial operations. 357.98 megawatts, equivalent to 4% of the total commitment, is in a development stage, while a vast majority, equivalent to 96%, of the total commitment are not yet in development phase and remain to be in various stages of pre-development. How can this affect the department, the target?
Thank you for that question, sir. Actually, for the Solar Philippines, 8 solar projects are under commercial operation, 6 solar and 1 wind projects under the winning bids under the green energy auction, and 21 solar projects are ongoing process for termination because the projects are not moving based on the work program. And then 5 of those projects already relinquished or surrendered the contract to the department, and 2 are already transferred to Prime Infra. So, sir, you are correct. The impact of 10 gigawatts of power from solar is large. But there are also other solar developers that are succeeding. For example, ASEN was able to deliver over 300 megawatts in advance from San Marcelino project.
Okay.
And then,
You mentioned San Marcelino, that is in Zambales?
Yes, sir.
All right. Alam niyo, taga Zambales po ako, no? And napansin ko lang dito sa table of or summary of the awarded projects, renewable energy projects, under the Renewable Energy Law of 2008, meron awarded projects sa Solar Philippines, the IBA and Palawig Solar Power Projects. No? It is still under pre-development. No? Yung IBA Palawig Solar Power Project, awarded to Solar Philippines, still on the pre-development stage. The IBA Palawig 2 Solar Power Project, still in the pre-development stage and awarded to Solar Philippines. Yung San Marcelino Solar Power Project Phase 3, still under the pre-development stage, and the rest are in the development stage. I'm just talking about the province of Zambales. Up to now, bakit nasa pre-development stage pa sila?
sir, ang pinakamahirap na portion po yung acquisition of the land, either by rent or by buying it. So, before po, yung policy namin, hindi po kailangan yung possessory rights at the beginning when we give the service contracts. But in the new guidelines that we issued, they will have to have the possessory rights before we give the service contract.
Hindi nyo ba pinipinalize itong mga ganitong klaseng nagva-violate ng contract?
Termination po of the contract ang nangyayari. So as I mentioned, 21 of the contracts are already being processed for termination because they're not able to deliver the scheduled targets in the work program.
How do you monitor the project timelines to ensure that the developers meet their contractual obligations, particularly in unforeseen challenges like supply chain issues or geopolitical risks?
Sir, we have regular reports coming from the developers. And if they do not report, we actually write a letter to them to submit the regular reports. And based on the report, we compare that with the work plan that they submitted and which we have approved. And if there is slippage in the schedule, then we actually do a visit to the plant and see what's going on. If we see that there's nothing going on, then we are going to go for a termination process of that service contract.
If I can interject.
please.
Don't they have to have possession of the land before they're given the service contract?
Sir, in the old guidelines, hindi po.
Okay, in the new guidelines, now they have, what do you call that?
Possessory rights.
Possessory rights. When did that start?
Actually po, 4 months ago.
Just 4 months ago?
Yes po.
So in the olden days, you can ask for a service contract pero wala ka pang lupa. And then that's where Senator Pia's question comes in, because you can hold on the service contract and then just ask for an extension because you're looking for the land. But in the meantime, yung service contract walang nangyayari.
Mr. Chair, actually, the last 3.5 months, we have taken, kasi po sinarado muna namin yung EVOS for new applications because we're actually fixing the processes using the new omnibus guidelines that was issued about 3.5 months ago. And so because of that, we're also taking the time to terminate the projects that we see are, just sitting on the contract and nothing moving. So we are in that process. So kaliwat kanan po ang issuance namin ngayon ng mga termination ng projects.
100 service contracts you're now cleaning up because not how many of these 1,300 have lands o meron silang lupa? This one
Sir,
have land. Itong 1,300, these are service contract but not all of them have land.
Sir, yung nangangailangan ng lupa is the solar. So dun sa 400 plus service contracts.
400, okay. How many
Yes,
of
sir.
those have lands already?
Sir, siguro mga 20% lang doon, sir.
So the 80% don't have land.
Sir, they're in the process of acquiring.
Yeah, but the acquiring can take to you 20 years, 50
Sir.
years, 100 years.
Sir, if they are not able to do it within the first 5 years, they will be terminated. May ganun pong clause.
Okay. But
And
they
it
can
keeps
extend.
Hindi, sir. Hindi na kami nagpapa-extend.
Okay.
To be clear, if it's okay, no? So you're saying within the first 5 years, but under your new guidelines, they now must have possessory rights. So wala nang 5 years yun. They have to have possessory rights and then whatever other steps. And you have very clear timelines for those steps. Yeah, I mentioned that because I was telling Senator Gatchalian na in the Committee on Education, the budget of education, and then the budget of health, which I chair, it's exactly the same problem. So it's very frustrating for me to listen. It's the same problem, but exactly what happened with DepEd around 6 years ago when I started hearing their budget, ang delays were on the part of DPWH. Because pagpasok ng DPWH, hindi pa pwede, walang lupa, bawal dun sa lugar na yon. So now, you cannot even put that school on a list unless all of those checks are checked, because otherwise you're wasting time. And then the same thing with DOH. Ang delays din nila is because yung lupa kung saan gusto ng kung mayor man yon or governor or whoever, bawal din mag-ano doon. So it's exactly the same problem. So you have to be very firm about that, because otherwise every budget, it's going to be the same thing. So I'm glad you have those guidelines. But, I want to have a separate hearing on this, on all of these delays of the service contracts. Kasi sayang ang time, no? Like, kami, we keep on defending na we'll go renewable, pero yung pala, it's in the hands of a handful of people, and we're hostage to that. So, anyway, I just have
Mr. Chair.
on this. Thank you, sorry.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Chair, just to add to the discussion, when there are service contracts issued, normally there's also a performance band that goes with it. And any violation of that service agreement or contract can be executed through that performance band. So that's probably a measure that we can do, be more diligent in enforcing this performance ban. Against this performance ban, yeah.
Thank you. To continue, Yusek, what will happen after the termination of contracts? Do you rebid it again?
Basically po, pwede pong may ibang mag-apply for service contract for the areas that are freed up because of the termination of contract.
All right. Okay, let's proceed now with the green energy auction program. Can you please enlighten this representation with regard to your program?
So for the green energy auction, we give an announcement and say na in Luzon, we need this much solar or this much wind. By technology po, nakahiwalay. Tapos nakalagay din kung kailan yung delivery dates, 2024, 2025, and so on. So we have done 2 green energy auctions. So the first one, in 2022, we awarded about 1,800 megawatts. And then last June 2023, we awarded over 3,000 megawatts. Tapos may upcoming po tayong Green Energy Auction number 3, specifically for hydro and geothermal. And then for Green Energy Auction 4, ang gagawin po natin may combination po ng renewable energy plus energy storage system.
To sa auction number 1, how many megawatts have you awarded?
1,800.
1,800. You awarded it to what entity?
Various entities po, pero 1,300 is to SP.
SP.
Solar Philippines.
All right. During the first auction, Solar Philippines and its affiliates were awarded a total of approximately 1,350 megawatts across the following projects: Concepcion Tarlac 2 Solar Power Project, Santa Rosa Nueva Ecija 2 Solar Power Project, Tayabas Solar Power Project, and the Kananga Ormoc Solar Power Project, the Gensan Solar Power Projects. And these projects were committed to be delivered on or before December 2025. Following the issuance of the Notice of Award, SP and its affiliates had to post performance bonds equivalent to at least 6.75 billion, 13.2, mas mataas pa, doble to guarantee the performance of its obligation. Yes. And out of the 5 projects which I've mentioned earlier, only the Santa Rosa Nueva Ecija 2 Solar Power Project has been declared to be in the development phase. And the remaining 4 projects, representing 1,070 megawatts, remain to be in the pre-development phase. And curious to note that while the SP already declared Santa Rosa project to be in the development stage, its affiliate, SPNEC, recently asked to withdraw or terminate its notice of award on the ground of force majeure. And apparently, your department rejected the request to withdraw, and SPNEC thereafter declared that it will replace the 280 megawatts with another site. Am I correct? And is it safe to conclude that given your answers to my questions, that Solar Philippines does not have the ability or the resources to perform their obligations under the service contracts with the DOE, with the government?
In some case po, meron siyang may delay talaga siya because the transmission is not available. Meron pong particular projects dyan na gano'n ang case. For the others po, talagang delayed po talaga siya.
Oh, wow.
And we have written
so the delay, is it
acquisition
force
of the
majeure?
acquisition of the land, sir.
Kaninong problema yun sa kanila? So, what action have you taken?
We have reminded them that they need to repose the performance bond before the lapse of the performance bond, and that if there is force majeure, pag nawala na yung condition ng force majeure, they have to continue with the project. Otherwise, they have to pay the performance bond.
All right. My conclusion is that while other project developers take an average of around 2 to 3 years to develop solar power projects, Solar Philippines and its affiliates have taken more than 3 years to even take its projects to development phase, and much longer for actual construction. Bakit masyadong pinagkakatiwalaan itong Solar Philippines? Why do you keep on awarding contracts to them?
These were awarded in the past, sir. The previous.
All right.
Sir.
Not during your tenure. Kanino yun?
Previous.
Sino? Sino ba ang secretary dati? Alright.
Mr. Chair, just to add,
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
yung in-award kasi 2017 pa yung iba eh. So you can tell now in which time that was. And some haven't moved at all.
Under the former administration, kay secretary, ayaw mo sabihin.
Ano magsasabi? Secretary Kusi.
Okay. Sige. Yes,
Senator, just as context, that was the first green energy auction.
Okay.
And at that time, as you know, while government was pushing it, the market did not seem to be as responsive as it is now. So in that, I think we also have to look at it in that context. If there were only, you said there were only how many winners from that green energy auction program? Only a handful, right? Who participated in the bid, and that's why it's a disproportionately high number of megawatts that went eight ba? Or yeah, only around 8 companies participated in that.
Meron pang second round, no? Green, itong JEA 2. And again, Solar Philippines was again declared the winning bidder and was awarded 20 megawatts for its Santa Rosa Nueva Ecija solar power project. I mean, hindi na nadala. Pinapanalo ulit. Tama ba?
Okay.
Hindi kayo yan. Kayo na. About yung binigyan, alam mo ng...
Sir, hindi kasi siya disqualified as of that time eh.
Oh.
As of that time, sir, hindi
As
pa
of
siya
that time?
disqualified.
Ngayon,
Yes, sir.
disqualified na.
Sir, we are going to be issuing the terms of reference soon.
It includes,
Actually, sir,
existing projects.
No, sir. This has to be new projects.
Yeah, I mean, the terms of reference will include the status of existing projects. Can you?
Yes, sir. The performance or non-performance of projects will be included, sir.
can I just clarify for the record? Yeah.
You said.
So when we hold a green energy auction, it is a fair and competitive process wherein if you are qualified and you have bidded below the ceiling as approved by the Energy Regulatory Commission, that determines the winner. And yung performance nila, no, nakatali sa isang subsidiary obligation which is called the performance bond para hindi katawa-tawa yung pagsali nila sa auction. So yun yung security na hinihingi ng government. So that was what happened in the Green Energy Auction 1.
Okay, in the past, have you called any bond? Meron in the past? I'm
May isa
curious
po- May isa, sir, na nag-pull out. So, nagbayad siya 100 million.
ng kinoling bond.
Kinol po namin.
When was this?
2022.
Oh, just okay.
Okay. My conclusion, Mr. Chair, out of the 32,359 megawatts solar service contracts issued, other developers have either already fully delivered or are in development stage for around 22,000 megawatts, while the remaining 10,000 megawatts remains dependent on Solar Philippines. And this could greatly comprise the DOE's ability to meet its commitment to transition to renewable energy. So I hope you take this matter into serious consideration. And while the DOE holds performance bonds to penalize Solar Philippines for its inability to honor its commitment, the drastic measure of drawing against bonds and securities is never a preferred option, as it will never be sufficient to answer the damages the government will incur because of the inability to reach its targets. Mr. Secretary, just very curious lang ako. In case there is a violation of the franchise agreement of a developer, ano ba ang pwede gawin ng department?
Pagka nagkaroon po ng violation dun sa kanyang service contract, may iba't ibang klase po ng ano. Pero the worst is the termination po of the service contract.
Termination of the service contract. Okay. Thank you, Yusek.
And pagka po sa mga ating green energy auction, they might not be qualified to join. Future ones.
In the future, parang kung baga sa mga politiko, hindi na pwedeng tumakbo in the future, ganon. Ha? Barred from holding public office in the future. Parang ganon lang yan. Yes,
Mr. Chair, kung part ka kasi ng GEA, may privileges ka na niyan eh. Hindi ka na kailangan mag-go through the bidding, no? May advantages talaga, kaya pinag-aagawan talaga yan. Now, why is the same company awarded? Because they qualify naman. We cannot deny naman their rights if they qualify legally. Ang problema ng
but they have a poor performance, you say.
may poor performance ngayon na, sir, nakikita na natin.
Yes.
Because at that time, nung dating GEA,
Qualified pa.
qualified pa naman. So, ngayon,
Were you
it's the next one.
were you in the previous administration before, no?
Wala pa, wala.
Okay. Yes, I know, of course. I know Sharon.
But I was, so ang problema talaga sa DOE niyan, kasi yung mga parang halos committed projects na yan eh, naka-insert na yan sa planning. Now we project 35% in 20, mga ganon, and by 2040 we should have 50%. All those contracts that has been awarded in the auction is part of that plan already. So ngayon, pag hindi nag-deliver, yes, there is a penalty, i-call mo yung ban, but actually the bigger effect is the planning of DOE and the whole country's energy security, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Risa.
Senator Risa, you may continue.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Huling point na lang for the record at saka isang hiling din sa DOE, kaugnay nung kaninang pinag-usapan natin na yung affordability of electricity prices. In relation to that topic, Mr. Chair, may I ask DOE to submit to this committee through the chair the results of the 2018 Household Electricity Consumption Survey. The latest available survey is too old and dated, 2011 pa po. And I'll make of record here the important data there. And DOE should actually be releasing this data annually. So please submit the 2018 HEX results ASAP, as this may have budgetary implications, especially with regard to your energy agenda of providing affordable electricity to all. Ang ilan sa importanteng data doon, Mr. Chair, na we hope to receive as official communication from DOE dito sa government's HEX survey of 2011, 6 out of 10 families with electricity earn less than 10,000 pesos a month. Baka hindi pa nila ma-afford yung, magkano ba yun, yung sinabi ng NEDA na kaya nating 64 pesos ba yun? Lamang per meal? Sino kaya yun? Sorry po? 21 pesos per meal. Sino kaya yun? Mabubusog doon. So, less than 10,000 pesos a month po kinikita ng 6 sa 10 pamilya na may kuryente. The average monthly consumption of these 6 out of 10 households is only 56 kilowatt hours. At kung 4 members per household, which is not the average size of the Filipino family or household, 14 kilowatt hours lamang per person per month. Kung ikumpara po natin sa modern energy minimum, which is 1,000 kilowatts per person per annum, that would translate to teka na, naisulat ko na kanina na wala ko pa. That would translate to 83 kilowatts per person per month compared to the current 56 kilowatt hours rather per person per month. So 67% lamang. Further about this modern energy minimum, yung 1,000 kilowatt hours per annum is 700 kilowatts or 70% to the economy, but 300 kilowatt hours per capita. So I'll correct myself here, not 83 kilowatts, 25 kilowatt hours per person per month ang modern energy minimum. Still above the 14 kilowatt hours na kinuwenta ng HEX para sa bawat household at only 4 members per household. So liliit pa yan pag alam natin na sinabi natin na actually 6 siguro or 5 ang average size of Filipino household. So 6 out of 10 households do not therefore even qualify to participate in the green option program. So na-exclude pa kahit sa pag-achieve natin ng ecological targets natin. So that part for the record, Mr. Chair, and then yung aking pong hiling na maisumite ng DOE yung resulta ng HEX 2018 survey, Mr. Chair. And then lastly po, Mr. Chair, yung huling paksa ko para ngayong araw, yung strengthening the Energy Regulatory Commission. So, una po, Mr. Chair, tungkol sa inyong budget.
Sorry.
Yes, Mr. Chair, si Yusek Fuentebella.
Yeah, just to clarify, the HEX will be concluded this December 2024. This
Actually,
year.
you're telling me po, Yusek,
Yes.
it will be concluded this December na po.
December 20.
Okay. Pero preliminarily, kung mahingi po yung HEX results of 2018, kasi yung na-access lang po namin 2011. Wala pong 2018?
Wala po.
Oh, my God.
That's why we insisted that we have a HEX.
Opo. So, paki na lang po by December if we can have through the
If we can
chair
have
the
it, yeah.
2024. Wow. So
Senator,
every 13 years pala to.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chair,
I just
good
wanted to
secretary.
explain that precisely we want this to be done regularly, but the budget has only been available intermittently. So what we have requested NEDA is to make this a regular requirement for the Philippine Statistics Authority to conduct regularly, and a budget will be allocated also regularly. So we're asking for every 5 years so that we will be able to use the results in a timely manner. Thank you.
Salamat, Good Secretary. Salamat, Mr. Chair. It's a very welcome request to hear from the DOE to the NEDA. Kasi nakaka-shock talaga kung every baker's dozen years lang magkakaroon. So, mas okay po yung 1/3 that time every half decade. Okay po. So, every 5 years tapos budget. So, yun na nga po, Mr. Chair, tungkol sa pagpapalakas ng ERC. So, una nga po tungkol sa budget ng commission. So, according to the LBRMO budget briefer, ERC continues to suffer budget cuts with a 27.7% cut, according to the LBRMO, in its proposed 2025 appropriations, on top of a 10.4% decline in its 2024 budget. Pero nababasa ko po dito sa presentation nyo kanina, hindi lang 27% cut, 38.95% cut. So pwede po bang ipaliwanag sa atin, Mr. Chair, bakit ba patuloy na binabawasan ng gobyerno ang budget nyo samantalang binibigyan kayo ng mas maraming load na dinedemand ng inyong laging dumadagdag na regulatory work? May sasaklawin pa kayong bagong industriya sakaling maipasa na ang panukalang Philippine Natural Gas Development Act.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You're very correct that there are formidable demands imposed on the ERC. However, there is a declining support with respect to the budget. And part of the budget request that we are putting forward refers to important technical consultancy services that amounts to around 239 million. and that is not part of the NEP. Without this budget being given to the ERC, definitely we will be unable to do properly the technical work that is expected of the ERC, because we need to acquire and engage the services of experts and technical people in line with rate fixing. So that is our appeal to this committee, that with respect to the budget that is not provided under the NEP, which amounts to around 289 million, it could possibly be restored, because these are essential services that we need within our means.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Actually, mamaya, sa patapos ng pagtatanong ko sa pagpapalakas ng ERC, may itatanong din po ako tungkol dun sa optimal na paggamit ng budgets para nga sa mga consultancies, no? Kaugnay ng rate resetting, at kaugnay ng yung pag-recompute ng walang kamatayang WACC. But in any case po. So, bakit hindi po na-appreciate ng gobyerno ito na you need these budget items, bigger not smaller, para sa technical consultancies and others?
Well, in previous years, we requested the same amount of budget, and continuously the NEP provided only probably one-fifth of what we were requesting, but somehow Congress was able to provide the means by which to restore the amount because of the interventions of important senators.
And also some less important senators.
And
Nagbibiro lang po ako, Chair. So, na-appreciate ng legislature. So, bakit parang DBM or yung kabuang DBCC, bakit kulang po yung, bakit kayo binabawasan sa halip na dinadagdagan? I mean, the legislature adds, but the executive subtracts. Bakit ganun po?
to my mind, Madam Chairperson, we need to have a more effective communications plan to show really the mandate of ERC and how we are able to accomplish this, how we are able to touch the lives of ordinary Filipinos based on the work that the ERC is doing. Just to add to the discussion earlier on the lifeline rates, when we started the EPIRA more than 20 years ago, there were registrations on lifeline rates amounting to 6 million. But now, under the amended law in 2022, it's down to 500,000. So the spirit of the law with respect to the lifeline rate subscribers is not being fully implemented, and we are now taking more proactive steps to have more registrations on lifeline subscribers. You also mentioned earlier DSUD, Department of Housing, as being part of this effort. I also think that the beneficiaries, the housing beneficiaries, are proper lifeline rate subscribers, and we will take a proactive step here, coordinating with DSUD to get the list, alpha list of those housing beneficiaries who I believe are also 4-piece beneficiaries. So we will hopefully expand or double at least all of these lifeline subscribers. We will also engage with the distribution utilities for them to provide this more efficiently, because if they are asking for so many technical requirements that are too cumbersome, the spirit of the law here will not be given effect.
Salamat, Chair, Attorney. Bait nyo talaga. Ginawa nyo pang kasalanan ng ERC na kulang kayo sa effective communication plan. Well, I'll leave it at that for now. Basta suffice it to say na yung information nyo nakarating at nakakarating sa amin dito sa Senado at naintindihan po namin kayo. And I hope that the whole of the executive will do the same pati sa usapin ng budget ninyo. Pangalawa po, Mr. Chair, tungkol sa organisasyon ng ERC. One objective of EPIRA is to establish a strong and purely independent regulatory body. Lalo na at ang regulated entities ay mga monopolyo katulad ng transmission at distribution. Dahil monopolyo ang mga ito, ang ERC ay itinayo upang i-regulate ang kanilang singil sa kuryente upang maiwasan ang posibleng pag-abuso ng mga ito sa kanilang dominanteng posisyon. Sa ilalim ng EPIRA, ERC ang inatasang magtakda ng transmission wheeling rates at distribution wheeling rates. Ang pagtakda ng rates ng mga ito ay sa pamamagitan ng tinatawag na regulatory rate reset process. Nasabi po ninyo noon sa mga nakaraang pagdinig ng Senado, nasabi po ng ERC, na para magawa ito ay eto nga, nag-hire pa kayo ng mga expert consultants na binabayaran ninyo ng malaking halaga upang matulungan ng ERC sa pagtakda halimbawa ng tamang weighted average cost of capital o WACC o ang rate of return ng business entities na makakuha ng profit mula sa mga serbisyo nito. Ngayon, kung naglalaan ang ERC ng milyong-milyong pera ng taong bayan sa pagtatakda ng rates, hindi ba marapat lamang na mabusisi kung una, nakakapag-rate reset ba ang ERC ayon sa mandato nito sa ilalim ng EPIRA at kung nagagamit ba ng tama ang pera ng taong bayan sa pagsasagawa ng rate reset. So, Mr. Chair, for the record, kailan po yung huling rate reset ng NGCP?
May I refer that question to our more senior commissioners?
Mr. Chair, may more and less important senators, may more and less senior commissioners din pala.
Senior,
Yes,
not in
Mr.
age,
Chair.
not in age, no, but in length of service. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yung pinakahuling rate reset po ng NGCP na actually ngayon po ongoing pero patapos na po. Ito po yung para sa tinatawag na fourth regulatory period. Tapos na po ang pag-uusap ng komisyon dito. Meron na pong ilalabas at ipopost na draft final determination. Maaalala nyo po, nung October of 2023, nag-post po ang komisyon ng tinatawag na draft partial determination kasi yun po ay nagko-cover sa years 2016 up to 2020. Dahil yung pong ginawang pag-aaral ng mga consultant nung panahon na yon, ang available lamang ay hanggang taong 2020. Thus, the studies continued and over the last year, pinag-aralan po uli ng komisyon yung pang 2021 hanggang 2022 naman po. So, matapos po yung pag-aaral na yon, meron na po tayong binabalangkas na draft final determination and hopefully that will be posted within this month, Mr. Chair.
Salamat po. So yung draft final determination, niintayin natin end of this month, hopefully. Okay po. Pero yung huling rate reset, kailan po na-finalize yun?
Yung pinakahuli pong rate reset, 2011 hanggang 2015 po yung effectivity noon. So, natapos po yun mga 2010.
So 14 years ago pa po.
Opo.
Around the time ng huling, ano nga ba yung pinag-uusapan namin ni
Yung HEX.
yung HEX.
Opo.
So, dapat tulad ng rekomendasyon ngayon ng DOE sa NEDA, every 5 years or regularly covering every 5 years, 5-year period. Hopefully before the period, not after the period.
Yes, Your Honor.
Opo.
Normally po, dapat 13 months bago po mag-umpisa yung regulatory period, nag-uumpisa na po ang reset. So, kung ang pinag-uusapan po kunyari ay 2011 ang effectivity niya, dapat po middle of 2009, nag-uumpisa na po yung reset.
Salamat po. So, okay. Nung nakaraang hearing po, or rather nung nakaraang taon pala, nung budget hearings natin, sinabi ng ERC, nagsasagawa na kayo ng rate reset para sa fourth, kasi third regulatory period yung 2011 to 2015 na inilabas nung 2010. Sinabi nyo nung nakaraang taon, nagsasagawa na kayo noon ng rate reset para sa fourth RP o regulatory period ng NGCP gamit ang actual figures, historical figures mula 2016 hanggang 2022. Tama po ba yung pagkaalala ko? At ito po yung binanggit nyo ngayon na nilabas nyo noong October 2023, so a few months after our previous budget hearing, na draft partial determination. Ito rin po yung by the end of this month, mafa-finalize po ninyo. Tama po?
Ito po may plus 2 years po yung ilalabas natin kasi yung 2021 at 2022 po, hindi po pa yun kasama nung sa posting namin last year because of the ongoing consultancy studies at the time. So ito pong ipopost natin ngayon hopefully by end of October. Kumpleto na po ito para sa tinatawag namin fourth regulatory period or lapse period.
2016 to 2022 na ito.
Yes, Your Honor.
So I'll repeat it by it's good that Senator Risa brought this up. So October of 2024, the final determination will be released, and this will cover 2016 to 2022. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, I confirm that. Hindi pa, this is just the draft, final determination. Ipopost po yan para makapagkomento po ang publiko, ang mga interested stakeholders. So the moment we get their comments, re-reviewin ho uli ng komisyon niyaan. And then magde-decision na po yung tinatawag na final determination na po. Hindi na siya draft. Your Honor, thank you.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. And at least, umahabol na po tayo. Previously, dun sa third regulatory period, compared to, previously, yung 2010 na ilabas para sa third regulatory period hanggang 2015. So we were, as of this year, 14 years behind tayo dun sa pag-post, 9 years behind tayo dun sa covered period. At least ngayon, paglabas nyo po nung fourth RP covering hanggang 2022 na kasi may plus 2 years, 2 years behind na lang tayo. So makakahabol din po tayo.
Yes, Your Honor. Yung from 14 years maging 2 years na lang po yung hahabulin. And then yung tanong niyo po kanina about the actual cost. Yes, I confirm po that the actual costs were used po because that's what the RTW, the rules for transmission and wheeling rates provide. Dahil hindi naman ho pwedeng forecast dahil tapos na po yung 2016 at saka 2022.
With the permission of after so you will release the draft this month of 2024. Then there's another period for comments.
Opo, maigsi na lang po yun, Your Honor. 15 days na lang
15
po yun.
days. So, and then the final
lalabas po this year definitely.
So by kung ano yan, may November, December, end of the month.
No later than December.
No later than December. All right, thank you.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. And siguro naman balak ng ERC hanggang 2028 makahabol sa makapag-post ng rate reset for a regulatory period na prospective, hindi na looking back.
Yes, Your Honor, that's the objective. Go back to the PBR, which is really forecast to be able to drive efficiency among the regulated entities.
Yes, by all means, let's go for that po. Para mas efficient, mas useful moving forward. Hindi po tayo naghahabol ng mga refund na minsan kulang pa, which I will also ask about in a little bit. Salamat, Mr. Chair. Nung nakaraan ding pong taon sa parehong pagdinig, pinaalam po ninyo ng ERC sa Senado na ang Commission ay nagkaroon na ng tinatawag na, yun na nga, partial initial determination kung saan dinisallow ninyo ang around 200 billion pesos worth of expenses na ikanyo nga ay mga gastusin na hindi naman talaga dapat ipasa sa singil ng kuryente tulad ng advertising, entertainment, COVID donations. Sinabi rin po ng ERC na sa inyong partial initial determination ang WACC ng NGCP para sa fourth regulatory period, bagamat ito nga po yung lalabas pa lang by the end of the month at magiging final sa Disyembre, sinabi nyo na ang WACC na iyan ng NGCP para sa fourth RP ay naging 10.7% na lang kumpara sa dating WACC nito na 15% noong third RP. Which means na ang profits na nasingil ng NGCP mula sa consumers noong 2016 hanggang 2022 ay sobra-sobra sa dapat nitong singil. Ayon din po sa ERC, ang mga findings na ito ng Commission ay indikasyon ng posibilidad, magandang posibilidad, ng pagbaba ng transmission wheeling rates at pagbibigay ng NGCP ng refund sa mga customers. So, itatanong ko sana ano na ang status ng partial initial determination na ito, pero na-update nyo na nga po kami ngayon lamang. Hindi ko pa maitanong kung na-implement na po ba dahil mafa-finalize pa lang po sa katapusan ng taon. Pero at least ang isang maitatanong ko po ay dito po sa partial initial determination, bumaba na ba ang transmission wheeling rates at nakapag-utos na ba ang ERC sa NGCP ng pagre-refund ng sobrang singil nito?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Senator. On the first question regarding the disallowances, I think, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair and Madam Senator, you're referring to the operating and maintenance expenses po. Sinustain po naman ng komisyon yung pagdi-disallow po ng mga ibang items doon, ano. Wala pong naging pagtaas na masasabi tayo tungkol doon. With respect to yung pong ano po yung magiging implication nitong ginagawa nating final determination, kasi nung partial initial determination may pagbaba na naka-indicate. Dito po, ang as of now, pre-posting, meron pong baka mangyaring pagtaas. Pero subject pa po yan naman sa comments ng mga stakeholders po. Ang pinaka magiging final outcome po, madedetermine yan after we shall have received all the comments, and these are duly considered by the members of the Commission, Mr. Chair, Madam Senator.
Paano pong mangyayari kung na pagkatapos ng ilang mga hearings dito sa Senate Committee na mahalaga din ang inputs ng ERC na sobrang mataas ang WACC ng NGCP kahit kumpara sa ibang mga bansa, paano posibleng na sa halip na bumaba tulad ng initial na akala naming nagiging developments ay maaring tumaas pa ito?
Thank you, Madam Senator, Mr. Chair. On the WACC issue po, actually, dun po sa partial initial determination, 10.7 po yung ginamit na WACC doon. Actually, dito po sa draft final determination, bumaba pa po yung WACC. Naging 10.3% na po ang WACC. Dahil po, kaya naman po may adjustment, may second set ng WACC studies po na kinumission din ang ERC para sa taong 2021 at 2022. Doon naman po may pagbaba. So it gave us an opportunity to revisit the 10.7% WACC. Kaya po, pag WACC po ang pinag-uusapan, meron pong net effect na pagbaba ng WACC from 15% as you mentioned, Madam Senator, to 10.3% WACC. Yun po yung ginagamit na WACC ngayon based on the final draft determination.
So mali pala yung nadinig ko. Akala ko sabi nyo kanina, posibleng tumaas. Mali po yung, baka mangyaring pagtaas.
Tama po yung pagdinig nyo, Madam Senator. But
so alin po yung
that refers
posibleng
now
tumaas?
po that the WACC bumaba, pero yung pagtaas po sa draft determination namin, yan po yung tinatawag na annual revenue requirement, and the rate impact given the annual revenue requirement na sinama na po yung 2021 at 2022 costs and expenses based on actual capex expenditures, tataas po. So matotal 2016 to 2022, nag-iba po yung mga figures, no, if we compare it to the draft partial initial determination.
But in that additional years, 21, 22, sinama ba natin dito yung mga unfinished projects? Because yan ang modus ng NGCP, hindi pa tapos, hindi pa nag-operate, naniningil na sila sa atin. So hindi tayo papayag na kung hindi tapos, wag tayong papayag maningil sila.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Maganda pong tanong yan. Dito po sa draft final determination, kaya po din na tumaas dahil sinama po lahat yung as spent, actual expenditures po, yung nagastos nila na nireport sa ERC. Doon po sa draft partial initial determination, ang naging position po doon, lahat ng natapos, pero naglagay po kami ng construction work in progress. Meaning to say, we also considered partially completed provided that they finish at least 80% of the projects. Because we are assuming over the next 2 years, matatapos din po yun. Yun po yung difference then aside from the WACC. This time, in the draft final determination, the as-spent cost per capex, whether the projects are completed or not, have been included in the ARR.
Does it mean that it's also operational? Kasi iba yung, sometimes they claim they've spent, they put in the capex, but it's not operating. So what's good for us? What's good for the consumer? What is good for the consumers if the asset is not operating?
Hindi pa po ito, yung iba po dito, hindi po siya use and useful, hindi pa po siya completed and commissioned. So hindi pa po siya nakakapagsilbi sa ating mga consumers. Yung mga ibang sinama dito sa amounts to be recovered. Yun po yung isang difference. That's the status right now with respect to the draft that will be posted. We'll
But I
listen
think
to the
the commission should
stakeholders.
review that because what they're saying is gumastos na kami dito, but what we want as consumers, gamitin mo yung ginastos mo. Baka gumastos siya pero after 2-3 years pa bago magamit. And that's the case with the one in there's a transmission line, the one that caused brownouts. Na the claim is tapos na sila but hindi lang nag-ooperate. So the Bataan Hermosa line. So the point here, you have to energize it. You have to operationalize that.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I will let the commission was not really unanimous in this regard, Your Honor. So I'll let
The consumers are unanimous in this regard. No? You might not kayong 5 baka hindi unanimous pero kaming consumers unanimous kami.
I'll let
No
Resi
operation,
po.
no charge. No, as simple as that.
Sige po. I'll let Commissioner Resi po.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, if I may be allowed po. We have long recognized that issue with regard to NGCP incurring delays in their implementation of capital expenditure projects. So as a safeguard po, in this draft final determination also to address that is an added mechanism that is not present before. Ngayon po, we may have allowed them to collect what or to include in their ARR what they have spent, but this will be an annual reckoning or truing up. What do we mean by that? If at the end of the year, what we have acknowledged in your ARR as you having spent and you should have implemented as a project. Pag hindi po natuloy yun, there will be a throwing up na dapat by January, ma-adjust yung rate mo dahil nagkaroon ka ng delay dun sa implementation. That's a new mechanism, Chair, that we have introduced only in this draft final determination. But as the Commission have said po, this is still a draft final determination subject to the comments of the consumers, and the final determination po, hopefully we will be able to polish everything before the end of the year. But as of now, it is still subject for comment, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Commissioner Resi, what do you call that? Annual
It will be a true-up of sort for the CAPEX expenditure.
true up.
Apo.
But the point there is not only to spend but to energize, to operationalize. And that's also another cause of delay because sometimes the operationalization of the asset takes too long. But in the meantime, they're already charging the consumers. No? So from the point of view of the consumers, it's unfair because they're already charging us. But we're not taking advantage of the new asset of the transmission line. So since you're requesting for a comment, this is my comment. I'm registering my comment as a consumer and a senator of this republic that we should only be charged if the asset is already operationalized. Malaking step na yung na comment namin ni Senator Risa before na wag mo nang i-charge ang consumer if the asset is not there, no? Or partially pa lang. Minsan only 20% but they're already charging 100%. Charging the consumers 100%. In this case, I think the most fair for all of us is when the asset is already being used. No? So that's my comment. No, if you're requesting for a comment.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. O nga naman, kahit sa ordinaryong buhay, hindi naman tayo nagbabayad hanggat hindi natin makukuha yung produkto or hindi tayo magbabayad kung hindi natin nagagamit yung serbisyo. Common sense. Sa ERC pa rin po, sa inyong partial initial determination, anong methodology ang inyong ginamit para ma-determine yung asset base ng NGCP? Nagbago ba kayo ng methodology na yon para sa inyong draft final determination? At ano po yung nirekomenda ng mga consultants na hinire nung commission?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Madam Santor, for that question. In the draft partial initial determination po, ang ginamit po namin dun, based on the RTWR, we will be using actual cost as reported to us because it's already a lapse period. And in that respect po, we included all completed and commissioned projects in our draft initial determination. Yung pagkakaiba lang po noong decision na yon, October of last year and now, first nadagdagan po ng 2 taon, 21 and 2022, pareho po lahat, vinalidate po pala ng aming mga consultants na dun sa draft initial determination, ito pong mga assets na to. Kaya kanina po may tanong, ba't gumagastos ng ganyan ng komisyon? Because our consultants actually do field work, they inspect the assets and so on. They determine whether these are being used already according to what we call the optimization of assets po. No? By that, tama ba yung amount na inaaprubahan? Nagagamit ba ng husto? Wala bang gold plating yung asset? For this draft final determination, Madam Chair, wala namang pagkakaiba except lang po yung approach nga, dito lang po, nasama yung mga actual as spent cost per capex, pero nawala pa yung consideration kung completed and commissioned siya. Pero actual cost po, pinasok. Based also on what the consultants reported as actually spent cost for capex. Thank you, Chair.
Salamat po, Commissioner. And indeed, we have information that the ERC's consultants advised to include only completed and commissioned projects, gaya ng sinabi ng Commissioner just a while ago, Mr. Chair, only completed and commissioned projects to be included as the asset base of NGCP. However, by virtue of a majority vote of the Commission, and yun na nga, as-spent method was adopted in which all capital expenditures of NGCP in the 4th RP were included in the asset base regardless if the facilities are complete, incomplete, commissioned, or not yet commissioned. This will result, Mr. Chair, in transmission wheeling rates to increase by around 12 centavos per kilowatt hour. In any case, we hope that the agency finishes the 4th RP of the NGCP as planned by end of this month and final by the end of the year. Taking note of yung kasasabi din lang ni Chair kanina, and I join him na just as we should not pay for products and services that we haven't actually procured and used as consumers, dapat yun lamang completed and commissioned projects ang i-consider na asset base. Kasi kung hindi pa sila completed, kung hindi pa sila commissioned, effectively, hindi naman sila nag-e-exist. So bakit sila isasama sa asset base na parang invisible or imaginary assets? So just for the record, Mr. Chair. And then, dako na lang po ako dun sa huling paksa ko kaugnay ng pagpapalakas sa ERC. Ito naman tungkol sa Meralco rate reset. So, dumako naman po tayo sa mga distribution utilities. Una sa Meralco. Kailan naman po yung huling rate reset ng Meralco at ano ang status ng rate reset sa 4th RP ng Meralco po?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Senator. As far as Meralco is concerned, the reset for the fourth regulatory period, that is from July 2015 up to June 30, 2022, having been lapsed, that's already been completed by the Commission. A confirmation and true-up process po was conducted in that regard. Para naman po sa fifth regulatory period, ito po na subject na rin sa Commission deliberations, and the Commission actually decided na i-forgo po yung regular regulatory reset kasi ina-anticipate ho na hanggang 2026 hindi naman po makukumpleto yung regular reset process, no? So Comresi might want to add something to this, but that's the status po. So patungo na po ng 6th RP ang Meralco.
So, yes ma'am, bago po si Commissioner Baldo Digal, quick follow-up lang Mr. Chair, Commissioner Maceda. So, nakapaghuling rate reset nitong for July, for 2015 to 2022.
Yes, Your Honor.
Opo. Tapos, dineliberate na yung sa 5th RP, pero ifo-forgo yung regulatory rate reset at hindi makukumpleto. Bakit po?
It's the regular rate reset po. PBR kasi po is forecast. And since nakalipas na rin po yung 2023, we're now almost done with 2024, hindi na po magamitan ng performance-based regulation. And the rules of the distribution utilities, private distribution utilities, it's anchored on a PBR process, meaning to say, forecast siya dapat. We don't have rules right now, Your Honor, that would address the lapse period for private distribution utilities. So, the Commission deliberated on this, and ultimately, the decision that prevailed was for the PBR reset to be applied completely to the 6th regulatory period kasi may 2 taon na pong lumipas nitong 5th RP.
And yet, sa kaso ng NGCP, nakapag-review kayo ng mas maraming taon sa nakaraan and gawa kayo ng malaking serbisyo sa mga consumers para sabihin may malaking pagkakautang ang NGCP sa mga consumers. It's very regrettable na ang naging desisyon ay iba para sa Meralco na hindi lang forecast as you do also for NGCP, pero yung sayang walang rules para sa lapse period ng private DUs katulad ng para sa NGCP. Pareho ay malaking input sa buwan ng bill ng kuryente ng mga kababayan natin. I think, Mr. Chair, this is a big gap in the rules, or I don't know if in the law, and pwede pong tignan natin dun sa pag-amend natin sa EPIRA, or if the ERC itself would like administratively to look into that. Kasi kung meron po kayong nakitang dapat i-reimburse ng NGCP sa ating mga consumers, malamang meron din. At malamang hindi maliit in the case of Meralco, Mr. Chair. Yes.
I strongly join the sentiment of Senator Risa. We cannot have double standards. No? One standard for NGCP, one standard for Meralco. For all intents and purposes, Meralco is like NGCP. It's the biggest utility in the country. No? Alam naman natin yung market power nitong Meralco. Diba? So, we cannot have double standard. First of all, hindi pa naman lapse siya because 2 years pa lang in the 5th regulatory reset. And then second, we have to apply the same rules to Meralco. So I don't agree that we should forgo the reset of Meralco because ginawa natin for NGCP, and the NGCP is much more complex utility, no? It's nationwide. But then again, in terms of market power and being a natural monopoly in NCR and the adjacent areas, it has to undergo reset as well. More so, ito importante rin. Ano ang WACC ng Meralco ngayon?
Ang nag-a-apply po because of the true-up process is 14.57%.
Correct. It's 14% versus 10%. And then if forgo natin yung reset ng Meralco, that's exactly why we have to do the reset because ang taas niya, 4% higher than NGC. Ano bang special sa Meralco? Bakit siya 14% and the others 10%? Diba? So that's not fair for consumers. No? And I am very happy that Senator Risa brought this up because I don't agree with suspending it. It has to go through reset. It has to, the WACC should also go down. Hindi pwedeng magme-maintain siya 14% for the next 4 years. Tapos, hindi pa natin alam, baka historically, pag nakikita natin yung reset, puro extension eh. Wala naman on-time na reset eh. Ba? Meron bang on-time na reset, Attorney Fajardo, in history ng commission?
The first, yung mga una po.
Oh, correct.
Your
The
Honor.
first. What year was that? 2001. Correct. Correct. After that, puro delay na. Puro delay at delay na. Delay na. Kaya nga, Senator Risa is really patiently, during the budget hearings, she raised this, she would inquire about this because it's important for us consumers. Again, us being consumers, we're registering our opposition in the foregoing of the fifth regulatory reset of Meralco. It has to undergo reset. The WACC should also go down. We should also determine whether the investments are really there and being used because they're also charging the consumers. No? So as a consumer, I'm registering my opposition to that decision.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. And I join the chair in that strong opposition. And salamat sa Chair for pointing out na hindi pa naman tapos nga pala yung fifth regulatory period. So, hindi po tayo kailangang maiwan sa pagsisisi o regret. Pwede pa rin pong sigurong, with all due respect, i-review ng ERC yung decision nilang iyon, at least for the last 2 years, the remaining 2 years of the fifth RP. Otherwise, it's really unfair to the consumers, yung ganitong double standard. It's even unfair to NGCP. And I'm glad, Mr. Chair, to finally be able to say something nice about NGCP. It's also unfair to them. And mostly it's unfair to the consumers. Yes, Ms.
Madam
Chair.
Senator. Yes. Salamat po. The ERC is a deliberative body, Your Honor. And we don't really agree all the time. And I think we've taken note of the views of honorable consumers in this hearing po. And all of those will certainly be duly considered po when we get back and sit down on this issue. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to hear na at the very least pag-uupuan po ninyo and consider yung opposition namin on behalf of yung mga fellow consumers natin. Kasi it's really an issue of rank unfairness. Opo. Salamat, Mr. Chair. Opo. Sa ERC pa rin po, anong kaibahan ng MAP versus AWAT application na ito kumpara sa regulatory rate reset process? Mari bang gawin ang MAP versus AWAT application imbes na regulatory reset process, rate reset process?
I'll let Commissioner Resi po respond to that.
Salamat po.
Mr. Chair, Your Honors, the MAP versus AWAT is an exercise wherein the Commission looked at the previously approved rate of the distribution utility, in this case, let's say Meralco, and then using the the updated parameters that were used when it was fixed during the time of the reset, we check whether there was an over or under recovery. It is a part of the regular PBR, but before, when resets were not yet delayed, it was done annually so that it could be adjusted annually. So in the case of distribution utility po, when especially the fourth RP, when we had a lapse period and we failed to do a reset, what we did was to look at the previously approved rate of Meralco and then compared it to what they actually have. AWAT is actual weighted average tariff, and if that AWAT is more than the maximum average price, the MAF that we authorize them to collect, we issue a refund order, which is what happened in the case of the fourth RP of Meralco, wherein we were able to refund at least 40 billion, which is equivalent to 0.73 centavos per kilowatt hour on the part of our consumers.
Salamat po. Babalikan ko po yung 40 billion niyang mamaya. Sa kabilang banda, sa pagkaalam ko po kasi, ang regulatory rate reset process ay mas komprehensibo pa kaysa itong MAP versus AWAT application. And in any case, allowed po ba sa rules ng ERC na wag mag-rate reset na lang at bagkus ay MAP versus AWAT na lang ang gamitin? Allowed po ba sa rules yan? O sino po ang nagdesisyon yan?
Doon po sa unang punto, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, tama po kayo na yun pong reset ay mas komprehensibong exercise kumpara sa MAP versus AWAT. Yun po kasing reset, tinitignan po talaga lahat, OPEX, CAPEX, at saka po yung return na iseset prospectively for the next 4 years, supposedly for the regulatory period. Ang unang pong naging desisyon na MAP versus AWAT ay doon nga po sa Meralco nung naglaps na po yung kanyang fourth RP. At sa ngayon nga po, mayroon po kaming dalawang kaso, isa po na nasa appellate courts na po, isa po sa Court of Appeals at isa po sa Supreme Court para i-question po yung propriety ng MAP versus AWAT, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Oo nga po, Mr. Chair. Salamat para doon. Nakapagtataka talaga isipin na sa halip na regulatory rate reset process, itong MAP versus AWAT na lang. Dahil base din sa explanation, sobra talagang magkaiba yung dalawang methodology na ito. In fact, napanood din po namin yung interview ni dating ERC Commissioner Alfredo noon na kapag nagsagawa ng tamang rate reset ang ERC sa fourth RP ng Meralco, actually mahigit 100 billion pesos ang dapat na refund sa consumers at hindi 40 billion pesos lamang. At tapos, ano naman po ang sinabi ng minority sa decision na yan? Bakit hindi sila sumang-ayon na mag-MAP versus AWAT na lang sa halip na regulatory rate reset process?
If I remember po the discussion, it was because there is an absence of rules po.
Baka hindi lamang yun, or well, I guess largely ganun yun. May phrases tungkol sa methodology that will set the rates para ma-establish ang methodology na iyan. And pagkatapos magkaroon ng methodology na nasa loob ng rules, tsaka lamang pwedeng i-enforce. So very regrettable talaga, Mr. Chair, yung absence of rules na iyan. Baka timely pa para sa commission tignan kung may pwedeng punuin or iwasto sa mga rules dahil nga gaya ng sinabi ng chair kanina, meron pa namang 2 taong natitira dito sa fifth RP ng Meralco. Para malay natin, mahabol pa yung balancing 60 billion pesos na posibleng pagkakautang din ng Meralco sa consumers bukod sa 40 billion pesos na idineklara na ng ERC para sa kabuoang sinasabing 100 billion pesos. I think the chair would like to comment, Mr. Chair.
For the record, Mr. Chair, we will conduct indeed a comprehensive process audit within the ERC to make sure that we are able to deliver timely the services that are expected of us. And this will be done in the very near future, because indeed, even if our mandate is very clear, the timeliness of the performance of this mandate is equally important than just completing it in a technical manner. Because, as I said, lives of Filipinos are affected day in, day out. We have to ask more expeditiously on matters before the ERC.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. At dun sa comprehensive process audit po na yun, posible bang pumasok yung paghabol sa huling 2 taon ng 5th RP para sa
I
Meralco?
do not see any reason why we will not do it in that manner.
Maraming salamat po para doon at umaasa kami na sana magbunga po ito ng isang bagong desisyon ng ERC na alang-alang sa ating mga consumers. So, linawin pa po natin, Mr. Chair. Sa rate reset ng 4th RP ng NGCP, nagpasa kayo ng rules. At dahil dito, nag-rate reset kayo gamit ang actual data. Napababa nyo ang WACC ng NGCP from 15% to, yun na nga, 10.3%. Sa kaso ng Meralco, hindi kayo nagpasa ng rules o hindi pa, so hindi rin kayo o hindi pa rin kayo nag-reset. Pero ibig sabihin po ba nito, hindi rin kayo nag-recompute ng WACC ng Meralco?
Mr. Chair, Madam Senator, dahil po ang ginamit nga dito, essentially, it's really a map, no? Yung map kasi, yan po ay dinedetermine based on the reset process conducted before. In fact, yung mga map applications po, circa 2011 to 2015 pa ito, na finally inadapt noong 2022, if I'm not mistaken, na siya pong ginamit naman doon sa confirmation and true-up process. So, the answer to the question is, wala pong review noong, or may review po ng WACC, Your Honor, pero hindi po ginamit yung WACC na yun kasi ang ginamit nga po yung based doon sa 3rd RP na mga map applications po.
Salamat, Mr. Chair, Commissioner. Which brings home the point again, napaka-importante, essential pa nga yung methodology na gagamitin para maka-arrive at yung pinaka-best na rates para sa gobyerno bilang nagre-regulate nitong sektor at para sa mga consumers, yung mga constituents ng gobyerno na dapat hindi lang yung pinaka-komprehensibong methodology tulad ng sinabi nga ni Commissioner Baldo Digal at yun po yung regulatory rate reset process, mas komprehensibo siya kaysa sa MAP versus AWAT. Pero at the same time, nagde-deliver din siya ng mas beneficial na rates para mas maraming ma-include na mamamayan natin na hindi naman malulugi sa negosyo yung mga investor, lalo na't monopolyo naman sila. So yung 5th RP ng Meralco, I think napag-uusapan na rin po natin ito. And then, will we expect po by the next fiscal year, by the next time na mag-convene po tayo ulit dito para sa budget hearings, tapos na po ang rate reset sa 5th RP at may bagong WACC nang na-compute?
Kung susundin po, Mr. Chair, Senator, yung timetable, dapat po meron na po, no? Ang layunin po ng komisyon ay maging hindi na siya naghahabol parate. Kung hindi, yung PBR reset mangyari na po ng on time dahil yan po yung methodology na nakaslagay po doon sa rules ng commission ngayon. So the quick answer to the question, Madam Senator, is yes, that's the primary objective po, na maging on time po yung mga reset.
Commissioner Cates, ano pang kasi I was looking at the budget, no, and sabi nga ni Chairperson kanina na the Senate has done its part to add more to augment and to add more budget to ERC because we believe, Senator Risa, a strong regulator will lead to benefits for consumers and our economy as a whole. But what does it take for the Commission to be on time with the resets and also with the approvals? I'll show that later on. But especially with the resets, have you computed? Because it's a function of consultants, diba? And that's a function of money. No? So how much do you really need in order to, number one, catch up, and then number two, do it on a timely manner? Magkano ba kailangan? Kasi in fairness sa amin, alam ni Commissioner Kitchen, nagdadagdag ang Senado eh. It's always a Senate initiative eh. But para matapos na itong delays, how much do you need in order to catch up and do it on a timely manner?
Thank you, Your Honor, for that very kind question. Actually po, may consultancy pong mga requirements, and we're so thankful to the legislators for always reconsidering the amounts that are cut off our budget. We're so grateful for that. But when it comes now to reviewing these outputs, our technical people are so constrained in that sometimes one person in charge of, let's say, overseeing the reset process is also being sought for with respect to CAPEX application evaluation, with respect to point-to-point. So parang multiple roles po. I think it's an issue of really capacity building, which hopefully the EPIRA amendments will try to address po. And I think that's also the reason why Sec Popo and the DOE family and the President has prioritized really the restructuring of ERC. Malaki pong tulong yun. And I think OIC will also have some more to add to that with respect to re-engineering also the processes and structure.
Well, Mr. Chair, I am a lawyer by profession, and deadlines to me are really deadlines. I cannot really fathom why we have been lingering in this situation for the longest time. But having said that, as I said, we will do a comprehensive process audit, and I think it is also a matter of leadership, how we can instill motivation in our people to understand their important role insofar as they're affecting the lives of every Filipino. I think that is something that I need to bring to fore. We have competent people, but probably more motivation is needed for them really to understand the urgency of every matter within our table. Having said that also, looking at our plantilla positions, we have almost the same plantilla positions as those of job orders. So we really need to study the correct organizational structure for the ERC. Almost the same, plantilla positions and job orders. So it really emphasizes the need for more technical people to be part of the organic personnel within the ERC.
Example, itong fourth regulatory reset ng NGCP, this is 2016 to 2022, diba? This should have been completed prior to 2016 kasi it's a prospective application eh. No, so we're actually delayed by almost 8 years in terms of reset. So naghahabol tayo. So I just want to ask, what does it take? How much do we really need in order to be on time with the reset? Because the reset is really prospective. Kaya nga, like you said, PBR, prospective in nature, but it's not happening.
Yes, Your Honor. Beginning 2018, Your Honor, at least I can speak for myself when I came in 2018, nasa catch-up mode na po. So yung reset para sa fourth regulatory period at that time, patapos na po actually yung period nung pumasok. And then we went into a rulemaking process and so on, then nagka-COVID and so on. But for example, the RDW, the rules for the distribution and wheeling rates, na-adapt po yan December 2021. So tapos na po talaga yung fourth RP. Nadagdagan na lang na 1 taon kasi in-extend po under the rules. But ito pong mga backlogs, ang dami pong namana talaga na hindi nakapag-reset po. In fact, yung iba po second RP pa lang. na yan din hahabulin pa rin yan ng commission. We're just talking here of NGCP, Meralco, and Group A of the first set of PDUs. Marami pa pong hahabulin. Ako po, Your Honor, sabi ko nga, ang ano dito, reset button. Reset button. Because kung magka-catch up po parate, kahit po siguro gawing 1,000 yung tao ng ERC, considering napakarami po ng hinahabol na reset, magkakaroon pa rin po ng problema. For every reset, we have to develop issues paper. That issues paper will have to be posted 18 months before the start of the regulatory period. So ngayon po, huli na kaagad sa lahat ng mga regulated entities. So to be able to catch up with that, Your Honor, it will really require more than just additional people and monies po. Madami pong hahabulin kasi talaga kami. Thank you, Chair.
To submit to us a not catch-up plan, but really how to reform these problems. No? Parang my initial thoughts is we liberalize our electric power industry with the hope of having an efficient and strong regulator. But the regulator, and it's not your fault, not your fault, but the regulator as an institution is always delayed and the capacity is still not up to par. No? So we wanted a deregulated environment because we want to have competition and lower down prices. But the regulator is not keeping up with the pace. That's the problem right now, no? Based on my analysis. So for once and for all, I suggest that you come up with a study on how to not only just amending the charter of ERC, but really how much budget do you need, how many people do you need, what type of structure do you need in order to make it an efficient and forward-looking regulator. Not kasi ngayon parang backward habol ng habol no? So I suggest you should do that so that once and for all we have this clear vision of a strong regulator.
Yes, Mr. Chair. We're already, Your Honor, in discussion with DBM, in fact, together with the restructuring proposal under the IPIRA. And the DBM is fully supportive of the structural reforms we will be undertaking. Inihintay po nila sa amin ngayon actually yung mga kinakailangang resources from manpower and other requirements that we have to be able to carry out the structural reforms. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record po, my information is that the fourth RP rules ay nagawa pero hindi pinablish ng Meralco kaya naglapse. Bakit po pinayagang mangyari ito ng commission?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll try to answer as best as I could. That was before my time, Your Honor. Rules were actually adopted by the commission then it included Comnon actually. It was during his time. And they adopted that and directed Meralco and PEPOA to publish the rules ano po sa mga dyaryo. Because at that time, Your Honor, the cost of regulation, including the conduct of audits, these were being shouldered by the regulated entities during that time. But we've instituted reforms in such a way that the cost of regulation should now be borne by the regulator. And doon po pumasok yung support. Senator Win is very much aware of this. Yung shifting po ng burden na yun, nangyari po nung nag-chair po si Senator Win. Kaya tumaas po ang budget ng ERC significantly. You will note from the previous years. Yun po ang mangyayari pag hindi po kami yung nagpo-post. Kung ayaw ng regulated entity i-post, hindi po nila talaga ipopost para walang reset.
Right. Again, very commonsensical. Buti nakita nyo kaagad yun. Dapat mula sa simula pa, nobody legislates against interest, di ba? So, dapat talaga regulator. Lack of budget for publication. Oh my, the worst reason, Secretary. Pag kami sa Senate, sabihin namin yun, lalampasuhin kami ng publiko. Ngayon po, may nakikita po akong pattern dito. Nagpo-procure ang ERC ng expert consultants para sa rate reset. Tapos, hindi rin naman ginagamit mga expert recommendations nila. Una sa NGCP. Gayon din pala dito. Hindi po ba alam ng komisyon na pera ng taong bayan ang ginagamit nito sa mga consultancies na yan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Senator. Ginamit naman po, but I think at the end of the day, there are 5 members of the commission. It's a choice of the members of the commission whether to adopt the recommendations of the consultants or not. And being a collegial body, the majority decision prevails. And but it's not really accurate po na hindi ho ginamit ng commission. Ginamit po pero it now depends on the individual members whether to adopt the recommendation, modify it, partially use it, and so on. Dito po sa ginawang reset naman ng NGCP, partially ginamit po kasi yung actual cost nanggaling din po naman doon sa study ng consultants. But hindi naman po na-adapt lahat. So we pick out certain portions. Like ako rin naman po, yung recommendation ng consultant sa WAC, hindi ko rin naman po inadapt kasi gusto ko mas mababa. So, at the end of the day, it depends on our individual positions in the commission, Your Honor. Thank you po.
Salamat po. Well, yung iyang pag hindi adopt ay na-appreciate ko po dahil para i-peg yung WAC sa tamang dapat. Hindi lang sa gusto ng ganito o ganyang institution sa Pilipinas, pero yung average WAC rates kahit sa mga karatig bansa natin. So, yun, speaking of collegial body kayo, so split decision din ba itong sa 5th RP ng Meralco o unanimous na yon?
There was a majority decision that prevailed, Your Honor.
Okay po, salamat po para doon. Well, ang tatagal na rin ng mga miyembro no sa ERC bukod sa chair at wala pang nagawang rate reset para sa NGCP at Meralco ang commission. And nabanggit din po kanina ito, how about sa ibang regulated entities like other private DUs at mga electric co-ops? Nakapag-rate reset na ba ang ERC? Nabanggit kanina na yung iba doon, second RP pa lamang. Mr. Chair, si Commissioner Baldo Digal.
Go ahead, Commissioner Resi.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Your Honors. In terms of preset po, remember po that both transmission and distribution, ang naging methodology na po namin is there is a rate setting methodology applicable for a certain year. Sa transmission po, we're on a catch up and hopefully po, pagtapos ng 5th RP, we will be current. On the distribution side po, it is divided into 5 groups, A, B, C, D, E. So, tama po yung kanina na yung iba sa kanila hindi pa man nakaakyat ng 3rd RP, 2nd RP pa nga lang po. Like for Group A, si Meralco lang po yung napapag-usapan pero kasama po sa Group A ni Meralco si Dagupan Electric at saka si Cagayan Electric sa Mindanao. So, 3 po sila and then yung Group B po, ang miyembro po rin siguro mga nasa 3 hanggang 6, then Group C ganun din po. Yun nga po, ang nahahabol pa lang po namin in terms of the distribution utility ay ang Group A. And kasama nga po sa plano sana na related po kanina dun sa tinanong ni Sir Win kung magkano ba talaga yung kailangan. Hindi po namin alam yung buong amount for everyone to be reset. Pero ang isa-sample ko na lang po yung 2025. Ngayon pong 2025, ang binigay lang po sa NEP namin para sa consultancy budget ay nasa 36 million. Yun pong 5th RP ng Meralco lang at saka yung dalawang kasama sa Group A, it cost us around 100 million po. So, ganun po kami ka-short. Kasama na rin naman po dun sa napagdesisyonan na I think hindi po ito hati, kundi unanimous yung decision namin na umpisahan natin agad-agad yung 6th RP para sa Group A ng DU para tayo makahabol. Para po namin magawa yon, the 6th RP for the Distribution Utility Group A will commence on 2026. And under the RDWR, you have 18 months. So that 18 months from July 2026 will be January 2025, Your Honors. So we have to start January 2025 in issuing the issues paper so that talaga pong maging current kami kahit muna doon sa Group A. Yun lang po. And our electric cooperatives po, hindi pa rin po sila nakaka-reset. Kailangan lang po namin kumuha ng consultancy para po maka-come up kami with new parameters on how to do their rates. And we're hoping na meron po kami makukuha mga grant from, example po, USAID. So, yun po yung status ng reset for all the sectors po. Thank you po, Your Honor.
Thank you po, Commissioner. Mr. Chair, I guess nakikita nyo naman mula sa mga interventions namin kanina lahat dito, led by the Chair, na gusto talaga namin humanap ng paraan suportahan, palakasin ang ERC pati sa pamamagitan ng budget. So siguro naman kapag patuloy at higit kaming maging matagumpay sa usaping iyan, we will really expect more from the ERC, no, as our partner to catch up in terms of the years of the RPs na napopose nyo and for all the groups sa iba't ibang sectors ng energy. At hindi rin ako nagtataka na may ganitong delay sa pag-reset sa ibang mga regulated entities given na yung biggest monopolies nga hindi rin magawa ng tamang rate reset pa ng ERC. And this is probably the reason why a representative from the House, isang counterpart namin, ay recently proposed an investigation sa mga delays ng rate resets ng mga regulated entities. At actually, hindi nga lang delay, kundi, well, failure to fulfill its mandate to set rates of these regulated entities. So, pangatlo at huling point ko na lamang po, Mr. Chair, dear colleagues, yung ERC bilang collegial body nga po. Which means that at least 3 commissioners must agree on a decision or ruling of the ERC. And commissioners who do not agree with the majority ruling may issue a dissenting opinion. Sa kasaysayan po ng ERC, ilang beses na may dissenting opinion na in-issue ng chairperson mismo ng ERC?
If my recollection is correct po, si Chair Mona po, nag-issue po siya ng dissenting opinion on I think 2 cases.
Okay.
But I don't recall po yung mga dating chairs na nakakapag-issue po.
Okay.
At least based on records that I have.
Salamat po. So at least top of mind ay 2 beses pa lang by the same chairperson. I would count those as historic in a way, Mr. Chair. Yung suspension ni ERC Chair Dimalanta, and I appreciate that Chair Andres mentioned earlier the issue of leadership, and I wish to make a record, Mr. Chair, that in the past few years I have appreciated the leadership of Chair Dimalanta. Her suspension followed her issuance of a dissenting opinion that was released to the public a few months ago. Nabasa na po ba yung dissenting opinion ng DOE at ano po yung tingin ng department sa dissenting opinion na iyon?
I'm not sure which dissenting opinion you're referring to, Mr. Senator.
Good sec, if I may then just quote a portion from one of the dissenting opinions, at least to ask kung anong tingin ng DOE doon. So in particular, what does the department think of this following quotation from one of the said dissenting opinions? The majority decision not only denied the Energy Regulatory Commission the opportunity provided by law to correct mistakes, but also deprived, this was on the Meralco, but also deprived electricity consumers of Meralco their legally protected right to transparent and reasonable pricing that can only result from the conduct of a full and proper evaluation and validation process. In this instance, the majority has effectively ruled that this right of the consumers can be sacrificed at the altar of expediency. So, kung nabasa na po ito ng DOE, ano pong tingin nila at least dito sa bahaging ito nung isang dissenting opinion na iyon?
Mr. Chairman, let me read more closely before I give my full opinion on that one. but definitely the concerns that you have expressed, the chair and yourself, are concerns that we fully share.
Maraming salamat para doon, Secretary at Mr. Chair. And for now, I will be content with that, knowing na both the kumbaga the chief executive in the energy sector and the regulator in the energy sector are of the same mind, at least na pinahalagahan yung sinasabi ng aming komite sa pamumuno ng aming chair, yung grave concerns namin para sa karapatan ng ating mga consumers, para sa karapatan nila sa yung abot kayang presyo ng kuryente, at para sa siguro karapatan din ng ating consumers na may galahad nga sa pagkatao ng ERC na magbabantay sa karapatan nila para dun sa isang holy grail ng abot kaya at ideally universal na electrification para sa mga Pilipino. Huling dalawang tanong ko po dito, Mr. Chair, ano din kung mayroon ang comment ng DOE sa fact na napag-usapan din namin ng ERC kanina na mula 2011, Baker's dozen years na, Meralco rates have not undergone due diligence and full or fully informed public participation as required by the rules of the ERC itself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, the only last week when we met with the President, this was in fact we were discussing the issues on delays. And so for the President, this is also a major area of concern that we have. And he was just as surprised to learn that this issue on the non-publication of the rules, although already repaired, but as you can see, we're only playing catch up with all of the delays that have been caused in previous years past. So we are with you in addressing these things, and one of the ways by which we can address this is through the strengthening of the Energy Regulatory Commission. And the President has committed to help in every way by directing both the Department of Budget and Management and the Presidential Management staff to work with ERC, and had committed this actually several months ago to address the personal constraints of the ERC. Thank you.
That is so good to hear, Secretary. Maraming salamat na bukod sa DOE at ERC, OP itself hears these concerns and in fact has directed another department, DBM, and then the PMS also itself to work with the ERC. And tingin ko po, I believe tingin namin, makatutulong lang talaga ito sa ating mga consumers. Thank you so much for that. And very last, Mr. Chair, it might sound like a rhetorical question, pero siguro pwede ring dalhin moving forward ng ERC. Kung ang ERC ay napayagan ang Meralco, no, long before the term of suspended ERC Chair Di Malanta, na mag-overcharge ng kanilang mga customers in the billions of pesos at kumita ng windfall profits. So therefore, how could electricity rates be affordable and reasonable? And moving forward, how can they be made affordable and reasonable, Mr. Chair? Commissioner Maceda, please.
Thank you for that question, Your Honor. The Commission strives actually to play a very careful balancing act. Like, kanina po napag-usapan yung mga ISIS hindi pa nakakapag-reset. Actually po may pag-aaral na kaming ginawa At nakita po namin, dun sa mga ISIS, 10 yung matapos yung pag-aaral, bababa. Kaya nagdesisyon na agad ang komisyon. I-enforce na yan, magdesisyon na tayo dyan. Pero karamihan po ng ISIS, tataas naman kapag in-enforce po. So in that regard po, whenever we are confronted with the situation of do we rule in favor or against, we always take into consideration the rate impact. In fact, in all PSA cases, there's always a simulation on rate impact. Pag nakikita po namin, for example, na mataas ang rate impact, you can visit po yung mga PSA decisions, provincial authorities. Parati pong nakalagay doon na gagamitin muna namin yung benchmark rate, ha? Hindi itong ina-apply mo. So, that's one way. But I think at the end of the day, we'll come up with a final decision on those cases also. And that's the moment of truth. Ano na, hindi na provisional. Second po yung timing din at paghahati-hati ng pagbabayad. Marami pong pagkakataon na ganito. Increase in the base rate of LNG, for example. There's one case that we handled. Kinakailangan ko makapag-recover kasi yun pong LNG hindi po nababayaran based doon sa rates na kasama yung transport, storage, regasification, and so on. When we decided, okay, that decision was made by commissioners eons ago. Sabi namin, kung pinayagan nila mag-LNG, I would assume, kasama dyan yung regasification, storage, importation, and so on. At tama lamang, nabayaran. So, because of that, magre-recover po no, ng pambayad dito sa mga facilities na to. Kami po, ang desisyon namin parate, sige, ilang buwan natin pababayaran. Hindi naman pwedeng one-off lang. In March, we suspended the recovery of WESM rates. 30% pa lang po pinarecover kasi yun po yung mga pumupugak-pugak na mga planta natin. Nagtaasan po ang rates sa WESM. Hindi ho namin pinakolekta kaagad lahat. And ito po, mapapansin ho natin, hanggang October po, marami kami mga pinadefer na bayaran, unti-unti hulugan. Marami po dito fully na-recover na September. May isa na lang po this October na ipagmimitingan po namin bukas po yun. But that's how we try to balance the impact of allowing recovery of what is just and reasonable. And at the same time po, making sure naman na hindi naman po maagrabyado din yung mga consumers. The rate reset really is a major challenge po for us. And we're confronting that head on. We recognize some of the limitations. I think with the help po of our Congress, Senate, we'd be able to hurdle the challenges po, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat para doon, Commissioner. And one at the close of my questions here in this hearing, it caught my eye also, or my ear, yung sinabi po ninyo na baka yung karamihan ng mga ECs kung makapag-reset, tataas pa. So, hopefully ERC can also look into how hindi mangyari yon or hindi grabing mangyari yon in view of medyo at a disadvantaged position ng electric co-ops compared to the bigger players sa ating energy sector. Pero they really bring something unique, distinctive to the table. Kahit sa future na iniisip natin na mas RE heavy or mas dun sa advocacy ng energy democracy, a different kind of people power, may irreplaceable din kasing papel na ginagampanan ng EC. So, baka pwede rin pong tignan ng ERC yon. And maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair, at maraming salamat sa ating mga resource persons sa inyong pasensya at saka generosity sa pagsagot sa mga tanong. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Risa, for those important questions. In fact, almost all important questions were already asked. And I'll just continue where you left off just to fine-tune the discussion. Earlier on, I heard the chairman said that the request for budget is not always given by DBM. And I was looking at the utilization of ERC. We'll flash it lang. Historically, the utilization has been on the average, no? We'll just flash it on the screen. ERC. So for example, in 2022, the disbursement, the obligation rate is only 69%. In 2023 is only 62%. So knowing DBM, may DBM ba tayo dito? Do you have anyone from DBM? No. But knowing DBM, they look at the obligation rates, and if you don't obligate your money or your funds, they don't give you your desired budget for the following year. We'll flash it. No.
Can you kindly flash the table regarding the utilization?
No.
Our expected utilization for 2024, which we estimate to be at 77.36% by year end. This is still not ideal to my perception, but a little higher compared to the utilization of the previous year. But as I said, when we conduct the process audit, even the procurement process will have to be reviewed. Why it is taking us too long to implement the procurement process, the bidding process, so that we can indeed utilize this at a pace that is befitting the completion of our mandate. I am sure there are areas here where we can improve the procurement process.
Yeah. That's why my staff is looking for it. But this is the dilemma. Budget is not being utilized. I think I heard Senator Risa ask about this earlier, the first part of her questioning. Budget is not being utilized, but at the same time, we're also experiencing delays. No? So the dilemma is you're not spending your budget, therefore delays are happening. No? And spending the budget is a management issue. No, it's not a money issue, but a management issue. Ito, I'll this on the screen. For 2022, obligation rate is 69%, 2023 62%, and so on. No, so this is one aspect that the commission needs to address. No, and if you look at the entire history, it's only hovering around 60 to 70%. No, so that's the dilemma right now. We're not spending the funds that we are being the funds that you are allocated with, but and therefore delays are happening because of the funds being not utilized. So I strongly suggest that the commission should look at this. Where is the bottleneck? Normally, the bottleneck is at the procurement level. Normally, but you know your problems better than we do, and you have to analyze what is the problem, or else, even though you ask DBM 2 times, 3 times more budget, they will never give that because of this.
Yeah.
Because of this utilization issue.
I think we will implement drastic reforms in the budget preparation. When we prepare the budget, we should already know exactly what we're doing next year and when we are doing it. And I think we have to be more detailed in our preparation for the budget for the next cycle, Your Honor.
Dapat yata mag-ano kayo you guys should go to a
workshop.
Very far campsite. Mag-ano kayo, 5 kayo, bull session, and really internalize your problems. What is the problem talaga? No? Because if you look at the history, it's like that all the time. Alam ni kids to The problems are actually recurring. No, it's not a new problem that we are pointing out. No, si Senator Riza has been pointing out reset and WAC. We've been pointing out utilization, and now I'll point out something again. This is the PSA cases. Ito madalas rin natin pag-usapan to. And right now, 216 cases are more than 11 years. 200 cases are between 6 to 7 years. And this is what the Secretary mentioned earlier in his discussion with the President. No? The PSA also delayed. No? So I strongly suggest that the Commission siguro sama na rin natin si Executive Director doon sa campsite. Mag-camping kayo talaga at internalize what is the problem with management. It's a management problem, no? It's not a budget problem. It's a management problem, no? Yeah.
I am 100% in agreement, Mr. Chair. Coming into the ERC, I already have some ideas on how to solve the bottleneck simply by putting the heads together in a forum where we can really thresh out things openly. Admittedly, there are existing deficiencies in the processes. Then that is the start of making improvements, understanding where the deficiencies are and where we can streamline processes. And I think give us some time. And probably in the next budget cycle, we will give you a very responsive budget where the timelines are very clear. The budget actions are based on targets that are well defined to the detail.
Again, this is a recurring discussion every budget season, and we really hope that once and for all this can be addressed already. We're very supportive of a strong regulator. In fact, I filed a bill before to create an ERC charter instead of amending IPIRA to create a standalone charter for itself. But I'll leave that to Secretary Lotilia and to ERC to decide whether you want a charter or IPIRA. That's a decision that I'll leave that to you. But the most important here is to solve the basic problems. No? Delays in reset, delays in PSAs, and delays in reset. It has very, very, very concrete consequences because of the rates. No, the difference between a 14% WACC and a 10% WACC is billions yan. And to our consumers, that can hurt them in their daily sustenance. No, so it's important to once and for all address this. I just want to echo that to the Commission, and I thank the Commission coming in full so that you can hear the sentiments of not only legislators like us, but consumers as well. One policy question to the ERC is the issue of ARCOA, the Retail Competition Open Access. And right now, what is the threshold for ARCOA?
The threshold right now is 500.
500. And what's the timetable to... Because the aspiration here is to go household level. No, that's the aspiration, and that's the really during the discussion of IPIRA. That's the goal is to enable our consumers to choose by themselves where to buy electricity. I know there are technical constraints. I know that. Now there are legal constraints because of the contracts already entered into by utilities. But we need to have a transition plan already, because we've been talking about this for many years, since the IPIRA was born. And we've seen that in Singapore. I've seen Singapore, how they do it. And Singapore came in later than us in terms of household level ARCOA. I know we need a transition. I'm not forcing the Commission to do it tomorrow, but we need to see that transition already. When do we have any transition plan to reach household level, and what is the timetable to reach that level?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that very good question. There are efforts actually to be able to bring this ability to choose your own supplier. Sabi nga po kanina, 5.57 yung rates versus yung mga 6 pesos, no, if they were to get their electricity through the DU. Ang ginagawa po namin, nagpasa po na kami ng omnibus rules for the retail competition and open access. Mapapansin niyo po doon sa rules na yun, yung aggregation inaalaw na namin. So, we're bringing it to the level of the household, particularly, let's say, condominium building po yan. Yung condominium owner po, pwede na po siyang mag-ARCOA actually. So, kahit ang gamit ko, let's say, is about 250 or 300 only, nag-a-avail na po ako ng rates na maganda under retail competition. Sa ngayon po, may mga 50% pa na eligible, Your Honor, na pwede na pong mag-switch. Hindi pa rin po sila nagsiswitch. So we're encouraging them. In fact, in the billing under our rules, nakalagay po doon, you've reached X amount, you are eligible to apply for retail competition just to trigger off the interest. At tumawag siya sa kanyang DU or tumawag sa ERC at malaman, pwede na ba kung mag-ARCOA rin. But definitely, Your Honor, we need to be able to convince that 50% others na hindi pa po nila siniswitch yung kanilang mode of procuring electricity. So we'll reach out to them.
This is in so far as the retail aggregation.
Opo. Yes, yung sa condominiums po.
Sa condominiums.
Opo.
But they should also consume more than 500.
Hindi po. Yung buong building po.
So
500.
In building 500.
Opo.
But if it's below 500, you cannot do it. So 500 is still the threshold.
Opo.
But the goal here is to lower it down to 500.
That's the intention, Your Honor, yes.
Correct. So what's the timetable for that? And I know you need a transition. It cannot be done immediately. But the industry will not move without any signal from the commission. No?
We're doing a technical study right now, Your Honor, kasi may mga implications din po ito, like yung cost ng metro. That was a big issue actually when we were discussing this at the commission. Sino magbabayad ng metro na mahal, no? DU ba? Sabi namin hindi dapat. Kung sino yung nag-retail competition customer, siya dapat. Because this will have implications also on CapEx expenditures. So part of the study we are doing, Your Honor, is to be able to study the impact. Pati po yung, let's say, pagbabawas ng mga bumibili through the DUs. We're now making sure that the PSAs entered into by the DUs would have a provision na sila dapat nagbabawas sila ng dinidivide nilang cost doon sa remaining consumers nila kapag bumaba na yung demand doon sa kanilang franchise area. Because let's say a DU would have procured, let's say, about 600 megawatts. Because of ARCOA, sabihin natin 400 na lang yung kailangan nila. Saan nila dadalhin yung 200 megawatts? Nag-introduce na rin po kami ng clause doon sa PSA template namin na sinasabi, they should actually introduce measures that will now allow them to take out the 200 from these contracts, benta nila sa merkado or wherever, pero hindi dapat ipasa consumers. That's part of the study, Your Honor, because there will be massive impact on the captive customers.
And that, Commissioner Gates, I understand the contracts that the DUs have entered into, the technicalities, but we need to have that transition plan. Without the transition plans, the DUs will not move because it's beneficial to them. The status quo is beneficial to them, but we want the consumers to be empowered. In fact, a suggestion that I'm thinking is to allow voluntary transition already. Like for example, if we can afford the meters and we're inclined to switch. For example, si Senator Risa wants to go full RE. No? I want to go mix. Then allow us to do that as consumers because the law allows it anyways. No? But what's absent here is the transition plan, no, on how to do it. No? So that's what I want to hear from the commission.
Yeah, I think we can commit to prepare that transition plan and submit it early next year. Probably after we do our workshop. That will be part of the things that we will do in a place where there is sure electricity.
But just put that on your table, and I would appreciate the transition plan or a plan to be submitted next year, early next year. No, I don't want to put any dates, but you guys have to talk about it already. No, na-stuck na tayo sa 500. It never went down, and
Middle of next year, according
middle of next year. But na-stuck na tayo dyan and that's not the aspiration. The aspirations go all the way down to the household level. No, and it's a system that again, Singapore is doing it, the UK is doing it, and that's really the goal of IPIRA to bring competition all the way down to the household level. All right. The next item is I know that you have undergone review of over contracted DUs. I just want, and this is a very good move. I think we hear stories from different DUs over contracting. They have take or pay provisions. Can we get an update on how many DUs have you detected that over contracted? What are the actions that you have taken in order to free up the over-contracting or over-contracted contracts? And just give us some updates on that. That's a very good move. I support that. In fact, the Commission has really put its foot on the ground on over-contracting. So can you give us an update on that?
Thank you, Your Honor. Actually po, because of the Alianza ruling by the Supreme Court, many of these contracts were actually terminated. The ECs didn't have a choice but to terminate. So many of them actually entered into emergency power supply agreements. So sa ngayon po, wala po. Naghahabol po marami sa kanila kasi yung mga in-over-contract nila noon, these were all terminated. In fact, we're just in consultation with DOE and NEA Administrator Nani, because many of these ECs would like to enter into a second round of EPSAs because they've not completed the CSPs yet. So we're just consulting with SecPopo regarding the applicability of the existing 2023 DOE circular, if that can be allowed. Because pang isang taon lang po kasi dapat ang EPSA.
Tapos na review na lahat ng contracts. There's no more over contracting right now?
Wala po. Actually,
based on your complete review, there's no more over contracting?
Wala po. Ang nakita po namin, merong negative, mean to say nagbebenta sila, but these are the utilities in eco zones. Sa eco zones po ito. But as far as the DUs are concerned, wala po. Clean po tayo so far.
All right. Thank you for that. I'll go to the NEA, and thank you, Senator Risa, for asking about total electrification. I'll took note of the discussion there, but I'll talk about let me get my notes. I'll talk about the loans because we also saw right now there are about 9.2 billion of loans receivable. Tama, Administrator? Hindi pa yan. Hindi pa yan. Right now, the outstanding loans receivable is about 9.2 billion. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, yes, Mr. Chair.
And then we also saw the aging of the loans receivable. Can we flash that? About 156. These are the overdue loans. No, about 180 million pesos of overdue loans. Of which 156 million are over a year. And this was also flagged by COA, in their report. May I know what is the action plan in order to collect from these overdue loans?
Mr. Chair, if I may, the 156 million appearing on the screen, the aging is over 365 days, were contracted by electric cooperatives Magelco and Lasureco.
Electric cooperatives?
Yes.
Okay.
And these are the two ailing cooperatives that we are trying to fix right now, and finding a solution on how they can be able to have at least a positive cash flow.
This is which electric cooperatives?
Maguindanao Electric Cooperative and Lanao del Sur Electric Cooperative, both belonging to the BARM area.
But realistically, is there any hope of rehabilitating these electric cooperatives? I know it's a complicated situation, but based on your analysis, Administrator, you've been there for, I think, a little bit more than a year. But based on your own analysis, is there hope to rehabilitate? Because it's also connected to your aging receivables. So, meron bang way to rehabilitate these two electric cooperatives?
As to the payment to on the loans of NEA, I believe realistically that might really be a tall order now, because it's not only NEA that is the creditor, also with NPC, PSAM, and NGCP. Now, as to the rehabilitation, I am not giving up, Mr. Chair. We're still trying to find ways, and a big part of the option maybe would be how to convince private sector to get into the scene in trying to continue its operations.
Well, I just want to point that out, and just take note that a portion of your loans are already more than a year. And I know it's a challenge, and we've been also talking to some of the ailing cooperatives to see how we can help them. But I know it's a tall order. But I just want to put that on the discussion so that the SONEA can take a look at that as well. Another issue that I saw is the issue of unliquidated balance. No, right now, how much is your unliquidated balance?
Unliquidated balance that has been actually, Mr. Chair, if I am not mistaken, those unliquidated balance also pertains to the subsidies granted by the former administration to both the Magelco and La Sureco.
In my notes, the unliquidated balance about 992 billion. Is that correct? Billion, huh?
Billion.
992
million, Mr. Chair.
Million, sorry. My staff made a mistake. Million. Of which, I'll flash the aging of the liquidation. About 900 million is due for liquidation, and the rest are pretty much current. No? So what's that status of this due for liquidation? Almost all of your liquidation is past due already. No?
Mr. Chair, I just would like to make mention that the implementation of the city electrification projects we're given 2 years. No? So maybe I would address those that are more than 3 years, and those that are really due for liquidation over the 3 years, mostly of which are pertains to the subsidies awarded to Magelco, La Sureco, and
this is a 299 million. No?
Yes,
how
Mr.
much
Chair.
is this are from the ailing cooperatives?
Actually, the on the unliquidated subsidy funds, based on our records, the BARM ECs alone composed 295,851,997, and the other ECs 696,740,000. So on the unliquidated balance, 90% belong to the BARM ECs, Mr. Chair.
The same challenge, I would assume. You know, how to collect those balances from those ailing ECs.
I would agree with you, Mr. Chair. That's why we requested a special provision that the strategic EC that is near the farm areas be the one to implement the city electrification projects, because the underserved and unviable areas are being deprived of the subsidy merely because of the unliquidated subsidies committed by the prior management.
Oh, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, that's the request for the special provision that is going to be in effect restored, or what was present in the previous GAA will now be repeated in the 2025 GAA, so that it will allow the other electric co-ops which do not have unliquidated accounts to be the one to implement the projects in these areas. We don't want to punish the consumers, but it's only the electric co-op that is going to be held responsible for it.
Has that been implemented, the special provision?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And how many ECs receive subsidies using that?
Actually,
special
Mr. Chair, in the case of Magelco, we are downloading the funds to Sultan Kudarat Electric Cooperative, and in terms of in the case of Lanao del Sur, we are about to download 50 million to be implemented by Moresco 1, situated in Cagayan de Oro.
And the Ailing Cooperative allows the nearby cooperative to serve the underserved. They allow them to go into their franchise area.
It's only the implementation of the city electrification projects.
Only insofar as the sitio electrification.
Yeah, only on the line extensions.
Okay, but the sitio electrification, these are line extensions. Eh?
That's right, Mr.
So how do they do it? Because for example, the nearby or the adjacent cooperative will have to extend all the way inside the Ailing Cooperative's franchise area. So technically, how does it work?
Normally for example, in the case of Lasureco, Moresco 1 would be the one to implement the project, and the Moresco 1 would be the one to bid it out, and they would be the one issuing the certificate of inspection and acceptance in behalf of Lasureco.
So the analogy, Mr. Chairman, is to the third-party construction. So the operation will still be by the Ailing Cooperative, but it's the construction that will be done by the...
Yes, Mr. Chair. And also the liquidation to NEA will be done by Moresco 1.
And that new line extension will form part of the rates of the Ailing Cooperative?
Will still form part of the... these are subsidies anyway. I don't think it will affect the rates because these are government subsidies.
Okay, so it will not be part of the Ailing Cooperative's rate collection?
No, I don't think so. But it will be part of their asset base, but it will not be part of their...
Kasi diba, ang ano dyan, when you build, you're allowed to collect from that new asset, diba?
Yeah, I don't think...
But in this case, how does it work?
This is a government subsidy, Mr. Chair. This is not included. Only on the capex of the electric cooperatives that they are allowed to have a recovery as per approval of ERC, but not on the government subsidy.
All right. So it's another, the one beside it, the electric cooperative beside is the one that builds it. Okay. And then, are we still releasing funds to unliquidated electric cooperatives with unliquidated balance?
No, Mr. Chair.
No more?
They are disqualified from any release of funds from subsidy, or even in even in the grant of loan, they are not qualified to be extended for loan.
And as a workaround, you just stop the electric cooperatives beside it to do
Yeah.
the electrification.
That's right,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
All right. I'll jump to another topic, and this has been also a recurring topic on the floor. And this is the topic of pole relocation. I think this is one of those recurring topics that we discussed during the debates. Right now, there are about 87,000 poles that need to be relocated. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair, in our records, it's 88,250, of which out of these 88,250 poles that needs relocation, 35,117 were already relocated. So that left us a balance of 53,133. I think I was informed by Department of Public Works that they were already granted the needed funds of 4.2 billion to implement the relocation of these 53,133 poles. We are already in the process of concluding our joint memorandum circular. And I already received an advice from the Secretary of the DPWH that it was already decided by his agency that it will be downloaded to NEA. So NEA will be the one to reimburse and pay directly the electric cooperatives that would implement the pole relocations.
So the funds now go to DPWH.
DPWH,
And then
Mr. Chair.
it gets transferred to NEA.
To NEA.
And then NEA pays the electric.
Yes.
Is there, if we download it to NEA, is that a faster way?
I believe so, Mr. Chair, because Mr. Chair, yung kasing mga capable electric cooperatives, I directed them last year to advance already pole relocation. And actually, we still have a balance of, I think, 128 million advanced by the 9 electric cooperatives, mostly from Mindanao and Visayas, that we have to pay. Kasi nagiging problema ron, Mr. Chair, medyo humahaba yung bureaucracy. May yung process of payment for the project. Medyo magulo nung una. That's why we finally sat down with DPWH and we simplified the process.
What is the role of DPWH if DPWH will end up giving you the funds to pay the ECs?
Well, that will help NEA and the EC in the field validation, Mr. Chair.
Only the field validation.
Validation.
Yeah, but the ECs themselves can do the validation.
Maybe an interagency validation to have a check and balance, Mr. Chair. Kasi nung umpisa, compared to the prior administration, ang region ang nagbabayad sa electric cooperative. So doon po naipon yung payables ng DPWH sa mga kooperatiba. And hindi naman pwedeng open checkbook sa mga kooperatiba ng advance sila na advance tapos naiipit yung pondo nila sa pagbabayad ng DPWH. Kaya yan po ang ginawa namin ng paraan with the help of Secretary Bonoan.
Okay. Can you study the possibility of streamlining by downloading the funds straight to NEA? And then NEA will reimburse the electric co-ops after relocating the poles, just to make it faster, because I know
Yeah, I think, Mr. Chair, ganun ang mangyayari. I'm just waiting for the memorandum of agreement that would be forwarded to me by DPWH, and I'll do my comments.
No, inside the GAA already. This round, this 2025 budget will transfer the budget from DPWH to NEA.
We'll do that.
Just study that possibility, because we're trying to cut the process. If we can cut the process, since you end up paying the electric co-ops anyways, then we'll lodge the budget under NEA for pole relocation specifically.
We'll do that, Mr. Chair.
Just study that possibility and let us know. And then how much?
Chairman?
Yeah.
We'll study that, but our remaining problem is that the poles to be relocated are not all on national roads. So we still have the local roads to contend with. So that's why this validation with DPWH is about the national roads.
How much do you still need to relocate 52,000 poles?
Total of 4.2 billion.
4.2 billion to relocate the remaining poles.
Yeah, the 53,000 poles to be relocated.
Just get back to us and see if lodging the amounts to your department is a much more efficient way, and also take into consideration the secondary roads if that is also a complication. But what we're trying to address here is that interagency transfer. I know that takes time. Also for school buildings, actually, that's always the problem. We put it under DepEd and then DPWH constructs it, but normally that transfer alone takes 6 months to 8 months. I'm sure it's also the same for NEA. But what we want is to relocate all of those poles already.
We'll do that, Mr. Chair.
And I'll jump to DOE. And this is on the topic of the NEPIO, the nuclear study. Let me just... Yeah. I saw in the budget that NEPIO received 45 million pesos. Of which 23 million will go to representation and travel expense. Maybe know how come half of the budget will go to representation and travel expense for 2025?
Mr. Chair, we are currently doing preparations. Actually, for this year, we already have the in-air mission. And then that's for phase 2, milestone 2. So after this review in December, we have to continue the trainings and all the deliverables for IAEA. So continuous po yung siting evaluation, the preparation of the RAD plan. Tuloy-tuloy po yun yung programs namin until we reach milestone 3, which will be the construction phase already, sir. So, hindi lang yan pang travel lang abroad, no? Because those are usually sponsored by IAEA or any other agencies that are, countries that are inviting us. It's more of our capacity building, Mr. Chair.
Itong travel expenses, local 8 million, foreign 3.5, representation is 11.5. These are for our people traveling inside and outside.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Just for one example, when we do the capacity building or even the formulation of the siting criteria, we send our subcommittee to Masbate, for example, and they do a survey there. Or, for example, we do training for RAD plan or any other parts of the 19 infrastructure. Minsan yan on-site or minsan dito lang sa Manila. But it is a very, it's a continuous capacity building because there are 19 infrastructure and we have to comply issues and we have to come of the IAEA and we have to comply with that and we have divided it to 6 groups for 24 agencies. So tuloy-tuloy lang yun yung aming training and capacity building, Mr. Chair.
The representation, how come the there's 11.5 million for representation. What's the use of that, Busek?
I have to check the records, Mr. Chair, but many of this we do host. Ang NEPIO kasi yung secretariat ng NEPIAC. And NEPIO will arrange all this workshop, write-shops, and training exercises, Mr. Chair. So we do ang NEPIO ang gumagastos nito for in behalf of NEPIAC normally, Mr. Chair.
Okay. For the interagency people.
Mr. Chair, for example, we had a write shop, for example, for our regulatory, no? So we do pay for the hotel, all the meals and expenses of the member agencies, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Where are we now in terms of NEPIO? Can you give us an update on that?
Yes,
because
Mr.
I was looking at my notes during our deliberation last time, and I remember that a roadmap will be created, no? And just to make us all understand. And of course, I want to understand also the steps that the country is going to take in order to inject nuclear power into its grid, as well as what are the laws that we need, what are the steps that we need to undertake. Of course, the safety aspect is still the most important discussion that we have to make, as well as the fuel, the commissioning, also the fuel discharge or the fuel containment is also another aspect that we need to discuss. So in short, where are we now in terms of NEPIO?
Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. For the opportunity for us to explain what are the accomplishments of our NEPIO and NEPIAC. Mr. Chair, for the first time, DOE has included nuclear as a part of its energy mix by 2032. Those are aspirational, Mr. Chair. By 2032, moving up to 4,800 by 2040. Is that correct? So, ano lang siya, gradual increase. Because the most important is we get to have a first nuclear power plant in the country. And 2032 is quite aspirational kasi medyo malapit na yan. But the direction of NEPIO and NEPIAC is towards that. So from that objective, Mr. Chair, we have made a roadmap already of what are the to-dos of each committee. For 2024 alone, Mr. Chair, we have already accomplished. We are about to publish the results of the survey in which that was the purpose of the additional funding for NEPIO for this year. Updated survey for this year. We also have a communication plan that we are working on. We're trying to enter into an agreement with the Philippine Communications PCO. But if that doesn't push through, then we have to find another service contractor. And then, Mr. Chair, we have done the preparations so that we can have the in-air mission, the second in-air mission. The last in-air mission was 2018. So now we are ready for the next step, that we have addressed all that we have to address in accordance with the recommendations of the IAEA at that time. So nagpre-prepare na po kami for the next in-air mission. And one of our biggest activity for this year is the international supply chain, or an international nuclear forum on November, in which we have invited several countries to attend, and that's on November 13, 14, 15, Mr. Chair. And you're also invited to come if you have the time. But this will be participated by US, Canada, France, Korea, and Japan. And this is the start. Every year we will do this. And for the other aspects, Mr. Chair, we can present to you the roadmap, because these are too detailed to discuss here kasi may mga documents that we have to submit for NEPIAC to submit to IAEA. Pero as of today, Mr. Chair, the program is stronger than before. We have accomplished more this year. This is also with with the fact that we have created the office, nuclear office under DOE. Kaya medyo mas may office na at may focus na. We will present to you the roadmap that we have created with the 2032 objective in mind, backtracking it. When do we have to have the regulatory commission already in place? When do we have to start the construction or the bidding, or even ERC has to be involved in the pricing of the nuclear power, Mr. Chair. So medyo may may step by step from this year up to 2032 what we have to achieve in order to have the first kilowatt hour by 2032, Mr. Chair.
And will this be treated just like any other power plant?
Yes,
private sector led. Private sector will have to compete with, or this technology will have to compete with other technologies.
Mr. Chair, if you base it in EPIRA and how the energy sector is, yes, but by the nature of it, it will have a commission for the safety security aspect, but also as a practice in many other countries. Normally, the investors have more assurance if there is government involvement, whether it's government, national government, or a GOCC or any other part of the government. It is because of the high upfront costs and the high risk and all the other factors that makes it peculiar, Mr. Chair. Kaya this will be a government decision eventually, Mr. Chair, whether it will be involved or not. But the main decision making of whether to put up a generation company for nuclear will be private driven, Mr. Chair.
You mentioned, Yusek, there's now a roadmap. And the roadmap will spell the most important critical aspects that is lingering in many of our minds. Safety, waste disposal, decommissioning. These are the top three issues normally that is related to nuclear, including pricing. There's still a big debate on pricing. The common perception is it's cheaper, but is it really cheaper compared to other technologies? Baka we're doing so many things to promote it, but at the end of the day, it's the peso per kilowatt hour that's the most important. So in the roadmap, all of these items are spelled out.
Yes, Mr. Chair. In fact, if you enter into nuclear, because it's not just 30 years, it can be a power plant for 60 years, or even in fact, in some countries even more. So the way we treat CSPs, PSAs, we might have to revisit it when it comes to nuclear. Kasi dahil nga, even the refurbishment and the findings of Korea back in 2017, refurbishment of Bataan nuclear power plant was $2 billion already. So ang upfront cost niya mas sobrang laki. So your contract cannot be just a 10-year contract for PSA or 20 years in fact. It has to be longer for it to be cheaper also, Mr. Chair. So medyo may changes talaga gagawin. And as you were saying, we have put in the roadmap that dapat like offshore wind, we have to bid it out sometime so that there will be a financial closure in many of our developers. The same way as nuclear, I think, Mr. Chair. But that will be decided when we get more things in place, Mr. Chair.
Those details are spelled out in the roadmap. We'll just request for a briefing on that, or maybe we can also ask the Committee on Energy to host a briefing of the roadmap so that we will understand. Over the past, since 2018, we have already put in 361 million to study nuclear, and that's the openness that the Senate demonstrated so that we will know the benefits as well as the risk of nuclear power. And we acknowledge that the whole world changed its tone because of what's happening in Europe. Now nuclear is back in fashion again, and a lot of countries are going back into nuclear. So we want to understand what are the risks and benefits that the country can experience with nuclear.
Mr. Chair, just a caveat lang on the roadmap. Kasi it's a very fluid roadmap eh. Every month we have to update kasi sa dami ng activities. So that's why we haven't printed it. It's all digital lang kasi gumagalaw yung pieces every month. But we can do the briefing. Publication lang hindi lang namin ginagawa. But we can provide digital copies also to the Senate, Mr. Chair.
I won't go into the details now, no, because it's a budget hearing. But just to, I just want to appreciate the efforts and also the funding that went into NEPIO, and of course the outputs that NEPIO created because of these investments that we need.
Mr. Chair, we did have accomplished several things, even just the 123 agreement. That was one of the landmark accomplishments, and many other agreements of other countries, Mr. Chair, like the feasibility study with Korea. And for that, Mr. Chair, the additional budget and the budget that you have provided in 2024 was well spent. Kulang pa nga, Mr. Chair.
About the additionals later on. Okay, sige. I'll request the Committee on Energy to host that briefing so that all the members will be invited. I'll jump to another issue, and this is on electric vehicles, another technology that is quickly becoming the norm in many countries. And I understand that the CREVI or the roadmap has been issued already. I just want to get an appreciation on where we are in terms of EV adoption. Based on the records, in terms of electric vehicles, we're still very far off, 2.4% out of the target. We've achieved 2.4% out of the targets. And then in terms of charging stations, about 8%. So we're still quite far off. I just want to get an update on the electric vehicles advocacy.
So, Mr. Chair? Yeah. As regards the electric vehicle program under the EVIDA, so as of September 20, 2024, there are 561 recognized electric vehicle models, with a majority of which of the EV is available in the market are battery, and these comprise of the following, 425 battery electric vehicles, 32 plug-in hybrid electric vehicles, 46 hybrid electric vehicles, and 58 light EV models. The Department of Energy has also accredited 90 EV charging stations providers, comprising of 38 EVCS providers that are operators, 26 EVCS providers are as a service, and 26 are suppliers. Also, there are a total of 636 charging points nationwide registered with the Department of Energy. Now, as far as the targets on the EV charging stations are concerned, the Energy Utilization Management Bureau is confident that it will reach the target, and also for the target next year, based on its consultations and exchanges with the private sector. So, as far as the CREVI is concerned, we have two scenarios that we have presented. One scenario is called the business as usual, where the Department of Energy projects that we will have 10% electric vehicle fleet share by 2040, whereas the more ambitious one is the clean energy scenario, which sets it at least 50% of the fleets with electric vehicles by 2040. As far as the government energy management program is concerned, We are pushing for the procurement of the 50% of electric vehicles in the fleet, not only through the GAA but other financing arrangements with development partners. So the goals of the CREVI is basically to increase the electric vehicles in the domestic market. So we want to deploy a sufficient number of EV charging points across the country by 2023 to 2040 and position the Philippines electric vehicle industry to become a producer and exporter of EVs by 2040. This is because the EVIDA not only encourages the utilization of the electric vehicles and putting up the charging stations, but also how to address the industry as a whole by having manufacturing here in the Philippines, as well as making the people or the workforce available and ready. We also want to promote a sustainable economic growth and support the battery research, the EVCS technology, and the digitalization to spur the technological innovations to strengthen the competitiveness. As far as the EV charging stations are concerned, we adopted the standards that is being utilized by the ASEAN nations, also aligned with the European Union's standards para mas mapabilis po yung deployment.
I'm looking at the short-term targets. The short-term targets is we'll have 311,000 electric vehicles. This is under under business as usual. And then 2.4 million under clean energy scenario. That's the target.
Yes, and these targets are being addressed by not the Department of Energy alone. It's with the Department of Energy as the head of the technical working group, but we have the DOTR and the other agencies as well. So ang pinupush ng DOE specifically is the Government Energy Management Program, how the government can have a strategy to reach that 50%. But for the other sectors like the public utility vehicles and the private sector, tulungan po siya with the other agencies, especially with the DOTR.
The bottleneck here when I talk to the advocates is the charging station.
Yeah.
No, it's a chicken or the egg question, and a lot of our potential buyers are hesitant because walang charging stations. And when I see charging stations, not only in gas stations, but in malls, offices, and in the law, we empower DOE to dictate, Secretary, on the rollout of charging stations. In fact, that's a key power that we gave DOE so that we solve that chicken or the egg dilemma, no? Because buyers will not buy electric vehicles without those charging stations. So have we used that power, and have we included in the roadmap the mandate to install charging stations?
It's included in the CREVI, the roadmap, Mr. Chair. I just need the detailed figures, but the Department of Energy is utilizing a ratio of how many electric vehicles and how many charging stations are required. Consistently from the Bureau, I just need to get the detailed numbers and submit to you probably in writing. The Bureau is confident that it will reach the target. But as far as putting up the charging stations are concerned, we're not only tapping the mandated or the mandatory putting up of charging stations, for example, in parking areas, but also how GOCCs can come in. The issue there is more of not so much the numbers, but also on the location of the charging stations. So that's what we are looking at. But as far as the numbers are concerned, it's confident that it will reach the target.
What's the target for charging stations? Here it's about 7,300.
7,300.
Yeah.
And then for clean energy is 66,000. But what is the mechanism? We mandated the buildings. We mandated. Who did we mandate?
Condos, malls, parking areas.
So the malls are now mandated to put charging stations.
Under the law, yes.
No. Okay. And offices as well.
Government offices, condominiums, and I just have to refer to the law, Mr. Chair. Hindi ko masyadong ma-recall yung details.
Yeah.
Kasi ang concentration ng DOE is not really to enforce in a sense that provide penalties, but it's really to roll it out and encourage the implementation voluntarily. But and there's a big company that wants to come in next year. It's just that I don't think I'm at the liberty of giving it out unless it's really nandyan na. So marami rin kasing mga electric vehicle companies that are looking at investing in the Philippines and looking at how electricity costs can be addressed. And that's why the Create More and the other strategies were brought up earlier.
Just want to just put on the table and also flag the department on the charging station issue, because that's really one of the bottlenecks why electric vehicles is not achieving the penetration rates that we want. No? So and that had been a problem that we recognized and when we were crafting the law. So just take a look at that, because in the law we give DOE that power through the CREVI. Of course, the CREVI will be the roadmap. It will be the guiding document on the utilities, on how the guiding document for the utilities, people who want to put up charging stations, also establishment, so that everyone will be guided and also mandated. I think we should start mandating facilities to already put charging stations, or else I don't think the people who will buy who will potentially buy electric vehicles, they will not go into it, because it's the basic aspects are not being serviced or not being addressed. So that's also one of the things that we need to look at, the charging stations.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Chair. Definitely, we're looking at it. But aside from the mandatory side of putting up the charging stations under the law, what the Department of Energy is looking at is how to engage the electric vehicle community to have this online, not only identification of where the charging stations are, but also how to reserve a slot once they're already traveling. And that online is under a phase 2 of the technical assistance that we have with a development partner.
All right. Again, I just want to put the charging stations on the table. I think that is something that is an aspect that we need to address before we can see a full adoption of electric vehicles.
Yes, we will, Mr. Chair. And in addition, if you will allow, there are ongoing financing schemes for electric vehicles. First, the import tariff suspended for the BEV under an executive order, number 12 series of 2023, for 5 years, covering four-wheeled battery electric vehicles, electric scooters, and electric bicycles. Under EO 62, the expansion of EO 12 to include battery electric tricycles and quadricycles, hybrid electric vehicles, plug-in, hybrid EV, cars, jeepneys, buses, trucks, as well as a complete knockdown of EVs approved until 2028. Tapos meron din po tayong excise tax for battery EV at 0% and 50% for hybrid electric vehicles under the tax reform for Accelerated Inclusion or TRAIN Act. And then yung motor vehicles users charge discount of 30% for the BEV and 15% for the HEV for 8 years. And we also have the electric vehicle exempted from the number coding and the priority of vehicle registration in the LTO and the processing of franchise in the LTFRB. So it's a combination of fiscal and non-fiscal schemes. What we are looking at is how we can fast track the putting up of the green routes kasi kasama yon sa pag-prepare ng local government units ng comprehensive land use plan at nakatahi din doon yung pagtatayo kung saan yung mga charging stations. So the complete picture of rolling out vehicles, yes, it includes charging stations, but the IT component and the community component to it, as well as the fiscal and non-fiscal incentives, and also the place where we can have special lanes for the EVs so that we can really roll it out and achieve the clean energy scenario targets. Kasi mas malaki yung private sector na bibili nito kumpara sa government fleet, government entities fleet na 50%.
Thank you for that. I'll jump to another policy issue, and this is on the topic of EVOS. And I've read in social media that the president took note of EVOS and wanted to expand it to improve the application experience of potential power plant companies. And I also understand that I see in the budget that the department requested 36 million for EVOS, and maybe get an update on the implementation of EVOS and where the 36 million will go for 2025.
Mr. Chairman, just quickly on the concerns that were raised with the president. So one was that was agreed upon was on the parallel processing rather than sequential processing to the extent possible, and among others, the NCIP, for example, could exclude certain the certificate of non-overlap outside of the archipelagic baselines. We're looking also at the other issues. In the case of NCIP, all its processes are now onboarded in the EVOS platform. In the case of ERC, 2 out of 6 processes are now on board, so the other 4 are being worked out. The capex and the point-to-point connection are already on board for ERC. And then for DNR, Secretary Tony Lozaga is committed to also onboard their processes, and they will also have internally in DNR what is this parallel or simultaneous processing rather than sequential. So although they are working on onboarding all their processes, because right now they are reviewing internally their processes and which ones could already be onboarded. So these are some of the things that were discussed there, and then on as well as on NGCP processes and how to shorten them, because private sector generators in particular are still experiencing considerable delays, although NGCP has been able to reduce the system impact study to approximately 60 days from what used to be 18 months previously. On the budget Mr. Chairman, we have been able to use some of or locate some funds for upgrading the electronic platform, because as if you will recall, this was this was actually a donation from USAID at that time, and we need to upgrade it given the load that is coming in and the additional processes that have to be onboarded. So actually here we need some additional amounts, and we can indicate to you later how much we would need in addition to that has already been allocated in the budget.
So aside from the 36 million, an additional 9 million is needed for the transfer to the cloud. The reason being is that the provider right now is closing that function of theirs. And so imbis na mag-allot tayo ng 20 million for the hardware, the migration to the cloud would be a more efficient and mas less costly to the 9 million. Yung mga nagka-come up ng mga technical issues is based on aside from the volume, yung requirements ng cybersecurity. So, pag nag-engage tayo ng provider na yung co-location niya is may hardware required, the downtime also for that transition is bigger. Kaya yung sa cloud migration yung nakita ng technical team, which costs much less than the 20 million. Additional 9 million na lang po yung kinakailangan. But the agencies, as far as the EVOS is concerned, the processes, we have that DOE as the top notcher with 24 processes in the EVOS. Remembering that the the energy virtual one-stop shop system is a law that regulates the regulators, and it basically not only advocates for streamlining of processes, but to have uniformity and timelines in place. We have NEA, one process, Transco, one process, NAPOCOR, 3, DOLE, 8, and CIP, 1, LGU by Laguna, 3, DOJ, 2 processes, LGU Cagayan de Oro, 1, DOE and NGCP as of March 30, 2023, 1, LGU Burgos or Moc City, Iloilo, 1. By the way, LGU Burgos pala, 3. ERC, 2, and IMAP, 3. So, I can provide the list of the processes to you, Mr. Chair, but it's more a challenge for an end-to-end experience for the user of the EVOS. There are still black boxes, or there are still agencies that were not able to incorporate their processes into the system. So we have the DAR, the DNR, and other agencies, NGCP. NGCP, by the way, wants to again have a change in the process. The submission of the NR is not in accordance with the standards, so they have to resubmit again. So marami siyang issue sa end-to-end, also with NWRB. That's why the President chairing the EVOS Steering Committee, the Office of the President, is requiring for these agencies to have their own deadline. And I think the President also gave them a deadline.
I was looking at the budget. Since 2019, we have already allocated 263 million for EVOS. Flash that there. 263 million for EVOS. So it's a sizable amount already for the technology and the integration. And I was also looking at because the goal here is to put all the agencies who are part of the application process and approving process of energy projects and power plants will be on board electronically or connected electronically. And in table 4, I was looking at table 4. Not all departments are connected, no? In here, yeah. So, for example, ERC is just 30% connected. The system operator is completely not connected. But other critical departments like DNR, which is a critical department, they're not connected yet. NWRB, which is that deals with hydropower plants. So, in terms of percentage integration, it's only 38%. Despite the 263 million allocations since 2019. So the point I'm trying to make is, when do we end? Because the goal is to put this all together and see a seamless application process. Meaning, if I'm the applicant, I apply to DOE and everything just goes to the different departments electronically, and some of the application procedures can be done simultaneously. And the goal is to lessen the number of days an application gets approved. So when do we see that full implementation? And is this 36 million being requested the final amount that will enable us to fully connect everything?
Mr. Chairman, it's not just a matter of budget, but the preparedness and willingness of the other agencies involved to be part of the process. Part as well is the LGU. So the LGU process, getting them on board. There is a task force in the EVOS steering committee, composed of DILG, DOE, and ARTA, working on a model LGU ordinance. And there will be pilot provinces where this would be piloted so that we can have them on board. But the others, the agencies would have to be fully prepared. As I've said, in the case of DNR has indicated that because it had to review its internal processes, they could not come on board until after they have done that. And however, NWRB and the other agencies within DNR will be connected as well to the DNR the DNR system, and it will be connected further to the EVO system.
Secretary, when we were discussing this bill, I remember that is the challenge. Actually, the money is not the issue. It's really more the willingness to participate, and of course the openness to the concept. And that's why we placed the Office of the President as the chairman of the steering committee, because that was the discussion. In fact, during the hearings, in the debates, that was the concern. And that's why we put the Office of the President to give that muscle, so to speak. But looking at the list, that's not happening right now. Meaning the other departments are not joining the system, despite the president being the chairman of the steering committee. So I think kulang lang sa push, Mr. Secretary. And with the recent pronouncement of the president, I think a few weeks back, I think last week, I think that's a signal to the other departments that to take energy projects seriously. and join the system because that's the design of the system. No? I think the office of the president needs to crack the whip in order for them to join or to signal them to join in the system, because or else in the absence of the other departments, then it's not going to be fully operationalized. We will not fully realize the potential of the system, and we've plowed in already 260 million pesos and counting. No, so I don't want this to become a bottomless pit or an endless pit. I want to have some end goal. No, that with these amounts that we are requesting for next year, we will see now the full potential of the system. No? And you have started the system. Andiyan na, it's ongoing already. It's just getting the other departments joining. That's the missing part.
So, Mr. Chairman, and the next EVOS steering committee meetings, the deadlines of the agencies would be emphasized pursuant to the instructions that were given by the president at our meeting last week. Yeah.
The news clipping about that. So at least there's a strong signal now from the president that he wants the application process to be expedited. And that's really the end goal of EVOS. No? That's the goal why we enacted that law and also funded that law.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, just to add, the processes within the EVOS is also like a bottomless pit. There are there are like laws that would require it to undergo EVOS processing, like LPG, like electric vehicles. So, yung paglaki ng coverage ng EVOS, dalawa po kasi yung paraan. The first is via the law. So, sabi ng EVOS in the first phase na ni-require niya, it's a power generation, transmission, and distribution projects. And later on, may electric vehicle law, then may LPG Act. So, dumadami siya. Aside from that, the EVOS Steering Committee can expand the coverage. So, it included the exploration activities and others upon the recommendation of the Vice Chair, which is the DOE, Secretary, and the EVOS Steering Committee will agree. So, ganun po kasi yung disenyo niya. So, what we can do is anticipate the requirements and the volume na pumapasok. Kasi kung LPG ang pinag-uusapan, ang laki nun. In fact, the EVOS Steering Committee was considering whether or not it will include the application for putting up gasoline stations and ipasok sa EVOS. And yung EVOS Steering Committee, upon discussion, parang hindi muna kasi masyadong madami siya. So, yung pagbabalanse ng pagpasok ng mga proseso sa EVOS is a challenge. Kailangan din tingnan yung capability ng IT system. Tapos may papasok din na online payment scheme. Tapos yung personnel din, binabalanse yung walang overtime pay under the civil service rules. Tapos meron kang work from home arrangement na hindi binabayaran yung overtime. So marami siyang aspeto na kailangan talaga yung commitment ng mga managers. Now, we also discussed in the EVOS Steering Committee what the penalties are for those that are not compliant with the EVOS, which includes the 1-month suspension without pay, the 3-month suspension without pay, and the mandatory attendance to the values orientation program, and the strike 3, wherein you have removal from office, perpetual disqualification, and removal of the entire benefits. And it affects not only the higher ups, secretaries, commissioners, but it also affects those that are employees that are not in the 3rd level pwedeng sa second level, at iba-iba yung disciplinary process para daanan ng mga directors compared to a division chief and an SRS, for example, sa DOE. So, masalimuot siya, but the system itself is maganda yung pagkakadesenyo. It's being looked at internationally as one of the groundbreaking na mga strategies on how to push for energy transition, especially in a liberalized system like the Philippines. So, nakailan na rin kaming camp arrangements, parang sinasuggest sa ERC with other departments. Ang nagiging issue lang is minsan pag nagpalit ng USEC or nagpalit ng director, redo. Tapos yung mga participants doon sa camp, kahit sila pa rin yun, since nalaktawan na ng 6 na buwan, ay parang kailangan ulitin at nakalimutan. So, those are the challenges that we are undergoing. But the system itself, as designed, is being looked at globally.
Yeah. I acknowledge that the DOE has really put in a lot of effort, a lot of brain power to put the system in place. I've seen in one briefing they briefed me about and I looked at the system itself. It's really something to be proud of. But I don't suggest to already cascade it to the other industries like LPG or even the other sectors. Let's just focus first on electric power. I think electric power is really the important. We need to perfect that first, no? And before expanding into the other sectors. The goal here, actually the aspiration is, regardless of the sector, the system by itself can accept applications and process applications, no, regardless of the sector, no, whether it's LPG or others. But admittedly, it's complicated, no, as you expand. So what I suggest for the amounts that we are allocating is to focus on electric power, because that's really, admittedly, it's a critical sector that we need to make sure that we have constant supply of electricity coming into the system, no? So my thoughts on the matter is just, and I just want to put this on the table, is we've allocated a sizable amount already over the years, and we just need to see its full potential being realized with that amounts, so that it will not be a bottomless pit, so to speak, because we keep on allocating but we don't see the full potential of the system, no? We're already running to 300 million, no? Ang punto ko lang, sisingilin din tayo at the end of the day, saan ba pumunta itong pera? Where did this money come? Where did this money go at the end of the day, no? So I just don't want that to happen, and I want to demonstrate that the system is fully functional and being maximized by the stakeholders.
Mr. Chair.
Oops. Oh. So go ahead.
I just wanted to comment that DOE is really, I've only been there 2 years, pero we're very compliant with EWOS. Kasi 30 calendar days yun, hindi 30, working days. May iba na nga mga anak na nag-fill up pa ng EWOS. That's how compliant it is. And you're correct, sir, that we won't see the full potential if the whole ecosystem is not part of it. But as far, I just wanted to point that out, that DOE on that side has been very,
also DOE is also a fraction of the total process. I think it's only 10% of the total process, no? That's why the 90% is other departments. And that was a challenge, no, during the discussion.
When we were assessing with the president other week, Mr. Chair, one of the longest probably, which is just the way it is done and also the complexity of it, is the ECC. NCIP actually has shortened their process. So as mentioned by Secretary Lutilia kanina, the suggestion was to do parallel or simultaneous. And in that way also, Mr. Chair, there is the green lane of the POI and the Certificate of Energy Project of National Significance, which will allow such. And that's the marching orders, Mr. Chair.
And just for the record, Mr. Chair, yung impact ng paggastos natin sa EVOS ay nanganganak ng mas mabilis na pagproseso ng mga applications. Although, sabi nga natin, hindi end-to-end yung experience kasi may mga black boxes in the middle. Like, wala pa yung DNR doon, wala yung DAR. But, for example, sa RE contract application, from 60 calendar days before, ang processing time is 32, pero ang actual is 14.7 days. And these are calendar days. So, yung nanganganak or may bagyo o may flood, nag-evaluate pa rin yung mga tao. So, umaandar siya, Certificate of Endorsement to ERC, 38 calendar days before, na-reduce to 16, pero ang actual is 1.49 days na-endorse kagad. So, why am I sharing this? Kahit dalawang proseso lang to kasi madami siya. Yung ibang ahensya kasi, hindi sila confident na i-implement siya kasi sanay pa sila sa manual. But what I'm saying is, yung experience ng DOE and NCIP, for example, nakakatulong siya sa evaluator. It's a protection for the evaluators. Kasi minsan, yung application, kulang yung sinasubmit. Incomplete and the like. At pag hindi nakuha yung permit, sinisisi yung ahensya. Pero dun sa system, malinis siya kung ano yung kulang, sino nagkulang. At napapakita sa owners yung kakulangan, for example, ng officer nila na in charge sa pag-submit ng mga tamang mga papeles. So, it's there. Lumaki na rin kasi yung EVOS applications. No? As mentioned, maraming RE developers, lalo na binuksan natin to 100% foreign participation, marami talaga nag-a-apply. And yung processes natin, at saka yung system natin itself, yung hardware and yung software, kailangan mag-catch up. Kaya hindi po nasasayang yung funding dito. In fact, isa siya sa tinitingnan nga globally and dapat tingnan din ng mga kasali na sa batas na ayusin lang kasi nakakatulong din to sa kanila.
Well, you said you have additional requirements, no? So just send it to us. I fully support the system. It's just looking at the departments not participating. My point there is to use the Office of the President as designed in this law to mobilize the other departments. That's the point that I'm emphasizing. The other item that I want to discuss is the PCECP. Medyo nakakabulol to. Philippine Conventional Energy Contracting Program. There's an allocation, there's a request for 188 million for 2020. Total to pala. There's a request for 35 million for next year. But the allocation for the last, since 2018 is about 188 million. I support this program, but looking at the last round that the department has undertaken, there are only 4 takers for the, out of the 15 service contract, there were only 4 takers. No? So what seems to be the problem? No? Because we're allocated 35 million every year, so we're expecting a more vibrant participation, more bidders will come in, but I understand that there are only 4 participants who won.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Yusek Sales.
Just to update, yes, we've sort of revitalized the the program itself. So the program itself, by that long convoluted title, is just to promote our upstream and sign more contracts so that we can get indigenous resources. And although the program started in 2017, and you're right, there were, I think, just 4. But what the program allows also is what we call nominations. So the program allows for a bid round and also a process to nominate areas for the investor to come in and acquire service contracts. So those two things run parallel. Now, we're happy to report that this year we did run another bid round. So we bid out 8 blocks in total, and we received 9 bids from multiple companies, and we have finished evaluation, and we will be ready to qualify 6 bidders for 6 contracts for this year. So it's really a matter of refocusing what we are trying to promote.
How come there's only 4 takers? How come?
Well, historically,
is it because it's the country is not really meant for oil and gas, or the information?
Mr. Chair, there are multiple factors as well. As you well know, in upstream oil and gas, normal investors in upstream will be foreign companies. Of course, when you go to foreign companies, when they look at the opportunities, they look at it from a worldwide perspective. And in that period from 2018, a lot of activity was happening in West Africa and in Ghana, in Central America. So the companies always, they're like lemmings. So when they see something, they run there, they take a look. So you'll see the ups and downs of the industry, particularly in the Philippines, because most of the time we get overlooked. Yeah. So we try to build now, and it's true, maybe there's 4, but we're happy to report now that in this present 2024 round, I think we did a much better job. And we feel we will sign 6 out of the 8 contracts. And this includes, let me count, 4 contracts in the BARM.
So 6 contracts are scheduled to be signed. There are 6 winners out of the 8 contracts.
We have ranked
okay.
6 that are qualified to sign the contracts.
And this 2025, this 35 million, what are the activities of the 35 million?
Well, the principal activities really are multiple parts. Roadshows, and this will involve international roadshows. For what we've done is make a more focused roadshow. So we've treated it really as more a marketing type thing, where you go to the market where you most probably there will be buyers for the particular area, like our country, the Philippines. Because in upstream, there will be very big players. They want different things from the medium-sized players. They look at different type of areas, and then there will be small players who also are useful in promoting particular areas, but they will be looking at a different type. So what we've done is, in this particular round, offer different types of areas to attract different types of investing companies. So we want to continue this program, and moving on into the next year's 2025. We did get a very good reception for this year's activities that we conducted. But, it's always a little bit like out of sight, out of mind. So we want to continue the road shows to keep the Philippines in the international radar. We still have a lot of areas to offer. particularly in terms of natural gas. We have a lot of areas that have not been explored in the past 20, 30 years because the focus was on oil for the international explorers. But gas in the recent years has become a headline commodity, being touted as the transition fuel to take us all the way to carbon neutrality. So a lot of the companies have now refocused their efforts in gas, and this is a very good time and opportunity for the Philippines to have the people out there look into our other basins that were not looked at previously because the first explorers here wrote them off as being gas prone. So now they're interested to come back because 30 years ago they were not interested because it was gas prone. Now because gas is becoming very important, a lot of them are making U-turns. So
How many are you planning to auction this next year in 2025?
Well, we don't really have a plan to do an auction again. Because we have also...
But the Philippine contracting round is an auction?
It's a bid round.
Correct.
That's right.
It's an auction. It's an auction.
So we offer certain areas. For this year, there were 8. We opened the bid round in February. It runs...
So 2025, there's no auction?
We will not do an auction.
So what's the 35 million for?
We will continue to do the promotion. Because the other thing we did with this year, that's why a lot of interest, was we did a hydrogen auction. Now, there's a lot of talk about hydrogen becoming the fuel of the future, but the problem with hydrogen, most of the time you have to manufacture it. But there is new work being undertaken that can lead to hydrogen being produced from like oil and gas and natural gas. You drill into the earth and you can produce natural hydrogen. So there are areas in the world now where they have found that it does occur naturally, hydrogen, and there are now companies being put up to do exploration like you do oil and gas and look for what people call natural hydrogen or native hydrogen. So in fact, we offered 2 of these blocks this year. These blocks are in Zambales, typically because Zambales has the right kind of rocks to have natural hydrogen. And in fact, it was even early on in the mid-80s that one of our academic people sampled it and found out that there is hydrogen seeping out from Zambales. So this was 1986, 1988. They went out, sampled it, and 50% of the gas coming out was natural hydrogen.
The saying naman, we're doing road shows, but we're not going to do auctions next year. Nomination. You allow nomination.
We will invite them
the
to nominate.
contracting round allows nomination.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's 2 methods.
But the nomination will happen in a very specific time. During that round.
Actually, in the nomination, mas open yung time frame, sir.
Okay.
Because the interested company can come in and block out the area of interest and nominate the area. Then there will be a challenge process, and then the evaluation will proceed from there.
Swiss challenge.
It's parang continuous effort to sign the blocks.
All right. Is there any move to... I understand that we only offer the service contract. Diba? Is there any move to include, let's say, seismic surveys, geological surveys? For example, government conducts the seismic surveys and geological surveys. If we find something ourselves that it's a potential, then we include that so that it will improve the attractiveness of the service contract.
Tama kayo, Mr. Chair, and that's what's being done in other jurisdictions. The government actually acquires new data, and that new data is now being used to attract more investment
Correct.
in upstream. Unfortunately, in the Philippine setting, the funding has always been difficult for government.
Is that expensive?
Well, we did try to introduce a program for.
We recognize the presence of Senator Lauren Legarda.
Thank you very much. I know this hearing has been going on since this morning, Mr. Chair, and I'm here to listen, to express my support, all the agencies which I used to chair before. Yes, but I'm here to listen. Thank you. Please proceed.
Sorry, I cut you off. You said we were on the topic of seismic and geological survey.
Yes. So, in fact, we did propose a big, what we call regional survey to be conducted for 2024. This year, we proposed in 2023. The total cost was, I'm sorry, I always think in dollars. So it's $18 million.
$18 million.
For a regional survey. So this is we were proposing one of the cheaper acquisition, which is airborne. It measures gravity and magnetics in 4 dimensions, so it's more, how do you call it, detailed.
That's for one region. And that includes many service
This
contracts.
particular design we submitted to the ABM was 120,000 square kilometers. So this had an area.
How many service contracts are there in one plot?
Well, ang maximum nating area for a service contract is 1.5 million hectares. So I think that's about 1,500 square kilometers. But the one we're considering, because it's cheaper to run it on a bigger scale. Yeah. So 120,000 square kilometers.
Why don't you study that, Secretary? And I think we can...
We proposed again this year.
Maybe we can include it as part of our intervention, because from the prospective developers that I talked to, they suggested to improve the marketability of the country as a whole is to include those surveys already. So it's not only just purely when you go roadshow, parang laway lang no? Parang laway lang yung pinopromote natin. Ngayon hindi na laway. Ano na, may laman na talaga.
Actually, sir, may dala naman kaming konting tinapay. Kaya lang luma na. May data tayo, kaya lang luma na, sir. But still, kasi in geology, you may have old data, but what is important is having new ideas, even if it's based on old data. But of course, ang premium will always be newer data. They may like your idea, even if it's based on old data. But if you can show them new data that supports now that idea, then I guess it becomes easier for everybody.
Why don't you propose that for 2025, since we're doing the contracting round in 2025? No, I mean, you will later on, I'll request from everyone to submit to us your wish list. NEA, ERC, and DOE submit their wish list.
We will make.
And we'll study it. No guarantees that it will be included, but let's try. Especially for this, I'm also. Of course, I support indigenous sources, and one way to improve the marketability of our country is to include all of those features already. So let's see if we can lobby some amounts to include seismic studies and geological studies as well.
We will make a submission, Mr. Chair.
The project will actually cost about 2.9 billion in a multi-year phase, Mr. Chair. But that will as the objective is as explained by Yusek Sandy. We have presented it to DBM. We can just provide you with the presentation we gave to DBM. We're not technically asking, but if you can support it, then thank you.
You already presented that to DBM. Of course, DBM, they're just doing their job in managing the budget. But submit to us, and I want to inform everyone to submit to us your wish list and itemize it, complete with the amounts, and we'll try. Senator Lauren and I will try very hard to accommodate your request. With that, I don't have any more questions, Madam, and
with all the attached
I-
agencies.
we're done now. We started at 10 a.m.
Yeah.
and
I just
we did
have
the
a
rounds.
few questions.
So,
ERC.
yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if this was discussed, but I remember there was always an amendment to the budget of the ERC because they would need funds that they would ask from the service providers, right? That was already discussed. And what I would do for several years would amend it so that you could get the consultants. And then the next year in the NEP, it would not be there again. So I believe that it should be customary. It should be customary for the DBM, regardless of administration, to know that if it is an institutional amendment to help the agency to include it, hindi palaging, paano kung wala na tayo? Kung wala na yung mga nagre-request, babalik na naman sa dati. So I just want to know, in the NEP and GAB, is that already addressed? Yeah. Has this question been raised?
Yeah, it was discussed, Senator Lauren, and I also pointed out that their obligation rate hovers around 60 to 70%. So, and I think that is the reason why DBM every year will reduce the amounts that they request. No? So,
okay.
So
because the obligation, is DBM present here? Yes. So I just wanted to bring this because this is not the only agency where we amend it and it is institutional in nature. In short, hindi to luho, hindi to amendment to benefit one group or what. It's institutional and it's several years. Then they come back, agency comes back, and the next year it's NEP again. So my simple question, Mr. Chair, is ERC, was it included in the NEP? Comaseda knows this very well since 2018, 15, yeah. Or we have to amend it again. The chair would have to amend it.
Yeah, we'll probably amend.
Amend it again. So wala na naman. So no, see. So it's important to put that on record. And it's just what 100, 200? How many?
200.
400.
It's 259,000 the variance.
For your just a
Professional and consultancy services. Or
because just put on record, you used to ask that amount, that service from regulators.
Regulated entities. Your
Regulated entities, which is not supposed to be.
Opo.
Yes.
We've changed the policy that the cost of regulation now should be borne by the regulator. But without the funding po, we are hard pressed to...
Maybe it should be what we should do, the LBRMO, when we have several years of amendments, tas binabalik na naman sa NEP na wala yun, yung regular amendments na ginagawa taon-taon, kung kailangan ng ahensya ibigay sa DBM priority, paano na sa NEP na? Diba? Correct? Otherwise, okay, a scenario, Mr. Chair, where the institution will ask leadership. Yung sistema lang. Yeah. And this goes for every budget that we amend. So, good that we have the power to amend. And I agree with the ERC that it should not be the ones you are regulating who should provide you your needs. Right? Yes. So, we have to amend it again.
Correct.
So, mali, no? Kailangan linagay na. 2018 pa yan eh. Oh, so sino mag-amend yan? Ikaw. Tayo, maghati tayo dyan. Or so...
I'll prepare that.
Yes, okay, Mr. So both of us agree that it must be amended. Otherwise, those being regulated they'll have to beg. It's not right. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. So the 259, which just give us a breakdown. Kindly give us a letter through the chair, and we will jointly support that. Right? I wanted to bring that on record.
Mr. Chair, you requested for a wish list and we have it in particulars. So other than the professional and consultancy services, training expenses is also equally important for our technical staff.
Training is part of it.
Yes. So we'll just forward this, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Delikado humingi ng wishes. Nea, Mr. Almeida. Okay, again,
Mr. Chair, yes, ma'am.
every year since 1998, we would always ask about sitio electrification. And I'm sure you've discussed this lengthily. And sitios in this country always increase, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I would just like to put this on record, Mr. Chair. When I had the hearing of the PCO, Small Agency Communications Office, and I asked for the number of barangays, the head of the PIA, who's no longer the head, I hope he was not fired because of that question. I asked, how many barangays in the country do we have? Ilan? 42,000. Sabi 45. Yung isa nagsabi 42,004. Yung isa 40,000. So, bakit nagbabago? Di ba? So, ang sitio naman, nagbabago kasi nanganganak. What's a better word to use? They create sitios.
For us, ma'am, it's a moving target.
It's a moving target because sitios are created, right?
That's
and
right, ma'am.
So when we say there's more sitios unelectrified, it could also be that more sitios were created. Okay, so just a simple question. How many barangays do we have? If you have it, and let's see if your number of barangays in the NEA is the same as the number of the barangays of the DILG and the PCO. Because government agencies have different figures. So we should use the same number of barangays. And then second, to my question, how many sitios do we have to date? And what is the level of unelectrified, non-electrified sitios to date? You've discussed this. I just wanted to make it very clear. And since I've been sitting here since 1998, we always say, if you give us this amount, again, not to blame your any agency, we will have full sitio electrification. Panahon man ni Conrad Estrella yan, 1998. Kami ni Conrad, nagtutulungan nun. Paano ba ang full electrification? 1998, puro. No, kami ni Conrad, he was NEA, he was very, very helpful. I remember he even accommodated me to Antique. He was a young cabinet, I was a young senator, and we were naive and idealistic. We wanted to have full sitio electrification, which I thought I could see within my first term. And I'm on my fourth term. So I want to see how many barangays, how many sitios, and what is the status of sitio electrification.
Mr. Chair, ma'am, just to clarify, ma'am, NEA can only talk of barangays covered by the electric cooperatives. And as we speak right now, we have on record 36,071 barangays. But for purposes of planning, ma'am, on the execution of the sitio electrification, we would go back to sitio as a basic unit, and a sitio is composed of 30 households on the average per sitio.
That's how you would define a sitio.
Yes, ma'am.
It has to be 30.
A minimum of 30 households, ma'am.
How many sitios do we have?
Ma'am, based on our 2024 records, ma'am, can I revert to household connections?
And the difference, sitio, 30 households minimum or more. Is this sitio designated by the barangay and the ILG, or is a definition of a sitio dependent on the NEA or the cooperative?
Actually, ma'am, the sitio is defined by the cooperative as surveyed on the underserved and unviable areas. So the sitio will emanate from an unserved and unviable area. And if there would be a cluster of 30 households, then they would be able to identify that and submit it to NEA for request for subsidy for line extension.
How many sitios do we have in the country? You said there are 36,000 barangays. Obviously, it's much lower than barangays. I understand because you said that these are the barangays being served under the electric cooperatives. And having said that, may I know how many sitios do we have as per NEA records? And what is the status of sitio electrification? And do you have a proposal? Because I'm sure your NEP, your GAB is not sufficient to address the issue of electrification, especially in the far-flung sitio.
So, ma'am, as of in our 5-year development plan until 2028, we are foreseeing 11,000 sitios from 2023. No, household yan eh. Household yan eh.
Basic. How many sitios are there in the country? Under the 36,000 more or less barangays being served by electric cooperatives.
Wala ba total?
Mr. Chairman,
Secretary.
Senator, the census, I don't think up to now there is a census of the number of sitios. So that's why we are dependent on the survey that is being done at the EC and distribution utility level.
That's all I want.
Yeah.
We can also ask the Philippine Statistics Authority. As I said, that's why I laid the premise in the previous hearing, iba yung PSA, iba ang DILG, iba pa ang PC. Tatlong ahensya ng gobyerno. Kaya ngayon, doon na muna tayo sa NEA, sa ilalim ng EC. And then, ibabangga ko ito, use a very colloquial word, sa PSA at sa DILG. Ilan ba talaga?
Ma'am, as of, Mr. Chair, ma'am, in our 2023 baseline data, we are at 89% electrification rate, and the basis of which is we have 183,719 sitios.
You said it again.
183,719 sitios.
All over the country.
All over the country, ma'am.
And what percentage is still not electrified?
Our records show we started at 2023 based on the 2020 census. We are at 89% electrification rate. But I have to take note, ma'am, I have to make mention, this does not cover the areas of the private utilities. This 89% only pertains to the area that are covered by the electric cooperatives.
So this is really very, very sad that there's 11% of those covered who are still living in darkness.
Well, I will, sadly, yes, ma'am.
Yes. If you had resources, how much would it take, sir, to electrify the 11% of the 183,719? What is 11%? Can you compute, please?
Ma'am, that's why since last year, if you will remember, we presented a 5-year development plan, and the 5-year development plan would require a total cost of 69.7 billion. If I may, ma'am, make mention from the 2023 89% electrification rate, this year the budget request was at 12 billion to achieve 91%. To achieve 91% for 2024, but we're only given, I think, less than 2 billion. So the most we can deliver is from the projection of 91%, the most we can deliver is 89.36 only by end of December 2024.
Let me just get it clear so that my numbers are accurate. There are how many? 36,000 barangays under ECs, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you have the exact number? 36,000.
36,071. 36.
Okay.
1,071 barangays, ma'am.
183,719 sitios of these 36,071
Yes, ma'am.
barangays. That's 89% only are electrified. So 11%, that is 20,209 unelectrified sitios.
Yes, ma'am.
and it would take you a budget of 69 billion.
69.7 billion, ma'am.
Have the 69 billion, you could light up the Philippines and every sitio in the country would be electrified.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, according to our projections, by end of 2027, it's doable to achieve 100%. And that part of the 6 months that part of 2028 is already punch listing of those trickles that will be left out before the president ends. No.
At least, Mr. Almeida, you seem to be realistic, and you said it's 89%. Mr. Chair, in previous hearings in past years, not yet you, or maybe long ago, I would hear, oh, we're 99% electrified, and we would look at each other and we know it's not it. So you've scaled down your numbers into actual unelectrified sitios,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
does this already take into consideration the newly created sitios?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, may I think we have changed metrics. The most meaningful metric which NEA and DOE are using now is household electrification. So because the sitio numbers, yes, are changing, it's better to use the household.
So we have the barangays, we have the sitios,
Yes.
now the households.
Correct.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
how many unelectrified households do we have?
Ma'am, the target for 2024 is 647,599.
600.
47,599. Now, 384,873 out of the 647 should come from regular connections. These are the serviced area by the electric cooperatives. Meaning to say, these are the member consumer owners, the new member consumer owners. So, we have a balance of, I think, about 250,000 or 260,000 that should be subject of the government subsidy. We have a three-prong approach: the sitio electrification program, the barangay line enhancement program, and the photovoltaic mainstreaming or the solar home system. So out of the 78,324 households that are subject targets of sitio electrification, I think we will be only able to achieve here about 2,000, 3,000 at the end of the year.
Out of the 647,000 households,
Oh, no. Sorry, ma'am. I stand corrected. Household, no, nga pala.
we're talking about households now.
Yeah.
Yes. So in short, there are 647,000 households.
Yes,
How
ma'am.
many households are unelectrified, and under the present year's budget proposal, if not amended, how many will you electrify, and how many will be left with no electricity?
270,000, ma'am, to be exact.
270,000 is
Out of the 647,000, ma'am.
are the unelectrified.
Unelectrified.
270. And in your present year's budget for next year, what percentage or how many of the 270 target will be electrified?
Ma'am, I believe we are only able to electrify about 12% of the 270,000, since that's the only budget that was granted to us last year. So the balance will still be carried over to next year. Because out of the 12 billion that we need to electrify the 270,000, we are only given almost 2 billion. So more or less 9%.
You mentioned about a 5-year electrification program until 2028.
Yes, ma'am.
And assuming that your budget is granted till 2028, does that mean that finally we will be fully electrified up to the household level by the end of this administration?
I would like to think, ma'am, we will be able to achieve 100%. I mean,
I'm not trying to be a cynic, because since 1998, I've heard that. And as I said, at least you're realistic with the earlier numbers. I pray and hope that's possible and you have our support. But I think I will be sitting here in 2028 asking you again what is the target with the new households. And okay, so you submitted to the committee the budget in the NEP, in the GAB, and what is your ask for a bigger sitio and or household electrification? Yes.
We'll do that, ma'am.
Yes. Again, in my home province of Antique, I wish you would have it now. What is our state of unelectrification? How many non-electrified households are there? If you have, how many unelectrified sitios and or barangays? I'm sure that's also the interest of our secretary.
Ma'am, can I commit to submit it to your office?
Sure.
Can
I did
just
not
commit?
expect you to have it
Yeah.
now. I would be happy if you had
But
it. It's an estimate. In short, do you have an idea, Secretary, in our home province? What? 10% ba ng Antique ay wala pang kuryente? Alam ko, meron pa. Like yung 7 barangay namin sa Pandan, paakyat sa Maadjos, Santa Ana, etc. Paano? Tapos, ibigay nyo yung budget na kailangan. I'm not being parochial, but if I can amend the budget and accepted by the chair, maybe we could at least have that. Let's say, but that's through Akelco, right? Okay, so kindly give me, because the South would be in sa inyo.
Anteco, ma'am. Anteco.
Anteco. Kami, Akelco kami. Sa North kami, Akelco kami.
Okay.
Yeah, Akelco kami. Magaling, alam mo. So, okay. Okay. 2,900, according to the chair, households to sa buong Antique. Magkano po mag-electrify? Ano ba? Okay. Make us understand. What's the budget needed? What will it be utilized for? I'm talking about both Anteco and Akelco, North and South Antique. How much would it cost?
Ma'am, Mr. Chair, ma'am, the rule of thumb that we're trying to follow here is 2.5 million per sitio.
What households na? Because we were already guided by the secretary.
An average of 30,000, no. About 85,000 per household, ma'am.
Okay. 2,900 households in Antique. And we need how much?
Per household, it will be 85,000 per household.
Times 80,000, compute nyo.
Because it's 2.5 million per sitio.
40 million? More or less? 2.9, then 80,000. I'm sure in Sibalom, there are unelectrified. Diba? Wouldn't it be nice during your term, our term, that we are able to electrify in our province? And of course, it doesn't mean we ignore the other provinces, but we can amend it in such a way. Even perhaps some mountains in Aklan and even in Iloilo. Are there still unelectrified households and or sitios in Batangas? Yan ang lapit sa Maynila.
Mr. Chair, I believe there are still sitios left in Batangas.
Tingloy, yung mga isla. Oo, ganun, no?
I think there's a off-grid also.
Could you kindly give us the whole Philippines? Yeah, per province, the unelectrified sitios, which is better to use, or the households? Households na.
Households na lang,
Yes.
ma'am.
Oo. Pero moving target na ng households. Moving target din. Pareho rin ng sitios. So why did we change from sitios to households if yeah. Okay. Okay. Yes. Okay. So may I request for that submission?
Yes, ma'am. We'll
Yeah.
commit to submit it to your office. And also, ma'am, the shift to household measurement is because there are a lot of unelectrified dispersed households in the rural areas, in the mountains. So it's impossible for them to come up with one sitio. And these are the subject households of the project of the photovoltaic mainstreaming. I mean, since it will be quite impossible to extend lines on dispersed households, which will be less than 30, we might as well just give them the photovoltaic mainstreaming that will give them 24 hours of electricity through solar with battery with the capacity of, I think, 50 watts that will light up, be able to give them light for 5 LED bulbs, a cell phone charger, an electric fan, and a TV.
80,000 to provide for one household or one sitio? One household. Di ba? Oo.
Yes, ma'am.
Just kindly give us a breakdown of the 80,000. If we give the budget to DEA, and then let's say you give a household in Pandan Antique, sa Bundok, through Akelco, how do you spread that? How is it broken down? This is simply for distribution. Kakabit yan sa Akelco. Paano?
Normally, ma'am, the Akelco would submit to me a program.
We want to understand the program of where the 80,000 is spent, more or less.
Because we are actually the computation, ma'am, on our price index is per sitio, which is about 2.5 million. Now, I'm just trying to extrapolate it. If it is a minimum of 30 households, 85,000 per household, no? But ma'am, I'll just give you a detailed presentation of how we do come up with costing of sitio electrification projects.
I would be interested to see in a very micro level the sitio and the household electrification. And you said it's 2.5 million
per sitio.
And you just extrapolated the 80,000. And where does it go? I want to see the breakdown. So if we are to amend and support your budget, we want to understand where it goes. And we know that not all, there are a few, maybe some cooperatives which are not very efficient, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Marami. Headaches, right? Away-away, systems loss, sa maraming problema dyan. So, saan mapupunta talaga? Baka mamaya kung basta ano yung sa capital outlay, ano yung sa
if I have some chart here. 70% will go to will cover for the materials, 30% for labor. Included in the labor is the freight and handling, of course. If you'll ask me what will comprise the materials, it would be the pole, the house wiring going to the household, conductors, and transformers. Anyway, I will be glad to submit this to your office, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll await your report, proposal. Do you have any request? Is it part of the wish list that the chair had asked for? And is the chair possibly inclined to help NEA for its sitio electrification program?
Well, definitely we will. It will be included in our wish list, ma'am. Some addition to the subsidy budget that we will be receiving for 2025.
I want to understand the breakdown per household so that we know with our limited power to amend the budget, if we want to help certain jurisdictions that we know it will be put to good use. And let me just put on record that I will, of course, increase the budget of NEA in selected areas, most possibly in our hometown, in our home province. So, but I just want to understand and know where the money goes and also the timeline of its implementation.
Noted, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. I know it's been a long day, Mr. Chair, and I would no longer ask any questions, but if we have questions along the way, we can just call the agency, make presentations, and make inquiries. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Lauren, for those very important questions. Any more comments from the body? Yes, Yusek Guevara.
Mr. Chair, for the microgrid law, there's supposed to be 119 personnel items for the Electric Power Industry Management Bureau. We haven't received those items yet. Is it possible for us to include that in our wish list?
Yes, you can. It's only a wish, no. So, so you can submit it to us, and we'll try our best to accommodate everything. Just like what our experience with ERC, we accommodated close to everything. We'll try our best. We'll definitely consult with you which will be the priority areas, and then we're given naman some flexibility to recommend what can we add. No?
Thank you, Mr.
All
Chair.
right, thank you. So if there are no more comments from the body, the budget of DOE, ERC, NEA is deemed submitted, subject to the requirements and the request of our senators. Just submit it to us through the committee. Maraming salamat po. So, thank you. This budget briefing / hearing is hereby suspended.
Thank you very much.